the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council here at Burbank City Hall. Today is Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. As we do every meeting, I ask that we begin tonight, I ask all of you to join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and virtually. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. And although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. And I have one additional, a few other quick remarks I'd like to add tonight. In the last few weeks and few months, we have seen the political rhetoric of this country truly reach a toxic point. We've seen political violence targeting individuals that seek to serve their country. And though we may certainly have opinions about the fitness of those individuals or the ideas that they hold, I hope we can all agree on one thing, and that is that political violence is never the answer, and that this citadel of democracy right here in Burbank is a home for everyone, where folks are valued, they're appreciated, and they are respected. So with that, please join me for a brief moment. Thank you all very much. Let's have a wonderful meeting. And next we have our Pledge of Allegiance. If you would all please rise, place your right hand over your heart, and repeat after me. Ready and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clark, how are you this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm chipper. I think it's the coffee. Would you please conduct the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony?
Here.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm present.
Thank you.
All right, we have a quorum, 5-0. We sincerely appreciate everyone's cooperation as you made your way into Burbank City Hall and into our council chamber this evening, and I know there are many others who are going to be making their way in. To ensure that we are within the room capacity set by our fire marshal, staff has handed out red tickets to those who've expressed interest in staying for the entire meeting this evening. If you change your mind at any point in time, or if you need to run to the restroom, please let staff know on your way out and let them know if you're planning to return. If you are leaving permanently, we want to ensure that someone else has the opportunity to take your seat, and there is and there will be people waiting to get into this room. So just make sure to communicate with our staff when you leave. And thank you everyone for helping us keep the meeting run smoothly. Now, in an effort to have a productive meeting this evening, where everyone who wishes has the opportunity to speak and to be heard, we have made a few modifications to our public comment period, and I'd like to go over those briefly. There will be 4 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone for the general public comment period. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comment has been received. Now, the first period of public comment is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or an agenda item. So you can use the general public comment period to speak about one or multiple agenda items or to talk about something else of city business. If you're here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card downstairs and received a ticket with your speaker number on it. We also have 2 interpreters with us this evening to provide assistance to anyone who needs it during general public comment. I think they're right over here, in fact. Interpreters are available tonight in both Spanish and Armenian. Thank you both for being here. If you would like to participate in the general public comment period by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. That's 3 3s and 1 5 there at the end. Now, the remaining public comment periods will be following each report to council. If you'd like to speak during those public comment periods, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card downstairs again and received a ticket with your speaker number on it. Please note that speaker numbers will be paired with a letter or letters this evening. General public comment will be GP followed by a number. So, for example, you'll have GP1, GP2, GP3. Public comment for reports to council will be lettered A, B, and C, followed by a number. So again, A1, B2, C3. As the presiding officer this evening, and as I have stated in advance of the meeting, I have decided to reduce public comment to 1 minute. I understand that nobody likes that decision. However, working with many of you, I understand that we are going to have a great deal of public comment tonight. We certainly want to hear from everyone, but as the presiding officer, I am also balancing the interests of hearing from everyone, but ensuring that the council is alert and awake and can make well-informed decisions this evening. So while I don't expect anyone to be a fan of the decision, I appreciate your participation and your cooperation with that decision in advance. Now, one last thing I'd like to mention. I'd like to reference Government Code Section 54957.95, which empowers me and gives me the authority as tonight's presiding officer to step in and take any reasonable steps to restore order if things should get disorderly in the chamber this evening. I do not anticipate that it will. However, in order to take those steps, I am required to apprise you of that authority that I am vested with under the Government Code. And so that's why we're going to start this evening talking about what we hope will be absolutely unnecessary. If we are facing disruptions that are making the meeting difficult to conduct, I have the authority and will order staff to assist us in removing those disruptions. Let's talk about what a disruption means. It's all about following the rules that we have all laid out and agreed to. It's about respecting the process, respecting other speakers. And so, for example, common sense things like not speaking when it's not your turn, not yelling out, no booing, no heckling, no going beyond your time limit during public comment. And the reason for all of that is that we want this chamber to be a welcoming and inviting and friendly space for everyone who seeks to address the council this evening. Many of you know that I'm an odd fan of jazz hands, or you can give the thumbs down. So I do invite you, if you'd like to give your visual support for a comment that someone else is making, or your displeasure with a comment someone else is making, I invite you to do that, and our commitment is that we will remain alert so we can see that reception, but it will also, the whole process will go a lot faster if we know who's coming next, and we're able to move through the entire public comment period much more quickly. The last thing I will say is that I understand that there are a number of agenda items tonight that are deeply personal and emotional and important to all of us here in the room tonight. So I encourage us to have sympathy and compassion and patience with one another, but to remember that our goal tonight as a council is to hear from all of you, to hear your input, and then it turns to us to make the best decision that we can on behalf of the Burbank community. So again, I thank you in advance for your participation in allowing us to do that, and thank you all for being here. So with all of that prefatory language, we do have 5 announcements this evening. If we can get those to roll on the screens here, that'd be great.
The following are announcements for July 16th, 2024. It's time for Dodger Baseball. The City of Burbank Parks and Recreation Department welcomes all residents, friends, and family to attend the annual Burbank Dodger Day. Get your tickets today by visiting burbankparks.com. For more information, contact the sports office at 818-238-5330. The City of Burbank proudly presents the first Media Industry Expo and Job Fair on August 1st from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. at Woodbury University. This groundbreaking event, hosted by Burbank Public Library and Woodbury University, is designed to equip attendees with the knowledge and tools needed for a career in the media industry. Recent graduates, seasoned professionals, and anyone looking to enter the media industry should not miss this incredible opportunity to jumpstart their media and entertainment career. For more information, visit cityofburbankjobfair.com. Join the Burbank Police Department at this year's National Night Out event. This annual event aims to promote healthy police community partnerships and provides fun activities and exhibits for the whole family. The event will be held at Johnny Carson Park on Tuesday, August 6th from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. For more information, contact the Community Resource Officer at 818-238-3235. See you there! The November 5th, 2024 City of Burbank General Municipal Election nomination period opened at 8 a.m. on Monday, July 15th and closes on Friday, August 9th at 5 p.m. The nomination period will seek candidates to fill 2 offices for member of the City Council for a full 4-year term ending on December 18th, 2028. To review the requirements for candidates for elective offices of the city and for more information, please visit burbankca.gov/elections or call the Burbank City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851. If an incumbent does not file by the deadline, the nomination period will be extended until Wednesday, August 14th at 5 p.m. for candidates other than an incumbent for that seat only. The Burbank City Clerk's office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Planning Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to apply is Thursday, August 15th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. Okay, this thing's on. Fantastic. We only have one presentation this evening, and it will be presentation of certificates of participation to our Burbank student sister city delegates who are returning from their visit to Incheon, Korea, which is one of our sister cities here in the city of Burbank. We welcome back all of our delegates who recently returned, and I would like to invite some of them to come up and tell us a little bit about their experience abroad. So we have Annabelle Abruzzo, I believe. Annabelle, are you here? Yeah. Oh, come on up. We have Maxwell Ioanu Price. We have Charlotte Hartwell. And I believe that's all we have for student delegates, if I'm not mistaken. We have a few chaperones. So would any of you like to go first and tell us a little bit about your trip to Korea?
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and members of the City Council. My name is Annabelle Abruzzo, and I'm joined with my colleagues Max and Charlotte tonight to take you on a journey with you to our incredible time visiting Incheon, Korea, one of Burbank's 5 sister cities. Would you please pull up the presentation?
On the first day of our arrival, we landed at Incheon International Airport at around 5 p.m. From there, we took a bus to the Department of Foreign Affairs building and had an orientation meeting. After that, we dropped our bags off at our hotel rooms, and we met back up with the Foreign Affairs officials for a welcome dinner. They were gracious hosts, and we enjoyed meeting with them.
On day 2 of our trip, we went to a high school in Incheon. When we arrived, we were given a warm welcome by the principal, and we were each given a student partner who spoke English and who would talk to us and help show us around in their free time. We were given a full tour of the school, where we saw a beautiful campus with some artwork and even study areas that were designed by students. We also went through a full school day, going to classes like English and woodworking, where each teacher had a fun activity for us. Going to the school was such a great and unique opportunity that allowed us to see the similarities and differences of high school life in our two cities. For example, a similarity was that the high school in Incheon had a cafeteria where their students could get lunch just like at Burroughs High School in Burbank. And a difference was that the high school offered a class on how to live a good life, which is something that my high school doesn't offer, but I found really cool. And the high school visit was also really great because it allowed all of us to meet and talk to kids our age from Incheon, and we all made connections that will hopefully continue into the future. After the high school visit, we took a K-pop dance class, which was super fun. Dance is something that's really popular among teens our age in Korea, so it was a really great thing to experience.
Day 3 was a full day where we saw many highlights of Incheon. It included a tour of Incheon Global Campus, which hosts the campuses of Stony Brook University, Fashion Institute of Technology, George Mason University, Ghent University, and the University of Utah. It also includes the newly added Stanford Research Center. After this, we took a tour of the G Tower, which is the headquarters of IFES. IFES stands for Incheon Free Economic Zone and is a security network that spans 3 districts in Incheon. After this, we took the Songdo water taxi along a river where we saw many landmarks, including the G Tower, and we visited the Incheon Landing Memorial, which is dedicated to those who served during the Incheon Landing operation of 1950 during the Korean Civil War. After that, we had a special opportunity to meet with Vice Mayor of Incheon, Ha Jong-sik. We got to discuss our trip with him and the similarities between Incheon and Burbank, and also present him with Burbank-themed gifts, which were actually designed by one of our student delegates, who's behind me, Indigo.
On our 4th day, we took a tour of Seoul. We started off by dressing up in traditional hanbok clothing, and we visited the Gyeongbok Palace. After that, we grabbed some lunch and did some shopping. And from there, we visited the Seoul Tower and got to see an amazing view of the city. From there, we stopped at the Lotte Hotel and saw the Cheonggyecheon stream. We then ended the day with a beautiful boat ride down the Han River.
The next day included visits to the Jeongdeungsa Temple, which is the oldest temple in Korea, where we received a tour of the beautiful buildings, many of which are currently being renovated. After that, we visited the Ganghwa Peace Observatory, which is located on the river border between North and South Korea. From the observatory, we could see across the river into North Korea. The Ganghwa Peace Observatory has a message of peaceful reunification of the 2 Koreas after the war. We were told by our tour guides that it is a very important place for families who are separated by the border. After this, we visited the Sochang Experience Center and learned about a traditional Ganghwa Island craft of floral handkerchief making. We were then given the opportunity to make our own version of this using stamps and fabric markers. After this, it is not pictured in the slideshow, but we got to visit the Ganghwa Luge, which is, we go up in a large gondola up to the top of a hill and got to ride little sleds with wheels down, which was really fun. We all had a lot of fun with that. And finally, we visited Dongmak Beach, which, due to Incheon's varying tidal positions, when the tide is out, there are large mud flats which we got to explore, which was a very interesting experience for all of us.
On day 6 of our trip, our final day, we went to a historical section of Incheon where we learned a lot about the city's roots. As we toured, we learned about how Incheon was the first city in Korea to be open to foreign commerce and travel. We went to a museum where we were able to see the actual remains of one of Incheon's first hotels, where many people visiting from other countries to Incheon would stay. We also visited Chinatown, where there's a mix of Korean and Chinese culture that dates back to when Incheon first became open to foreign relations. Nowadays, the city of Incheon prides itself on being a center of innovation, so it was cool to see that even a long time ago, Incheon was a leading force of change in Korea. After seeing and learning all about Incheon's history, we took a tram up to an amazing viewpoint of Incheon. Along the way, we passed many of Incheon's factories, so it was really cool to see that. Incheon provided us with many packed, fun-filled, and educational days on our trip, which we are so grateful for.
We would like to thank the Burbank Sister Cities Committee, our chaperones, and the cities of Burbank and Incheon for this amazing opportunity. And I am excited for the future of the Sister Cities program. I especially wanted to thank our City Council for your continued support and investment so that youth like me have this opportunity to be a delegate for the city of Burbank and gain a better understanding of cultures around the world. As a gift to the city of Burbank, they presented us with Dairy, who is Incheon's mascot. Do you mind if I can show the camera? Go for it.
So this is Incheon's mascot, huh?
Yes. The design of Incheon's mascots took the motif from the concept of the lighthouse and spotted seals. As you can see in the photo here, all the lighthouse dairy is joined by spotted seals, Amy, Bummy, and Comey. The lighthouse character was inspired by Palmito Island's lighthouse, which served as Korea's first light, signifying the connections from the past into the future of this high-tech city. We are pleased to receive this gift as a sign of friendship from Incheon to the city of Burbank.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, I want to thank our youth ambassadors for making the trip and bringing back this really wonderful thing. Who thinks that the mascot should be mayor, not me? Couple people. No, I really got to say, it's so great to see our young people out there and exploring the world. The Sister City program is something that I'm deeply passionate about. I know that my colleagues are as well. The whole K-pop dance thing looked really fun. I think I could do that. What do you guys think? Is that saying absolutely not? So, but I'm glad you all had fun. And I want to thank all of the Burbank Sister City Committee members who make this happen, all the chaperones. We're going to get to the certificates in a minute. But my invitation to all of you, our student delegates, is keep seeing and exploring the world, keep understanding and exploring new cultures. And it's not just something that you do when you're young. We have an obligation to do that too as citizens of the world, because I think when we get beyond the borders of Burbank, out of California, out of the United States, we see that a lot of the problems that we face here are shared around the world, and there's an opportunity there to find good solutions together. So, with that, I'm going to trade places with you all really quick, because I'd like to call up all of our student delegates and our chaperones to receive some certificates of recognition on behalf of the mayor and on behalf of the entire city council. So, what I'll do is I'll have you kind of line up here and call you up by name alphabetically. So first I have Indigo Abe. Oh, here you are. Right there. I love it. Stand right here, please. We'll do a group photo, but obviously parents, loved ones, feel free to photograph as we go along. Next, I have Annabelle Abruzzo. Here you are. Charlotte Hartwell. Okay, there we go. Maxwell Ioannou Price. Did I say that correctly? No? Okay. My apologies. I love the honesty of our youth. He was like, absolutely not. Andrew Remus Jr. Oh, here you are. Congratulations. And then we also have some of our chaperones, not present, but I want to mention their name, is Madeline Alpert. And we have Shant Davidian. Here you are. On behalf of Burbank, thank you all so much for making the trip. I hope you all had a really wonderful time. And if we can take a quick photo, we'd love to. Give it up for them one more time. They deserve it. Thank you all. Send that with you. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, I believe we have City Manager's report next.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item for tonight. If I could call Diego Savalas from Park and Recreation. He's going to talk a little bit about our new adaptive sports equipment that we just received. So, good stuff.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, council members. My name is Diego Ceballos, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. I have a fun and uplifting update here for you. On Sunday, June 30th, the department hosted an adaptive sports equipment presentation event to celebrate the acquisition of 5 pieces of mobility equipment. If we can start the slideshow, please. Over 30 wheelchair rugby and power chair soccer athletes were present in attendance. Were in attendance with their friends, family members, and volunteers. This event marks another significant milestone in Burbank's history. Sure. Check, mic check. Nothing? There we go. All right, let's start from the beginning, if we will. All right. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, City Council members, Diego Ceballos, Park and Rec Assistant Director. And today I'm here to present a really delightful, fun, uplifting update. On Sunday, June 30th, the department hosted an adaptive sports equipment presentation event to celebrate the acquisition of 5 pieces of mobility equipment. Over 30 wheelchair rugby and power chair soccer athletes were in attendance alongside their friends, their family members, and volunteers. This event marks a significant milestone in Burbank as we celebrate diversity and showcase the incredible capabilities of our adaptive sport athletes. The department is grateful for Supervisor Catherine Barger for her generous support for the city's adaptive sports program, and the purchase of this equipment was made through Measure A grant funding. This concludes my brief update, and I thank all of you for the support to the adaptive sports program. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Mr. City Manager, I hope we're working on a thank you letter I can sign. Great, thank you. All right, at this time, we do have a presentation from one of our related and very important but external entities. We're going to be hearing from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, of which Burbank is a member. I'd like to welcome board member and former mayor, Marcia Ramos, in many cases still all of our mayor, but Mayor Ramos, come on up. And did you bring anyone with you today?
I did.
Would that be Mr. Ortega by chance?
It would.
Would he like to come up too?
Well, I think there are several are going to come up. So
All right.
I just want to say to all of you, Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the council, it is a privilege and an honor to represent the city of Burbank as a member of the board of directors. I've had the pleasure of working with Adon Ortega Jr. over the years. He was sworn in as the 20th board chair in January of 2023. A focused and visionary leader, he quickly organized our board and our priorities to meet the challenge of adapting to climate change. He spearheaded the launch of the Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water process, which included member agency officials at multiple levels of planning. He is the first Latino to lead our board in the district's 95-year history, and the first to appoint a large majority of women to the board's executive committee. He is a former member of the California Water Commission and the California State Board of Food and Agriculture. There's so much more I could say. He's a pleasure to work with. I want to welcome Adon Ortega and our metropolitan staff members. We look forward to hearing from all of you. Welcome to Burbank.
Thank you, Director Ramos. Thank you, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council. I want to describe Metropolitan. We were founded in 1928. Not only is Burbank a member agency, it's one of the original cities that helped to form the Metropolitan Water District to build the Colorado River Aqueduct. We represent 26 member agencies now, from Ventura to the Mexican border, and we provide water, half the water, to 19 million residents of this mega region. I want to begin by thanking Director Marcia Ramos, who has chaired our board's Ethics, Organization, and Personnel Committee through many years. During my chairmanship, she's been an important source of perspective, advice, and helping to lead the 38-member board of directors. She works towards consensus and help reform our ethics and audit offices, dealing with some of the most difficult issues in our organization's history. Her work has helped position Metropolitan to one equipped to deal effectively with climate change. Climate change is challenging our water systems even sooner than our modeling projected. That's why we're here to talk about our Climate Adaptation Master Plan, which we call Camp for Water. We must act now to adapt to make smart, effective investments in new water supply strategies, storage, and ways to move water, all as water consumption and sales are steeply declining to the surprise of many. Metropolitan and our member agencies face pressure to reduce our reliance on imported supplies from the Colorado River, where we must find a way to divide that river's limited bounty with 6 other states after 25 years of its steady decline. Climate change is also affecting our ability to rely on deliveries from Northern California that must go through the San Francisco-Sacramento Bay Delta, an area of 100-year-old crudely built levees. For well over 100 years, the wildlife and the environment in the Delta have not had a chance, even as we depend on it for farming, municipal use, and water exports. That's why our goal is to stabilize the Delta so we can give the environment a chance to finally thrive while securing our water supplies as it makes its way through that estuary. Notwithstanding these challenges, Southern California uses less water today than we did in the 1970s, despite growing by over 5 million residents. Metropolitan sales of imported water have declined 40% since 1990 due to our investments in conservation, water recycling, and groundwater replenishment. So to tell you a few more details as we're planning, because I know we have a limited time, I want to introduce our interim general manager, Shane Chapman.
Welcome, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening in the beautiful city of Burbank. I was admiring your mural, so much history.
I have a story about that, but I'll tell you offline.
Yeah. Yeah. I also want to recognize Director Marcia Ramos. It's been coming up on 10 years now that we've benefited from her leadership, from Burbank's leadership yet again at Metropolitan. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Any meeting I attend with Director Ramos, I not only leave wiser, but I leave generally just a better human. Director Ramos is currently serving on a number of committees: Ethics, Organization and Personnel Committee, Legal and Claims Committee, Legislation and Communications Committee, and Vice Chair for Subcommittee on Demand Management and Conservation Programs. So you can see how heavily the board relies on her experience and expertise. I want to congratulate your new General Manager of Burbank Water and Power, Mandip Samra, and welcome her to the Metropolitan family. Looking forward to working with her. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned shared community earlier in your opening remarks. That really what Metropolitan is all about. As an original founding member, Burbank has been instrumental in that. So Metropolitan is a cooperative of 26 member agencies, as Chair Ortega mentioned. Started in 1928, and today provides roughly half the water used in Southern California. Colorado River, the State Water Project. This operation supports the needs of roughly 19 million people and a thriving $1.6 trillion a year economy in gross state product, all within a 5,200 square mile service area. So 11th largest economy in the world if you were to stack it up against nations. So providing Southern California with a reliable, high quality supply of water in an environmentally and economically responsible way, that's a synopsis of our mission. And Burbank has always been a very active contributing member agency, helping Metropolitan overcome many challenges over decades. Most recently, Burbank was instrumental in helping Metropolitan secure reliable imported water supplies in this past drought and being very adaptable and flexible in helping us operate our system in ways that we have not before to get water to your community that we had not yet done. We greatly appreciate Burbank's support for innovative ways to operate and expand our system. Chair Ortega mentioned the challenge before us of climate change. That is the ask here, the ask for your continued leadership to help us tackle this. And Chair Ortega talked about the Climate Adaptation Master Plan. This is a very extensive effort, different from past long-term planning efforts undertaken at Metropolitan, which have largely been technical exercises. The board is deeply involved in the Climate Adaptation Master Plan. What the past few years have taught us, when it comes to the weather, the only thing we can expect is more unpredictability. We've gone from some of the driest periods to some of the wettest, climate whiplash, weather whiplash. In response to this new reality, building on decades of experience, we've launched this effort, the Adaptation Master Plan, and we would like to make sure that we keep you informed of that effort and also make sure that you understand that we recognize the importance to Burbank of stable and predictable water rates from the Metropolitan Water District. Those water rates underpin the regional investments to maintain and refurbish existing infrastructure and investments needed to adapt to climate change. But they cannot squeeze out the importance of the work you're doing here locally, investing in your infrastructure here in the city. So it's a balance of how we can pull all those things together and work collectively together to make sure everything gets done. Conservation has been a tremendous success, as Chair Ortega spoke to. I want to thank everyone that's here with us today for their efforts in using water efficiently. Really, that's what's carried us through these drought periods. So in conclusion, we did add this spring a new addition to our program, which is trees. So homeowners who are replacing their lawns with native and California-friendly landscape are now eligible for an additional $500 for planting trees, or $100 per tree up to a maximum of 5 trees. And that program's been very well received, a new addition. So I just wanted to make that announcement. Thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to come back at any time and provide a further, more thorough report.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you all from Metro Water. Congratulations on the interim appointment. Colleagues, any brief questions for MWD? Seeing none, I believe they'd like to take a photo with the entire council. So, colleagues, why don't we briefly step down for the photo, and then we'll get back to business. Congratulations on the appointment. How do we do this? Let's have Metro in the middle. Okay. Why don't you guys have right here? Okay. Constantine, Anna. Come over here to balance it out.
Thank you very much. Have a good meeting.
Of course. Good to see you all. This is, there we go. I think you're the last one in your chair. You know what happens. Okay, with that, thank you to everyone for your indulgence and your patience. Wonderful presentations this evening. Mr. McDougall, our city attorney, would you please report on tonight's closed session portion of the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. to discuss 2 matters under closed session exception. The first item was conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Paul Tremblay versus City of Burbank, a trip and fall case. The second item was conference with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, concerning negotiations with Burbank Firefighters Chief Officer Unit and the Burbank Police Officers Association. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. McDougall. Did I say report? Is that what I said? Report. If we can correct that for the record. Thank you. Now is the time for general public comment. In a moment, I'll be calling out the speaker's name and number that is on the yellow speaker card that I'm being handed right now. Comments are limited to 1 minute per person, and a timer is available on the podium right here before the council. Once again this evening, I will call out 2 names during public comment. So I'll call the speaker, and then I will say the person who is next in line. So after that minute, you'll be up and giving your comment. We have a seat reserved in the front row for the on-deck speaker. Ms. Clark, would you like, or Ms. Librato, do you want to just point out where that seat is for our on-deck speaker? Right here on the corner. All right, we are raring to go. And we have ample seats, it looks like right now. So just point is when you hear your name, be ready to go. Please be sure to move into that seat when I announce your name as next in line to speak, so you can jump right up and give your comment. Again, you may choose, you don't have to, but you may choose to use this first general period of public comment to address an agendized report, but you won't be able to speak on it when we get to that report if you choose to go that route now. We ask that you state your name for the record, and for those who are wishing to call in, and I imagine we have a few, if you haven't already, please call right now, and I'm going to say the number twice. It's 818-238-3335. Again, it's 818-238-3335. 3 3s and 1 5. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person public comments have been received. With that said, I have 46 cards of in-person public comments. That's what we'll start with, and we'll see where we go. First up, I have Elizabeth Bax, followed by Polly Michael Stenberg.
Hello, City Council staff. I'm here kind of on a sad note. The last City Council meeting was a bit embarrassing for me. I have no trust or respect for some of you serving in this office right now because I'm becoming fearful. Council Member Anthony, I watch you get up and leave the chambers or talk to people in the audience numerous times in the meeting. Also, you leave for long periods of time. Last meeting, you were gone for almost 20 minutes. Here's where the respect part comes in. You left as the rent cap outreach was being presented, and then you stayed out until just right after the housing providers gave their comments and returned as the tenants started. I don't know how those cards got put like that, but that's what happened. I would think that you would want to hear the whole picture. Also, can you know what you say is a truth before you speak it? And Vice President Perez, can you please speak truths as well? I don't think Mayor Schultz' absence was unforeseen. He's run meetings virtually before. I'm just becoming fearful. So please just respect us all too.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Polly Michael Stenberg, followed by Naveen.
I am Polly Stenberg, and I am a leader in Burbank, a proud Jewish mother, nonprofit co-founder, resident, homeowner, and voter in Burbank. My ancestry is of the Ashkenazim. In our ancestral language, we have a word called mashugana. It means crazy, ridiculous, or insane, as in, the council would be mashugana not to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution on the agenda tonight. Attachment 3 on agenda item 7 is the only resolution you must pass. The resolution places no hierarchy on life, treats Israeli and Palestinian life as equal, and must be adopted tonight. Burbank will stand on the right side of history. I do not accept any rejection of this statement, especially not from any individual or organization claiming to uphold Jewish values and humane values.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Naveen, followed by Julie Greer.
Good evening. My name is Naveen. I was born in Bethlehem, Palestine. I'm a proud Palestinian Christian and a Burbank resident. I've been a voter and a resident of Burbank for the last 10 years. I have a son who will attend Burbank High School, and I also work for the Burbank Unified School District. I am Burbank. I'm here tonight to ask and demand you to pass our ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3 on agenda item 7 for Gaza, and not a letter of support. This is my 5th time standing here in front of you all to vote on something that will benefit both sides. Voting yes to this ceasefire resolution will put you on the right side of history. 9 months of live-streamed genocide, and our country just sent a fresh round of deadly weapons to Israel from our tax money, which killed over 400 and more innocent civilians, especially children, in the last 48 hours. Hate and division have no place in the world, including Burbank. Please pass our ceasefire resolutions so that this genocide in Gaza can end. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for everyone using great jazz hands. All right, next we have Julie Greer, followed by Adam Pryor.
Good evening, City Council and staff. I am Julie Greer, a 39-year resident of Burbank. I'm a product of the Burbank Unified School System. I'm a former Burbank Unified School District employee, and I'm currently a school counselor working for the Los Angeles Unified School District. I also happen to be Syrian, Bolivian, and Palestinian. I'm here because I want to urge the City Council to pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution now, specifically the version in attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7. We cannot afford to wait and continue to watch the daily massacres of displaced people living under illegal military occupation. According to The Lancet, 186,000 Palestinians have been murdered with our tax dollars. This is the most atrocious thing I've ever witnessed in my life, and I'm urging the council to please help make it stop. Our collective voices have power, and I'm asking you to use yours to stop the death and destruction in Gaza by passing a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Adam Pryor, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Hello, Council. My name is Adam Pryor, and I'm here as a resident of Sherman Oaks, but I have family and friends who live and rent in Burbank, so I will be speaking on their behalf. I wanted to speak in support of the increased tenant protections proposed by Council. As someone who has advocated for getting our homeless friends and family off the street, the first step in that is keeping people housed in the first place. While I fully support the plan of action that staff has put forward, I'm not a fan of the mom and pop carve-out for landlords who own 4 or less units. According to city staff's report, out of the total of 2,265 10 or less multifamily units for rent in Burbank, 1,696 of those are 4 or less units. This means that almost 75% of the units would be exempt from the current ordinance, which mandates a higher relocation assistance fee of 3 months of the tenant's rent in effect at the time of issuance of notice of termination. I would strongly urge council to get rid of this carve-out or reduce it to 2 or less units, which would only encompass 881 units.
Thank you. Your
so
time
much,
has
guys.
expired.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Stefano Medina.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everybody here in the chamber. For right now, I want to talk to you about how next month, Burbank will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Chandler Bikeway. We think that it's going to be great. It's an event that is being put together by Walk by Burbank, but also with a lot of help from the city, from the city's PIO. So far, it's looking great. It's looking like fun. It'll be a one-day event. And I just simply want to incline to just for everyone to take a look at how the Chandler Bikeway is a triumph on several ways. For starters, it is a great reminder of what biking infrastructure can look like. And it is also a really good signal into thinking like, what could the future look like if there were to be, a stronger system for pedestrians, stronger system for bike riding, and for sharing the road. With that, I'll see you the rest of the evening, but for everything in your service, thank you and good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Stefano Medina, followed by Christopher Malott.
Good evening, Council. My name is Stefano Medina. I'm a staff attorney with Public Counsel here in support of the Burbank Tenants Union. The current exception for small mom-and-pop landlords does not make sense for a few reasons. First, relocation assistance is not a consolation payment. Relocation assistance is a public policy intervention intended to mitigate the homelessness impact of no-fault evictions. Conditioning relocation assistance on how many units there are in the building where a tenant lives makes no sense. Second, the definition offered by staff is a definition of a small property, not a small landlord. A landlord's ability to pay relocation assistance should be the deciding factor, but staff's proposal ignores this factor entirely by inexplicably and exclusively focusing on the size of a property. It offers this exemption to a mom-and-pop landlord with one small building. It also offers it to a large corporate landlord if and when they happen to own a small property, as many corporate landlords do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and sorry for mispronouncing your first name there, Stefano. Next, we have Christopher Malott, followed by Rabbi Lev.
Hello, Mayor Schultz and council members. My name is Christopher Malott. I'm a resident here in Burbank and currently the chair of the Burbank Water and Power Board. I am here today seeking your reappointment for another 4-year term. I also am here seeking your support for my other board members that are being
up tonight, including Laura Tenenbaum and Philippe Eskandar. I recommend your support for them as well. I think we've accomplished many things, provide diverse perspectives, and have passion for Burbank water and power. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Rabbi Lev, followed by Linda Kite.
Can everyone check their microphone and make sure they're off? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Stop the genocide. I find first thing.
Rabbi, I understand the concern. I'm happy to talk about it offline.
Put the signs away.
Rabbi, that's out of order. It's not your concern, but we don't do these sort of objections from the floor. I'm happy to step out and speak with you individually. Rabbi Lev, you have the floor. Madam Vice Mayor, would you please run the meeting for a moment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My role in the drama so far has been to comfort family members who have cried in my arms, who have lost people in Israel. It's also to cry on behalf of family friends in the mixed neighborhood of Abu Tov in Jerusalem. I have a heart, and so do you, that can do both. It is my contention that the City Council does not need to pass any resolution on a ceasefire at all. And yet, if it seems like it has to, I'd ask you to exclude attachment number 3 that doesn't seem to be fair or balanced, share both sides of its heart. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Linda Kite, followed by Darren Borders.
Hi, I'm Linda Kite, and I am a newer resident of Burbank. I've only been here 6 years. I'm here to introduce myself. I have submitted a resume for your commission on tenants and landlords. Sorry. And I have to say it's my first Burbank City Council meeting, so embarrassing. But I did spend 30 years as a tenant organizer, community organizer, and director of nonprofits in the city of Los Angeles, a behemoth. I think that the experience that I bring to this would probably help us through the growing pains that some of which were in this room already. So that's it. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, let me grab this back. Just so folks know, we currently have 61 cards in. There could be more coming, so just want everyone to be aware of where we're at. Next, we have Darren Borders, followed by Karen Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and city staff. My name is Darren Borders, and I'm here tonight to speak on the Board of Library Trustee appointments. As a current member of this board, I want to express my thanks and for the trust you put in me to serve. As you know, the city is working on a new central library. As a trustee, I often get asked, how is this going? This is especially true now that a new library director and project lead are needed for these. Thankfully, the project lead moves to the Public Works Director, Ken Berkman. Thank you, sir. I'm excited for you and the future of this project. In my almost 40 years with the Burbank Public Library as an employee and trustee, I have seen my share of change in the department. While not all change is bad or difficult, I do feel it helps when you have a good foundation for that change. That is why I'm here asking to be reappointed to the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Darren. Our next speaker is Karen Rainey, followed by Rabbi Mark Sobel.
Hello, I'm Karen Rainey. I'm here because I applied for a position on the Senior Citizen Board, and I wanted to introduce myself. I've lived in Burbank since 1996. I've raised my family here, and I've been actively involved in the entertainment business, schools, and volunteering. I've also had personal experience with a family member with dementia, and it was through this experience that I changed careers and came to the field of gerontology. I have a Master of Science in Gerontology now. I am certified as a senior advisor and have worked in social science research in aging and disabilities. I have also met many clients through volunteering through Burbank's Project Hope, and knowing them has given me better perspectives on their needs and challenges in the community. We can continue to work to improve factors that impact older adults and ensure that they can age in place successfully in Burbank. We have a city that's wonderful. We have a high walkability score, but yet I know we still have pedestrian dangers and wayfinding issues. I believe the high cost of housing is a deterrent, but we can look at other cities' programs that are a great model for how to alleviate expenses through certain programs.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Comment. Next, we have Rabbi Sobel, followed by Brian Smith.
To quote Avril Haines, former director of national intelligence under President Obama, Iranian government actors have sought to take advantage of the ongoing protests regarding the war in Gaza, using a playbook we've seen other actors use over the years. I don't decry that some of the protesters harbor true feelings of anguish over the loss of innocent lives in the Israel-Hamas-Hezbollah conflict. All good-hearted people hate war of any kind. But I do ask protesters to question their leaders and ask the questions I asked one of their leaders. Do you know any Palestinians? Have you ever been to Israel? Have you ever been to East Jerusalem and had coffee with the residents there, wandered through Jerusalem's old city, speaking Arabic with the people? I have done all this, and I've seen what true Palestinians want, not the hostages of Hamas. I have my doubts of the desires of those engineering these protests here in the U.S. The word genocide, for example. I've never heard a Palestinian say to an Israeli, you are doing genocide to us, not one who is talking freely. So I don't want the city of Burbank to go on record being a tool of these
Thank
people.
you. That's your time, Rabbi.
One last thing.
Rabbi, I apologize. You're welcome to submit anything you want, but your time at the podium is up.
I'm leaving.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Is worth.
Thank you, Rabbi. All right. As a general procedural item, if anybody has a written comment, something that you can't get done in your full minute, if you have copies, you're more than welcome to provide them to Ms. Clark, and council's happy to look at it. Mr. Smith, thank you for waiting your turn. We have you up, followed by Rebecca Chernak.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, honorable council members. My name is Brian Smith. I have applied for a seat on the Water and Power Board, which will be considered this evening, and I have come here tonight to introduce myself to the council. My wife, Cindy, and I have lived in Burbank for almost 20 years, and we have 2 students currently attending John Burroughs High School. Until now, I've focused my community service primarily at the school level, serving on PTA executive boards, and I'm currently the PTSA president at Burroughs. I served on and chaired the school facility oversight committee created by the 2013 Measure S bond issuance, and I even ran for school board in 2022. I've applied for this posting so I may continue my service to the community as the Global Director of Workplace for Activision and now Microsoft. I oversee facility management, real estate design and construction and operations on the West Coast, managing an operational budget of $12 million and project up to $20 million. I believe I'll bring a critical eye focused on finances as well as service to ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Rebecca Chernak, followed by Carol Ann Coates.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for listening to us this evening. I'm here regarding agenda number 7, the ceasefire resolution. I was very shocked when I saw it on the agenda because this is an extremely complex situation that I don't think council members know enough of to be able to vote one way or the other. And I have been a resident of Burbank for 34 years, raised my family here in quiet and peaceful Burbank, and I hope it continues to be that way. We have a lot of issues in Burbank that need to be addressed as compared to international issues, which, as I mentioned before, are complex. If you are bringing up the ceasefire resolution, one thing that I noticed that you have not brought up is on October 6th, there was a ceasefire. The ceasefire changed on October 7th when Hamas went and attacked thousands of people. And please keep
Thank you
that
for
in
your
mind.
comment. All right. Next, we have Carol Ann Coates, followed by Moira Paris.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Carol Ann Coates. I'm an applicant for the Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals. I was born in Burbank, grew up here, learned how to swim at Verdugo Pool, volunteered at St. Joseph's Hospital when I was in high school, and went on to college, lived elsewhere for a while, but when my husband and I decided to make a home, we came back to Burbank. And we've been here 24 years. I was privileged to work for the city for 17 years, retiring in 2022. During that time, I learned a lot about city operations and how the boards and commissions work. I'm certified by the International Code Council as a building inspector, a plans examiner, and a housing and property maintenance inspector. And I think that knowledge could be useful to the board when they're talking about codes, proposed ordinances, and any appeals that might happen.
Thank you for your comment.
Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Moira Paris, followed by Mike Lambeth. And again, if I ever mispronounce someone's names, please feel free to correct that before your time begins. So, Moira Paris.
Maura, that's okay. Close. Hi, my name is Maura Paris. This is really nerve-wracking. I am a resident of Burbank. I've been here for 5 years now, and I have applied to be on the Board of Library Trustees. I know 2 of you have been on the board, so you know how important it is. Like I've emailed and I've sent an application. Libraries are so important, not just because they're a warehouse for books, but because they serve the community in so many ways that the community doesn't know about. One of my best friends in high school was homeless, and the library saved his life. So if you guys see me fit, I would love to continue that legacy of helping the people in Burbank by being on the Board of Library Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Maura, right?
It's Maura.
Okay, I'll get it. By the end of the night, I'll have it down. All right, Mike Lambeth, followed by Jane Harrison, sorry, if I'm mispronouncing it, it's GP17. Does anyone have card GP17? Okay, I'm going to set that to the side. I'll call it before the end of the night. So that would bring up Jane Harrison, followed by Matt Fabius.
I am Jane Harrison, and the mom and pop tenants need protection. I've lived in 2 different apartments, and I've had cold showers. In the winter, the landlord in one building did not pay the gas bill for the building water heater for 3 to 4 months. Naturally got shut off. My rental agreement says that parking's included, but I refuse to give up my parking spot to a nasty tenant, so the owners are charging me, and only me in the building, for parking. The mainline sewer in the building is 70-plus years old. It's always breaking down, backing up. The wall heater in my building, in my apartment, was falling apart. The owners wanted me to hire a repairman. Eventually, it did break down in the winter, and I was without heat for a couple of months. I've lived in one building where there was a wannabe rock star practicing his music in the middle of the night.
Your time has
Thank you for
expired.
your comment. I know. All right. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. That brings up Matt Fabius, followed by Jordan Barger. I got that one wrong, I know.
On June 28th, the Supreme Court revealed their decision to overturn Grants Pass, one of many court cases that have ruled that homeless encampment suites are unconstitutional. On June 28th, the very same day, the city of Burbank posted a notice of their intention to sweep encampments at Overham Park. It seems like they were really chomping at the bit to do this. The Supreme Court decision only ruled on this one specific case, but the city of Burbank interpreted it as a carte blanche and decided to immediately abuse this power to inflict cruel and purposeless punishment on unhoused residents for things that outside of their control. And that makes me ashamed of the city. Sweeps put homeless populations out of sight and out of mind, but it's not a good faith solution to homelessness. It's not a policy that stands up to even the slightest scrutiny. They'll just find somewhere else to sleep until they're moved again and again and again. In the meantime, you're damaging their health, well-being, safety, civic trust, financial stability, and pathways to housing, all while wasting city funds.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next, we have Jordan Barger, followed by Ashley Ramsey.
Hi, my name is Jordan Barger, and I'm a Burbank resident and renter. I'm here to ask you to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution attachment number 3 tonight, which has been passed in multiple cities, including Montebello and Bell Gardens. I call on you, the Burbank City Council, to pass the ceasefire resolution today to respect the city's humanitarian values. I urge you to empathize with residents of Burbank who have families in Palestine and have experienced the pain and loss of family members and need to feel like they belong in their city as they long for community, solidarity, and collective care. The call for a ceasefire aligns with Burbank's commitment to fostering understanding of the human right to safety, peace, justice, and liberation for all people. In conclusion, I ask that you not pass the letter of support, nor the other attachments outside of Attachment 3. Attachment 3 represents an intersectional coalition of Burbank residents that includes Jewish, Palestinian, Latino, Asian, Black, queer, and other community members. Thank you for your time, and free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Barger. Did I get it right? Okay, thank you. Ashley Ramsey, followed by Molly Shore.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey, and I have been a renter here in Burbank for 7 years. The proposed recent ordinance for tenant protections, frankly, just isn't enough. We need universal protections for the near 60% of our population that are renters, especially our most vulnerable who are being priced out of their homes that they've grown up in. We need protections such as universal just cause, relocation assistance, closure of the rent eviction loophole, anti-harassment protections, and much more to adequately protect the many members of our Burbank community that rent. Please consider these universal protections when you make modifications to the tenant protection ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Molly Shore, followed by So Reyes, and first name, if I'm reading it correctly, it's S-O-E. This is GP24. Ms. Shore, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, good evening. My name is Molly Shore, and I am a Burbank resident. I'm here this evening regarding Agenda Item 7. I'm urging this council to vote no on a ceasefire resolution, which in effect would support the terrorist group Hamas. Now, as a resident of Burbank, I would be ashamed and embarrassed to live in a city that publicly recognizes and endorses terrorism. Until Hamas releases all hostages, there should be no ceasefire resolution pertaining to the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have So Reyes, S-O-E, followed by Lilibeth Jimenez.
Hello, Mayor and the rest of City Council. I am here to urge you to focus on passing a ceasefire resolution for Burbank, specifically looking at attachment number 3 for Agenda Item 7 and not just a letter in support. First off, with the letter proposal, is it only specific to the ceasefire resolution that was put on in May by Biden? If that doesn't go through, will you draft another letter of support, have to make amendments to the dates, or choose to not support the next ceasefire proposal? Which either way, we will still be coming back until Burbank passes a ceasefire resolution. Secondly, we want to focus on attachment number 3. It focuses on bringing peace, and I believe that that is what Burbank would want for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Lilibeth Jimenez, followed by Raj Kamal Singh.
My name is Elibeth. I'm a Burbank resident. I'll be speaking on 2 topics today. I emailed longer versions to all of you. I've lived here for 3 years. Last meeting, I spoke about anticipating a rent increase in September, and sure enough, within that week, I got the notice. At this rate, staying in Burbank is unsustainable. Burbank needs stronger tenant protections and rent caps. We need to close the rent eviction loophole by not allowing rent evictions and having relocation assistance for no-fault evictions at a fair market rate. Secondly, I'm demanding that the City of Burbank pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution. I demand that the language from attachment number 3 on Agenda Item 7 is used. This language was selected by your constituents and has passed in many other cities. I do not support a letter of support to Joe Biden. No one has requested this. This week, I saw Instagram posts from both the mayor and vice mayor condemning political violence. I hope that this extends to the political violence that is being committed in Palestine. The mayor wrote, "Peace is at the bedrock of our democracy, and nonviolence is at the center of our freedoms. It is our civic duty to oppose all forms of political violence."
Thank you for your comment. So next, we have Raj Kamal Singh, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Hello, my name is Raj Kamal Singh. I've been renting in Burbank for the past 4 years and love this city. I want to keep living in this city without fear of being pushed out due to increasing rent. I believe having stronger tenant protections will help prevent this fear. I would like to ask City Council and staff to implement a fair and sustainable rent cap so tenants can afford to stay in their homes, close the rent eviction loophole by removing substantial remodels as a cause for a no-fault eviction, protect all renters from unfair evictions, and ensure that renters facing legal no-fault evictions receive a minimum 90 days notice and substantial relocation payments from their landlord. I would also like to ask City Council and staff to pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3 of Agenda Item number 7. This resolution has been passed in many other neighboring cities. It's a shame that it is yet to pass here. Myself and the community do not support the city's idea to form a letter of support to President Biden. He's handled this genocide horrendously without a care to the thousands of lives he has willingly helped slaughter through the funding of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Rachel Wallace.
Good evening, everyone. I want to follow up on a topic many people brought up at the last meeting. I hope the city doesn't, I know there was some calendar things and scheduling things, doesn't okay the cell tower on Main Street by the schools. I think it's a stupid idea. We don't need to create more problems than we already have here. With rent control and rental conversations, just be aware that with entertainment production on decline, more housing looks like it's becoming available here, unfortunately. Today I heard from people at Warner Brothers they're going to lay off several hundred people, from a couple people I work there. Teamster client said that they're having real problems. That could change tomorrow, but who knows? And other people I talk to keep saying they're not going to move here. It's too expensive. They just can't afford it. They just rather go to Van Nuys or somewhere. So I got some ideas about things we can do. We'll talk about that later. But also, please pass this resolution.
Thank you for your comment. Love the shirt, Mark, by the way. All right. So next we have Rachel Wallace, followed by Lauren Hamill.
Hello, my name is Rachel Wallace with Jewish Federation Los Angeles, which supports and represents thousands of Jews throughout LA. We oppose a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire, which puts the onus fully on Israel for this war, even though Hamas, a recognized terrorist organization, started this war and still has 120 Israeli hostages still in captivity. Please do not misunderstand this position. We also want an end to this war, but this is a very complex issue involving Israel, US, Russia, China, Gulf states, and especially malign actors like Iran and terror groups that it funds like Hezbollah and Hamas, which openly calls for the annihilation of Israel and death of Jews across the globe. To put blame only on Israel does a disservice to those in the Middle East and singles out Jews here in Burbank. While this conflict is far away, the local impacts are real, especially for those with loved ones impacted by the war. I kindly ask that you use your pulpit to find a uniting and healing path forward for our local communities.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lauren Hamill, followed by Patricia Tomaszewski.
Hello, Council. My name is Lauren Hamill. I'm here as a concerned global citizen, using my voice in solidarity with the generation of children whose voices have been prematurely silenced by the war in Gaza. I urge the Council to stand with other cities and pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire, namely attachment number 3 on measure number 7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, next we have Patricia Tomaszewski, followed by Omar. And is it Q-Waiter? Yes. Okay, Q-Waiter. You'll be next up. But first we have Patricia. Is Patricia here? Patricia? Okay. Yep, your time won't begin until you start.
I am a Palestinian Christian with family still living in the West Bank. I worry constantly for my family and their safety as they have seen a dramatic increase in the violence by Israeli military and Israeli settlers living nearby. I watch in horror every single day, witnessing the indiscriminate bombings on so-called safe zones and the catastrophic humanitarian crisis unfolding for 9 months straight, with children bearing the brunt of Israel's aggression on Gaza. In fact, Gaza is on the brink of losing an entire generation of children. According to the medical journal called The Lancet, the death toll in Gaza is expected to exceed 186,000. When you include indirect deaths of the war, people dying of disease and chronic illnesses simply because there is no access to medical care and medicine. We urgently seek a ceasefire to stop the senseless killing of innocent bystanders. Tonight, we demand the passage of ceasefire resolution attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Omar Q-Waiter, followed by, I just have a first name on this one, Patricia. So this is Patricia, card GP32. Oh, okay, so that was you? Okay, so Omar, before you begin, if Patricia T, I'm pronouncing it Tomaszewski, I could be wrong on that. If Patricia T is still here, you can come on up next. Omar, whenever you're ready.
Dear council members, my name is Omar, and I'm a Palestinian American Muslim with many family members still in Palestine. I'm an engineer for a remarkable medical device company and a homeowner right here in Burbank. Last year, I visited Jerusalem after many years and fell back in love with my land, people, and culture. While exploring Jerusalem and the rest of Palestine, I couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if equality prevailed there. Instead, I witnessed demoralizing and incomprehensible scenes, humans being treated differently based on who they are, and checkpoints on walls that lack legal justification. I want to make it clear that I support peace and justice for all humans, and I want everyone to feel safe around the world and here in Burbank. Peace is essential for the safety of our communities, which is why a ceasefire resolution needs to pass. We are exhausted and sickened by the daily reports coming out of Gaza. As Burbank residents, we must act ethically and stand on the right side of history, doing all we can to stop the cold-blooded murder of innocent children. There is no place in this world for genocide.
Thank you for your comment. Is Patricia T. here? Okay, I'll set that to the side. We'll call it at the very end. So now we're going to have Amani Izak, followed by Joanna Moyd. This is card GP34. Joanna is Johanna. But Amani, you are up if you're here.
My name is Amani Jirias Ishaq. I am the granddaughter of Nakba survivors and first-generation college graduate who works in and feeds into the city of Burbank. We asked you to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, which has been passed in multiple cities. We've been working on this resolution since March, and we've never asked for a letter of support from Joe Biden. The city is supposed to follow the requests of the community based on support from a majority of its members. Citing no issues, we have met every single council member and showed them the language of our resolution. We ask that you not pass the letter of support nor any other attachments outside of Attachment 3. Attachment 3 represents the diverse and unified residents and community members of Burbank. Who are you answering to? The public or your pockets? How much more disregarding and death must we endure? Ceasefire now. Now. Now.
Thank you for your comment. Amani, did I say that right? Amani? Okay, sorry for the mispronunciation. So now we have Joanna Moyd, followed by Oshoy R. First name is Oshoy.
Thank you to the council for giving me this opportunity to speak about the upcoming item concerning the ceasefire resolution. As a proud Jewish resident raising my children here, I'm deeply concerned about their safety and the well-being of our community in light of the proposed ceasefire resolution. From what we've seen across the country, city council discussions on ceasefire resolution often do more to create division than to foster peace. Recent incidents of violence and anti-Semitism in our region have heightened my concern and reinforced the need for caution. Instead of adopting a ceasefire resolution that is heavily one-sided, I urge you to consider a different approach. A unity statement or declaration of peace could be a powerful and positive way to reflect Burbank's commitment to diversity and inclusion. The statement could address all forms of hate, including anti-Semitism, support for releasing the hostages, and bring together local faith leaders to support and unite our community, instead instilling hope and optimism in our future. Language is important, and if you still pass a resolution, I hope any language is balanced and considers all perspectives. Your responsibility in this matter is crucial.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Oshoy R, followed by Eddie, and I'm going to apologize, I may get this one wrong, Chelly Cog. If I'm reading it right, it's spelled Chelicoug. But Oshoy, you're up first.
Thank you. My husband and I and our 3 kids live in Burbank for 13 years now. We moved here straight from Israel. Apologize for the accent. And we're proud and happy to call Burbank home. My family in Israel are in line of fire, taking shelter against rockets, attacks from Lebanon, and yet they're worried about me. They call me and asking me to stay home and be safe against anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic attacks. Asking Israel to cease fire from war they did not initiate it, they did not want, is telling all the Jewish and Israeli kids in Burbank Unified being bullied and harassed for being Jewish and being Israeli to put their head down and just take it. Don't fight back, cease fire. I would like to ask the City Council to reject the proposed statement as it is stated and instead adopt a message of peace and unity.
Thank you for your comment. So next we have Eddie Chelikog, followed by Nicholas Bates.
Hello, my name is Eddie Chelikova, and I'm a member of IASI 600, and I work in the entertainment industry here in Burbank. I'm speaking in support of two items, the permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment 3 and item 7, and on tenants' rights. I'm here to urge Burbank Council to pass a resolution in support of an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I urge all of you to stand on the right side of history, as the Lancet just published that over 186,000 Palestinians have been murdered, half of which are children. 6 days ago, a USA-made munition was dropped on a children's soccer game in Gaza, killing 31. I do not stand for my tax dollars going to massacres. I also stand for protections to be put in place for the renters of Burbank. On the heels of the Hollywood strikes, we need stronger protections for our renters and most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Apparently I do need glasses again. Next we have Nicholas Bates, followed by Colton Davis.
Hello, Council. I'm a Burbank resident and San Gabriel Valley native, and I'm here to speak about tenant rights. I sought out residents here in Burbank and hope to be able to stay for years to come without fear of being pushed out by high rent increases, rent eviction, and/or supposed owner-family move-ins that may or may not be legitimate. I hope amendments can be made for substantial protections for Burbank renters, including rent eviction loophole being closed, a substantially lower rent cap that exists, a database and regulation of all rent increases, and a general rental registry instated for all Burbank rentals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Colton Davis, followed by Catherine Watson.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Colton Davis. I'm speaking during the general commentary, but hoping to represent someone aligned with the values of the Burbank Tenant Union, but also pass the Palestine ceasefire resolution. I support that as well. I'm here to simply say if you're a renter in Burbank, California, you're not gaming the system. You're more than likely barely making ends meet or just staying afloat. This isn't due to Starbucks coffees or an unwillingness to work. It's due to exorbitant costs of living, sky-high rent prices, and a lack of rent control. The median rent in Burbank right now is upwards of $2,600 to $2,800. That's an insane increase, and it's an increase that is not mirrored in wage growth, as we all know by the entertainment strikes. I asked the council to listen to the voices here tonight and help bring these very common sense regulations regarding renters and, of course, the ceasefire to life. The current market prices are way too high, and too many of us know what the landlord special means. Too many of us can't find street parking during ticketing days, and we aren't even offered a garage.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Catherine Watson, followed by Inez Madrigal.
Hi, my name's Catherine Watson, and I'm here to specifically comment on attachment number 3 of agenda item number 7. I want to urge the City Council to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution in attachment number 3. My partner and I have watched in real time as the families have faced unimaginable horrors. We've spoken with the surviving families and heard their endless grief for their children. The least we can do as a city is stand on the right side of history and demand a ceasefire now for everyone. Peace is a humanitarian value this city has always espoused, and I hope it can continue to do here. I hope it can continue to do so here too. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Before we hear from our next speaker, just a quick programming announcement. So my understanding is that there is an issue with the phone lines. If you're currently in the queue, if you're on the phone right now and you are told you're in the queue, you are fine. If you're a new caller who's trying to call in right now, we're getting reports that you're being dropped or lost. Our IT is working to address that issue, so please be patient. Keep trying to call in. We will work through the issue. Thank you, everyone. So next we have Inez Madrigal, followed by Majid Hare.
Hi, my name is Inez Madrigal, and I'm here in support of attachment number 3, agenda item number 7, and to ask that you support a permanent ceasefire resolution as many of our neighboring cities already have. It's important that we do this because our country is currently funding and arming this onslaught against civilians. We need to do our part to pressure the U.S. to cease this endless violence. No one should be in support of children dying. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Majid Hair, followed by Muzam Makar.
Well, my name is Majid.
Majid, okay.
Yeah, okay. Har, okay.
Har, well, that's okay. Before you start this time, Majid Har.
Yes.
Did I get that right? Okay.
Exactly.
And now you can start.
My name is Majid. I'm a civil engineer. I used to work for the city of LA for a long time. First of all, by the way, this is the first genocide in history that streamed live. This is the first Holocaust that streamed live. You know, we see it every day. We see it directly, basically. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very critical that we pass the ceasefire resolution today because America is in danger. I'm not worried about the children in Gaza because God will avenge their blood, their massacre. But I'm worried about America. The politicians in Washington, D.C. are destroying this country, destroying the principles that this country stands on. I mean, if you just take a look around the world, you know, we're just giving away to communism, to dictators, to everybody else. I mean, it's so critical of the local municipalities to stand.
Thank you for your comment.
Otherwise, we lost America.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Thank you. Next, we have Muzam Makar, followed by Misty Tamborelli.
Thank you for your time, Council. My name is Malza Makar. I'm a Burbank resident, a homeowner, and my son will be entering the elementary school in the Burbank public school system in the fall. I'm here to ask this Council to pass the ceasefire resolution, Attachment 3. I grew up in the Middle East and was there during the Gulf War. I remember being scared every time a plane flew by, rushing to hide under my school desk. But I was lucky to have never experienced a war. Palestinians have not been so lucky. Every day I hear of more tents being bombed, more children starving to death, more men, women, and children dying of preventable diseases. War is never the answer. War doesn't make anyone safe, and supporting war doesn't bring us safety. The Lancet estimates the final death toll of this war to be closer to 186,000 when all is said and done. I want my city, Burbank, to be on the right side of history. I don't want Burbank tax dollars funding this destruction, so I am here to encourage this council to listen to your residents, to take action, and pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry for the mispronunciation there. All right, next we have Misty Tamborelli, followed by Miriam Batar.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to introduce myself. I am looking to fill the vacancy for the Tenant Landlord Commission. I wish I was here on not so an emotionally charged night, so it'd be a little friendlier, but I want to commend you for your service. And just let you know, I've been a resident for 20 years here. I'm a Burbank mom. I'm a real estate broker. I have a degree in accounting, and I've done a tremendous amount of civil work, and this is just another duty and position I'd like to fulfill, and hopefully I can bring some good insight. Good luck tonight, and I know you'll do the best you can and what's in your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Miriam Batar, followed by Maha Batar.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Burbank City Council, my name is Mariam Batar, a proud Muslim Palestinian American. I'm a 10th grader at Burbank High School and serve as the vice president of the associated student body of my class. I'm here today to urge to pass a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. The conflict in Gaza has led to immense suffering and loss. Every day, innocent lives are lost. As a city that values human rights and peace, Burbank must take a stand. Passing this resolution will show that we demand an immediate end to the violence and support efforts for peace and humanitarian aid. This is more than symbolic. It's a call for action for our leaders to pursue diplomatic solutions and address the root causes of the conflict. Let's be the voice for those who cannot speak and show that Burbank stands for compassion and justice. Please pass the ceasefire resolution and help us move towards a peaceful future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Maha Batar, followed by Majdi Batar. And just as a reminder, no one did anything wrong. As a reminder, folks, we do have the seat right here in the front row if you're next in the queue, if you want to just get closer. So we're going to hear from Maha, followed by Majdi.
Hi, my name is Maha Batar, and I'm a Palestinian American born and raised in the city of Burbank. I attended elementary, middle, and high school in Burbank. I now work as a quality engineer at a medical device company. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen, deeply troubled by the ongoing conflict in Gaza. We gather here not as representatives and residents of Burbank, but as members of a global community that values peace, justice, and the sanctity of human life. As a city that prides itself on its commitment to human rights and the welfare of all people, it is our moral duty to stand up and speak out against the violence and suffering. By passing a ceasefire resolution, we send a powerful message that we, the people of Burbank, demand an immediate end to the hostilities and renewed commitment to peace. Let us be the voice for the voiceless. By passing this resolution, we affirm our commitment to a world where conflicts are resolved through dialogue and cooperation rather than violence and wars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So next we have Majdi Batar, followed by Hovannes Tenoyan.
Hi, thank you for being in council. I was born, raised in Jerusalem. I came to this country as a student. I have beautiful 5 daughters. They all went to Burbank High, raised. All of them are engineers, pharmacists, and I am so proud to be a member of this community. I'm also the founder of Burbank Islamic Center. We are Muslims, we love peace, and we lived in Jerusalem, and the Jews used to live under our control for ages, years. We always took care of our brothers, the Jews and the Christians. I went to a Christian school, I want you guys to really get this resolution signed. It is for peace for everybody. Israel is a Zionist, racist country, and they don't give
Thank you for your comment.
They don't give us the freedom that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Hovannes Tenoyan, followed by, it's just one first name, Basma, B-A-S-M-A. And before you start, Hovannes, just want to call again. I'm still holding on to cards from Mike Lambeth and Patricia Tomaszewski. Hovannes, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, City Council members, hardworking staff, and fellow neighbors. I'm Hovannes Tenoyan, and this election I'm bringing my education in international human rights to be your next City Council member. I share my respect to all who appear today to express themselves in support of peace. Speaking to the ceasefire item, the Council has the flexibility and power to partner with nonprofits, representatives, and universities for federal advocacy at no cost to the city or to staff resources. Any decision today made on Burbank and on Israel and Gaza should be informed and with respect to peace for all our communities. Thank you all for your service, and I hope for safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Basma, followed by Bashar. Could we, can someone help her lower the mic, please? She's not that tall yet. Very soon. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Basma, and I'm calling for a ceasefire now because what's happening in Gaza, they do not deserve that they're getting bombed, killed, getting their legs chopped off, and their arms. And that is not fair for other people. And people keep on coming after them. And people think it's funny that they're getting bombed. And they are giving out food that are moldy. And that's not fair for people.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Bashar, followed by Marianne Yap, Y-A-P.
Good evening. My name is Bashar. I was born in West Bank. My brother-in-law is from Gaza. He lost his cousin, her husband, and their baby to Israeli bombing. Many of us here are grieving. Supporting this resolution shows Burbank stands against discrimination and for peace, human rights, and dignity. Our taxes fund military aid contributing to the Gaza genocide. We need to say it loud and clear, not in our names. Please pass this ceasefire resolution. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Marianne Yap, followed by Joy Collins. I think it says Brote. I may be incorrect, but Joy Collins hyphen Brote, I believe. All right, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I am Marianne Yap, Burbank resident of cumulative 27 years. I attended Disney, now Dolores Huerta, and John Burroughs with teachings at home and public schools, our public schools, and from fellow neighbors as well as community members to respect all the different cultures we have here in our city. I agree and firmly believe everyone should be able to live in dignity, freedom, and equality without fear or destruction. With that said, pulled from attachment 3 of agenda item 7, we must call to pass a ceasefire resolution. Please, what is going on with the continued attack in Gaza is sorrowful, and my heart mourns multiple times a day at the state of Gaza and its residents, majority Palestinian. Let us prevent further loss of lives. We value our lives here in this town. Let us extend that to those in Gaza. Call for immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Thank you for your comment.
So much.
So next we have Joy Collins Brote. Okay, and then Leslie Vallis.
You got it right. A+.
All right. That's the only time that's going to happen tonight.
Congratulations. I'm glad I didn't put my middle name in there. You would have failed. Good evening, members of City Council and friends. My name is Joy Collins Road. I am an African-American woman. I've been a Burbank resident in this beautiful city of Burbank going on 16 years. I am a California native. We are calling on our City Council to take action and pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7. My father is an immigrant from Nigeria and always taught me and my siblings to stand up for what is right, to speak up on behalf of the oppressed and the vulnerable. I have done advocacy work for the last 10 years, and I am advocating on this dire issue. For the last 10 months, I, along with millions and millions of others, have watched the live massacre of my Palestinian brothers and sisters, children, women, and men. I have seen things that haunt me at night that I will remember for the rest of my life. I find myself in a humble place tonight to call on the Burbank City Council to stand up for the people of Palestine now. I mentioned my father in the beginning. It will be his 76th birthday tomorrow. So I'm asking you again, to protect the people of Palestine. If you don't want to do it for them, then do it for my dad.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Leslie Valles, followed by Raida Hamida.
Good evening, members of Burbank City Council. My name is Leslie Velez, and I am a member of the Latino and Muslim Unity Organization. I'm a proud Mexica. I'm here in solidarity with my Palestinian brothers and sisters to support and ask the city of Burbank to do the bare minimum, to pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment 3, number 3 on agenda item number 7, which was passed in multiple cities. I will now play a short audio clip from my brother in Palestine. I was there also in Palestine.
These people live in hell before 16 years. These people live in the big jail on the earth. Almost 2 million people live in big jail.
Imagine the city of Burbank, as my brother describes his home, Palestine, the biggest jail on earth. No one would ever want that for this city or any other place in the world. Now ask yourself a question.
Thank you for your comment.
Why is it necessary for Palestinians to be
Thank you for your comment.
situations of extreme tragedy?
Leslie, thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. We hear you. Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Folks, this is going to be my first warning to the audience. I get this is an important issue. I get that it's emotional, but we have a lot of callers and the phone lines are crashing because we have that many callers. We're going to be here till midnight before we even start discussing it. So please, to the extent you can, please comply with the time limits. Thank you. Next, we have Raida Hamida, followed by Maysa M. M-A-Y-S-A-A.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Try now. Ms. Clark, try now.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good evening, Burbank Council. My name is Raida Hamida. I just want to thank every single one of you for meeting with our coalition, Burbank for Palestine.
I was born in Burbank at St. Joseph Hospital, and I am a proud Palestinian. And I am calling for a ceasefire and acknowledging as a Palestinian that this is genocide. What is happening in Palestine, bombing 180,000 people, killing them because they're Palestinian, is genocide. We have organized and passed a ceasefire resolution over and over again, 15 cities in Southern California. This means 77 council members have supported an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We are asking you to be one of those cities, and since today is the 16th of July, we ask that this pass as the 16th city supporting a ceasefire. Pass attachment 3 on agenda 7, ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Mesa M, followed by Ronald. Oh, and I'm sorry, Mesa, before you begin, I do have a brief note for callers, so bear with me one moment. If you're calling and you're already in the queue, you're fine. If you're calling and you can't get through on the phone line, we now have a backup phone line. So if you're listening to this and you'd like to make comment and you're not in the queue, please call 818-660-1717. That's 818-660-1717. Mesa, thank you. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Today I urge you to support the permanent ceasefire resolution, a measure that speaks to our shared humanity and moral responsibility. As a Palestinian mother, my heart is broken. Each day, Palestinian children face unimaginable horrors. They live amidst constant bombardment, bereft of safety, and stripped of their right to a peaceful childhood. Innocent lives are lost every day. Dreams are shattered, futures dimmed and erased. Over 16,000 Palestinian children have been killed. 21,000 children are accounted for. 17,000 are unaccompanied, and over 4,000 are buried beneath the rubble. Many have and will die alone without their mothers. These are not mere statistics. These are children with a name, a family, a favorite color, with a favorite animal, with dreams of their futures. By passing this resolution, Burbank can stand as a beacon of compassion and reason and join the call for a ceasefire demanding an end to the senseless loss of life. Together, we can stand for peace for the children of Palestine and for the preservation of our collective humanity.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ronald, followed by Canyon.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Ballesteros, and I'm a member of Burbank for Palestine and Runners for Justice in Palestine, Los Angeles. I came to urge the City Council to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3 on agenda number 7, which has been passed in multiple cities in Southern California. Free Palestine, end the occupation, and ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Canyon, followed by Joshua Martinez.
Hello, I'm here tonight to ask this council to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution with attachment number 3. I don't live in Burbank. I'm here visiting family who do, and I participate in the local economy. But there are no vacations, no rest, and no peace until there's a ceasefire in Gaza. It is my duty as an American, as a human, and as a future ancestor to do anything and everything I can to see a free Palestine. I benefit endlessly from the teachings of Palestinian people and their steadfastness. I owe it to my Palestinian loved ones to give all that I can for Gaza and for Palestine, and I believe that this council does too. Palestine is our ethical litmus test. Please pass this ceasefire resolution now and not the letter of support for Joe Biden. That's not what this is about, and that's not what has been asked for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joshua Martinez, followed by Faiz, or Faiz, I apologize. It's F-A-I-Z. Last name is Asari, A-U-S-A-R-I. So you'll be next in the queue. Joshua, whenever you're ready.
I am not from Burbank. I am from the beautiful city of Pasadena. Do you know when Pasadena passed their ceasefire resolution? 4 months ago. Do you want to guess how many kids have had their limbs amputated without anesthesia in those past 4 months? Their mothers destroyed, their fathers destroyed. Well, you don't want to be this far behind Pasadena. So what you can do is make a firm ceasefire resolution, attachment item 3 to item 7. Do not address the Joe Biden, whatever that thing is, because he is the culprit. He's the enabler. If he ordered the end of this, we wouldn't be here a long time ago. So please, we urge you to do the right thing. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Faiz Asari, followed by Rosalind Jones.
Good evening, Council. My name is Faiz Ansari. No worries.
Sorry.
I'm a recent resident of Burbank and the United States, actually. I moved here for work. I work as a software engineer in the entertainment industry. I am proud to be here. I do want to happily continue being a contributing member to the Burbank community. I am not okay with any support of my existence here as far as my tax dollars or anything of my contributions going towards the genocide happening in Gaza and Palestine. I ask that you pass Article 3 in item 7. Everyone here has already really mentioned everything you need to know, but it's just, I've seen the devastation that the foreign policy of this government, federally, locally, has had, not just in my own country, but in Palestine throughout my entire life. It's not okay.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Next, we have Rosalind Jones, followed by Michelle Minot.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rosalind, and I'd like to use my time to speak about our Palestinian relative, Hind Rajab. Hind was just 6 years old when she was murdered by the Israeli army. She was in a car with her family, which was hit at close range by a shell from an Israeli tank. Hind survived the initial attack and remained in the car on the phone, begging for help, surrounded by her dead relatives. She died alone after bleeding out in the car, and she was just 6 years old. We know now that the conservative estimate of Palestinians killed by Israel could be 186,000, a large portion of which are children. Maternity wards, cancer wards, schools, and refugee camps have been bombed by Israel. I urge you, council members, to remember your humanity, our most precious gift, and to do everything in your power to stop the genocide of Palestinians. I implore this council to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment 3, on agenda item 7, as your actions have huge...
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Michelle Minot, or Manu, followed by Linda Granero. And I'm pretty sure I mispronounced your last name.
It's probably my handwriting. It's Michelle Manos.
All right, Michelle, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Manos. I'm here to say that all politics is local. An international emergency such as a genocide is absolutely the business of local city councils, and please do not let anyone tell you otherwise. It is the duty of local officials to carry the voices of the people as high as possible. As more and more cities pass ceasefire resolutions, many of them having passed the exact language that's in attachment 3, I am proud to be a Californian on the side of justice. And I'm proud to be watching city after city create a groundswell of voices on the side of a ceasefire. As a previous speaker said, you don't want to be any farther behind the cities on the side of justice than you already are in Burbank. So I urge you today to pass attachment 3 and no other items before you on this issue, and ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Linda Granero, followed by Reem Yassin. First name is spelled R-E-E-M.
Good evening, council members. My name is Linda Granero, and I've been a resident in Burbank for 8 years. I'm here to request and ask and beg for stronger protections for renters and for the ceasefire. I wanted to let you know that, we have received, I've been a resident here in Burbank for 8 years, but in 2023 we received a 60-day no-fault eviction, and ever since then our lives have been turned upside down. We have fought in every possible way, and we have asked the council for stronger protections for tenants. I have stood before this council to let you know how these abusive practices have impacted our lives, and I'm here again asking for stronger protections for tenants. As much as we have fought, tenants continue to be subjects of abuse by landlords who look to squeeze every penny out of us. Every day we face new attacks, and we know that if council doesn't implement better protections, we will be priced out. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Reem Yassin, followed by Tracy Greer.
Good evening, council members. My name is Reem. I urge Burbank to support a permanent ceasefire resolution regarding Attachment 3, Item 7. As an Iraqi American Christian, my heart breaks every day for the Palestinian people. What would Jewish Palestinian Jesus do? He would wholeheartedly condemn these atrocities. The Gaza genocide is an urgent humanitarian crisis that requires Burbank's immediate attention. After enduring 76 years of brutal occupation and in an apartheid system imposed by the Israeli government, the people of Gaza now facing ethnic cleansing, famine, and let's call it for what it is, a genocide. The U.S. citizens and residents, our tax contributions fund this crisis, hence imparting upon us a direct responsibility to refrain from financing and supporting Israel's continuing pursuits from the crime of all crimes, genocide. As global citizens, it remains our moral imperative to consistently advocate for peace and justice in the world. I implore Burbank to listen to your community, listen to your constituents.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Genocide and collaboration.
Next, we have Tracy Greer, followed by Kate Cundiff.
Good evening. I stand here again, a proud first-generation Syrian Palestinian Christian, the daughter and granddaughter of Nakba survivors, to tell you this all did not start on October 7. It's been 76 years since the Nakba, 283 days or 9 months since this genocide started. Over 200,000 Palestinians have been bombed and murdered in schools, hospitals, and in tents, and over 2 million are displaced, being starved and traumatized. How many more innocent Palestinians must suffer before you call this what it is, a genocide? I urge you to please finally call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine, attachment number 3. We are tired and broken from seeing so many atrocities happening to our people, but we won't stop until Palestine is free from the river to the sea, always and forever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Kate Cundiff, followed by Michelle Madrigal.
Good evening, council and staff. The updated Just Cause ordinance continues to leave out about 30% of renters in Burbank, roughly 18,000 people. Universal Just Cause has no conflict with Costa-Hawkins and must be enacted. Some of the cities in Los Angeles County that have already enacted Universal Just Cause and/or closed the rent eviction loophole are Alhambra, Baldwin Park, Bell Gardens, Beverly Hills, Cudahy, Culver City, Glendale, Inglewood, Long Beach, Los Angeles, Maywood, Pasadena, Pomona, Santa Monica, South Pasadena, West Hollywood, and unincorporated Los Angeles County. A copy of each of those cities' ordinance has been emailed to you. I strongly suggest staff and council look through them as inspiration to stop leaving Burbank residents vulnerable. A copy of BTU's Just Cause from our RSO has also been left with Ms. Clark. In front of you is a questionnaire where tenants shared their personal experience with no-fault evictions in Burbank. When making decisions on the ordinance, remember the people on the other side of that 60-day notice whose lives have just been thrown into trauma and chaos. Do the right thing and protect all tenants.
Thank you for your comment. Just as a reminder, if you're listening in and you'd like to give public comment by phone, again, the number which is now displayed on the bottom of your screen is 818-660-1717. Next, we're going to hear from Michelle, followed by Yasmin Khan.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for your service, especially on a night like this where it's very intense. I'm getting quite an education as a teacher. This is very, very good for me to hear. I'm here regarding the tenant landlord issue. My name is Michelle Madrigal. I live with my wife, Sandy Leon, and we live in Burbank. We've been here for about 15 years, and I'm a renter. I was a renter, and now I'm an owner. I've been an owner for a while. At one point, I guess you would consider me a mom and pop owner. At one point, I needed to leave my residence for my daughter. We moved into an apartment, and we rented out our unit. When we needed to return, our tenant was really upset. We were very, very good to our tenant. We had to pay.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry, I know, minute goes quick.
Next time.
Thank you. Next we have Yasmin Khan, followed by Ron Wisgen, if I'm saying that correctly.
Good evening. I'm Esma Ali. Yasmin Khan, my friend, is right there. She asked me to speak on her behalf, if that's okay.
I'll allow you to do so, but when you're done, if you can fill out one of these yellow cards,
already
just so
did.
you did.
And I'm down the road, so she asked me to speak now.
Oh, got it. You are, sorry, your name one more time?
Esma Ali.
Okay, yep, I have you. Okay,
Great.
right
What
here.
I wanted to say was, well, October 7th happened, and Israel has the right to defend herself. That's the rhetoric I've been hearing all over. And Hamas is the culprit. Well, Hamas just started in 1987, sir. They were not around for eons. This occupation has been around for eons, sir, at least 70 years plus. So what we all need to keep in mind that if not Hamas, someone else, it was just would have retaliated. If your city, if your whole place, if your whole country is being oppressed and dumped, and you're being dumped out of your own house, and then you, for fighting back for your house, you're the terrorist, sir. This is what the situation is. So please consider a ceasefire, put an end to the madness. We all have the right to defend ourselves, and Israel certainly does. But does Israel have the right in this case? No. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Ron Wisgen, followed by Tanya Dixon.
Good evening. On behalf of the 1,400 Jews that were, I was in charge of the video footage for the Israel sector here, and I've seen the most crucial atrocities ever. And on behalf of the Holocaust survivors, never again, never again, never again. As they make us forget the Holocaust, all these 70, 80 years, they're trying to do it again. They're talking about their people, their people. I've seen women with their wombs opened and the baby taken out and shot in the head. I've seen people being poked with their eyes out. I've seen being sodomized, kids put in ovens. This is Hamas filming the footage. Don't forget the 6 million Jews that were turned, including my uncle, 89 years old, who died in my arm in October 17, 2020, who's a Holocaust survivor. Families turned into soap. Don't forget all the atrocities on Jews in 1987. Where are they getting all these numbers? These numbers are ridiculous. The health ministry of Gaza is Hamas. These numbers are fake. The schools are bombed.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Next we have Tanya Dixon, followed by Esty Chandler. First name is spelled E-S-T.
Good evening. I'm standing here as one of your longtime Burbank citizens. I've been in the same rental dwelling for 19 years, paying my rent on time, being a good tenant. Friday night, I was served with one of those 60-day terminations from a new owner of the building who paid cash, and 2 weeks later, after escrow, after saying they weren't going to have any of us move out, served us with that. We are not entitled, allegedly, to a relocation fee unless we're out in 45 days. Well, for some of us like me, I've just been diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. Next week, I have to have a piece of metal put in my brain and recuperate from that for who knows how long. That's my truth. That's my situation. How am I supposed to move? I have no one to help me, nowhere to go, and I'm starting to feel, after loving this city for 19 years, being a prominent citizen with charity, a union working member in this town, there's nobody protecting me. There's nobody protecting me.
Thank you for your comment. Next we have Esty Chandler, followed by Jackie Cherry.
As my rabbi wrote, ceasefire resolutions are more than symbolic exercises. They recognize that we as community members have personal and civic stakes in events that take place around the world, and that the ongoing violence in the Middle East is confronting us all with the most critical moral challenge of our lifetimes. I believe in the lived reality of never again for everyone. all people living freely with safety, equality, and self-determination. According to the World Health Organization, quote, the population of Gaza is starving to death, end quote. This is a genocide. Nothing could be more Jewish than asking you to join a nationwide effort to save every human life possible by passing a resolution, attachment 3 of item 7, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. History has her eyes on all of us. We will all be confronted with the question of what we did to stop a genocide and when we did it.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. As a reminder to folks that are hoping to give comment by phone, if you haven't already, please call 818-660-1717. I have Jackie Cherry, followed by Lindsay Katai.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to support Attachment 3 on Agenda Item 7, a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As a Burbank resident, it is imperative to me that my city urges our state and national officials to stop backing this genocide. Change does not start at the top. It starts with meetings like this and people like you. Your constituents have shown up week after week, month after month to express how important this resolution is to them. I urge you to represent them by bringing this to a vote. We will not stop attending these meetings if the letter of support for the President's proposal is signed. We will continue to call for the ceasefire resolution to be brought to a vote. I encourage you not to hide behind a tepid letter backing an administration with blood on its hands. Bring Attachment 3 to a vote. Show us we have been heard. Show us who you are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I have Lindsay Katai, and then I just want to do a final call here for Mike Lambeth or Patricia Tomaszewski. So if you submitted a card for general public comment and you've been waiting for me to call it, you're probably one of these two right here. With that, Lindsay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lindsay Katai. I am a resident of Burbank, a mother to a 2-year-old who will someday be in the Burbank public school system, and a member of the Animation Guild. So when I work, I also usually work in Burbank. I urge this council to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution as written in Attachment 3, Agenda Item 7. While Hamas's actions on October 7, 2023 were horrific, it does not justify what Israel is doing in Gaza. What Israel is doing in Gaza is mass murder and torture of innocent civilians. Hamas is an idea. War cannot kill an idea, and Israel knows this. War doesn't make Israelis safer, and it doesn't make Americans safer. I always thought, never again. Never again for anyone. Yet almost 40,000 people have been killed by weapons and another 500,000 stand to die of famine. I do not support our tax dollars paying for this war. I beg the City Council to pass Attachment 3. And also, side note, I also ask for stronger tenant protections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other public commenters for this period? Seeing none, I want to thank everyone in person for your patience and working with the process tonight. We are just at the start of this. We're now going to go to the phone, so bear with me. Feel free to use the bathroom if you need to. It's going to be a little bit. We have completed in-person general public comment and will now be moving on to call-in public comment. For all of our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your television or your computer and take your phone off of speaker setting when you deliver public comment so that there's no feedback and that we can all hear you clearly. Madam City Clerk, I'm pretty sure I know the answer. Do we have any callers on the line for public comment? Your mic's not on.
Oh, we have a little bit more than 30 right now.
Okay, so let's send the first one through.
Our next caller is Anne Marie Kinney.
Hi, Anne. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Anne Marie Kinney. I'm a Burbank resident and mother of children in Burbank Public Schools, and I'm here to express support for a ceasefire resolution. I'm asking the city to follow the lead of other cities across LA County that have heeded the call from working families to demand that our federal tax dollars go into building our communities and not into the further decimation of Gaza. The federal government must stop funding this genocide, and our city must stand up and make its voice heard in the form of a ceasefire resolution today. Thank you.
Our next caller is Stuart Sigmund.
Hi, Stuart. You're on with council.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there today. I had a family obligation out of town. My name is Stuart Sigmund. I have applied for one of the vacancies with the Board of Library Trustees. I've been a homeowner and resident of Burbank for 11 years. I've been a frequent user of the library. I'm an author. I'm an academic, soon to be retired. I've worked as a college vice president who supervised libraries at 3 institutions. I've also been a volunteer to several library boards in the past in other cities where I've lived, and also several literacy councils. I thank you very much for considering my application to the Board of Library Trustees. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call.
Our next caller is Gigi Uriel.
Hi, yes. I'm calling to advocate for stronger tenant protections in Burbank, particularly focusing on safeguarding our senior residents and our families with school-aged children who go unheard in these public meetings. Housing stability is crucial for the well-being and academic success of children, and I urge you to consider including provisions in our local ordinance to prevent student displacement. Implementing these protections in Burbank will demonstrate our community's commitment in supporting vulnerable seniors and our families facing displacement due to no-fault renovation evictions. These policies can ensure that residents of all ages have the opportunity to thrive in a stable home environment. Thank you for considering these crucial additions to our tenant protection policy.
Thank you for your call, Gigi.
The next caller is Daisy Sim.
Hi, Daisy. You're on with City Council.
Pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7, or lose a lot of our votes tonight. We have been working with y'all on this resolution since March, with many of us holding weekly rallies, begging for our local government officials to pass this ceasefire resolution. This resolution has been passed in multiple cities throughout California. What's holding y'all back? By the way, the letter of support to Joe Biden spits in the face of the ceasefire resolution when Joe Biden is the financial co-conspirator of Israel's war crimes. The letter of support is just a political stunt for Genocide Joe's re-election. It does nothing for Palestinians when a ceasefire will. Ceasefire now. Also pass better tenant protections. I yield my time.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Manny Burgum.
Manny, you're on with City Council.
Hi, Burbank Jewish resident and parent here. Every week on Olive Avenue, the Burbank for Palestine group takes to the streets with chants like, Yemen, Yemen, you make us proud, because Yemen's a country that eliminated the presence of its Jewish population. And they similarly call out for the elimination of a Jewish presence between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean, chanting, we want all of 48, so they don't want no Jew states, and Israel, Israel, go to hell. All this on the streets of Burbank. And yes, they often have a couple of their Jewish best friends along to validate their rhetorical attacks on the world's largest Jewish population. Look, nothing the Burbank City Council says or does tonight will have even a whisper of an effect on the course of events that play out in the Middle East. What you could end up doing, though, is encouraging the antagonism toward Jewish people and populations that has begun to percolate in Burbank schools as it has on Burbank streets. Please, Burbank City Council, do not suggest to the world and to our community that anti-Semitic
Thank you. That's your time.
hostility
Thank you for your
accepted
call. That's your time.
The next caller is Aram Pirjanian.
Hi, Aram. You're on with Burbank City Council.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, and pardon the speed. My name is Aram Pirjanian, and as a common-sense objector of genocide, which is not a complex issue with perspectives, I want to echo support for Attachment 3 and only 3 for Agenda Item 7. When we talk about a ceasefire, it's so children and what's left of Khan Yunis, Rafah, Gaza City, like the awesome kids that spoke at the beginning of this meeting, can be ambassadors to their sister city in Korea. We are desperate for any mundane reports from the children of Palestine, desperate to replace the reports we have been seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, smelling for the last 9 months. I have seen more brain matter ooze from the skulls of children than anyone should, their bodies limp in the arms of their loved ones. We have seen occupation soldiers gleefully hunt children for sport by quadcopter, by drone, and and the latest just today by mortar attacks on a beach. We have heard the desperate shrieks of a 6-year-old girl calling the Red Crescent suddenly silenced by hundreds of rounds of machine gun fire. This resolution is too little but not too late. I hope you will continue to stand for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Lindsay Collins.
Hi, Lindsay. You're on with Burbank City Council.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Collins, and I am a proud anti-Zionist Jew, historian, mother, sister, wife, and a lifeguard with American Red Cross for 17 years. I'm a member of the Jewish Voice for Peace, and if not now, I'm asking the city to pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3, on agenda item number 7, which has been passed in multiple cities. Over the last 10 months and 75 years, we bear witness to the genocide of the Palestinian people. Over the last 10 months, I have experienced the most anti-Semitism in my life from my fellow Jews and even from my own family members who have attempted to erase my Jewish identity for supporting a ceasefire in Palestine and an end to the occupation, genocide, and apartheid. We must dissolve the idea that Jewish protection could ever stem from another people's massacre. It is impossible. What will it take? How many bodies is enough to grant the people of Palestine humanity? Permanent ceasefire now, free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Folks, before we go to our next caller, this is a PSA, if you will, for those of you who are here in person for the remainder of the meeting. If you need interpreter services, again, we're offering services in Spanish and Armenian. Please see one of our 2 interpreters. If nobody requests services of them by 8:25 p.m., that's a little more than 10 minutes from now, I am letting them go home. So if you need interpretive services, please see them in the next 10 minutes or so. With that, Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Dennis.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm a Jewish resident with my wife in Burbank. I have to say, for the first time in my life, I feel unsafe. I hear the comments and the mistruths coming through this evening, and that is why I didn't attend the meeting in person. We are tired, we are scared, and the Jewish community is frankly feeling very disillusioned by what is going on. We ask you not to pass any ceasefire resolution. Let's get together with the community, with the whole community, and not just an interest group that is organized, calling in to pass these ceasefire resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
This caller.
Hello.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm a longtime Burbank resident with kids in the Burbank Unified. I wanted to be there tonight in person, but I'm afraid and have growing concern of the radicalization of the ceasefire crowd. It is not the job of local city council to weigh in on complicated foreign affairs. I reviewed Appendix 3 and was appalled and embarrassed that such a document could be publicly available for people to think this represents our city. Beyond it being factually wrong, including saying that there are more people living with catastrophic famine than actually live in the Gaza Strip, it also calls for a one-sided ceasefire, where everything is on Israel and the U.S. and none of the responsibility is on Hamas, the terror group that started the war with Israel. We don't need a one-sided ceasefire. We need peace. We, with both sides, recognizing the other's right to exist. Following the assassination attempt on Trump this weekend, we must avoid falsely accusatory and hostile rhetoric and be civil. We cannot let the pressure from a small but loud, intimidating, and uninformed...
Thank you for your comment. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Timothy Jones.
Hi, Timothy. You're on with the council.
I'd like to thank the council for bringing Attachment 3 for a ceasefire to a vote. My name is Timothy. As you know, I'm calling to demand that the council pass Attachment 3 in support of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza to help bring an end to this genocide. Supporting this call is an uncomplicated decision to support peace and healing over death and suffering. I'm not going to insult your intelligence by pretending that you can't understand what's happening. Any of you who ignore this with claims of wanting to focus on issues at home are pushing aside the clear fact that this genocide has an impact at home, as I and many others have been forced to watch as our money is used to build and transport bombs and bullets.
Timothy, if you're there, we can hear you, kind of. Do we lose him? All right, Timothy. If you call back in, you might have a few seconds remaining. You're welcome to do that. Well, that happened too. Next caller, please. Ms. Clark, are we having issues with the system right now? Why don't we take a 5-minute recess so IT can address the issue, and we'll proceed with public comment via phone. We are now in recess. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. Before we resume telephonic public comment, I just want to make a quick programming note. We apologize for the technical issues that we ran into. If you are currently in the queue, we're going to resume calls momentarily. If you are in the queue and have since been bumped, we apologize for the inconvenience. You can join and rejoin the queue right now. So please call the number here listed on your screen, 818-660-1717. All right, with that, Ms. Clark, are we ready to go? Okay. All right. For a hope and a prayer, let's bring our first caller in.
The next caller is Gabriella Ambrose.
Gabriella, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I am calling in today to urge you all to vote in favor of attachment number 3 on the agenda item number 7 regarding an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We have come to you with this explicit language for months now, as it mirrors many of the other resolutions that have already been passed around LA County and beyond. Attachment number 3 represents the work and voices of Jews like myself, Palestinians, and many others residing in Burbank. It recognizes the humanity of Palestinians and their ongoing suffering. There is no greater show of peace than a permanent ceasefire. No peace can be achieved amidst this violence. We will remain steadfast in our demands and will continue to fight for the rights of Palestinians. I urge you all to vote yes on attachment number 3 and no on all other attachments, as well as no on a letter of support for Biden. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Lillian Bitter.
Lillian, you're on with the City Council. Let's see if we can hear you. Lillian, can you hear me? I'm going to assume those beeps and whizzing noises were not Lillian. Are we having the technical issue there again, Ms. Clark? Okay. Do you need additional time to work through it? All right, folks, we're not going to take a recess just yet, but if you can just give me a minute to consult with Ms. Clark. All right, folks, we're going to give it just another minute to see if we can push the next call through. Ms. Clark, if we can't get that done, we're going to take a short recess so I can consult with the city attorney on the matter. Okay, folks, we are going to press on. Before we take our next caller, if you are on the phone line, What is being reported is that you may hear static noise. If you're hearing static noise, that means that you won't be able to hear me introduce you, and we won't be able to hear you. If that happens, please end your call and call back. I will also, for the sake of time, if anyone is on the phones but lives in Burbank and would like to come down and give in-person public comment, we have maybe the next 20 minutes or so we can allow that, so you can also come in as well. But we're going to keep trying the phone lines for a little bit more. Ms. Clark, you ready to buckle up and ride? Let's do it. Next caller.
The next caller is Bill Benson.
Bill, you're on with the council. All right, if it's not working, next caller. We're going to try this 5 times. IT department, if that doesn't work, we're going to take a recess.
The next caller is Jackie Waltman.
Jackie, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and City Council members. I'm calling in to ask you for your support in reappointing me to the Civil Service Commission. I've been serving there for about 12 years, and I think that my longevity there has provided stability to that commission, and hopefully you will see that I should be there some more. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for your comment, Jackie. Thanks for your patience, too. Next caller, please.
The next caller is John Giroux.
John, you're on with the council.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Schultz and Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney. Thank you very much. As indicated in the past, there's approximately 3 million square feet of vacant office space in Burbank. And it's unfortunate because Burbank is a terrific town. It's the media capital of the world, 2 major freeways, major regional airport, medical center, great companies and businesses, and above all, beautiful population. Bring business to our great city. Do more marketing. Reach out not only statewide, but intrastate and international. Do your best to make Burbank a viable, progressive town. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Lillian Bitar.
Lillian, you're on with the council.
Good evening. I'm calling to ask the council to pass the ceasefire resolution, specifically attachment 3, item 7. Everyone has spoken so eloquently on this. I just want to say it's really not a complicated issue. It's about human rights. It's about doing the right thing. It's about living in your values. And either we are all equal and deserving of love and dignity and respect on this earth, or you're on the side of genocide. I think that's a pretty simple choice. And I would like to say, as a Palestinian American, it is the worst thing not to be seen, not to be given your dignity. Don't let that happen for the children of Gaza. We need to be a voice for them. We need to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Esther Frank.
Esther, you're on with the city council.
Hi, my name is Esther. I've been a resident of Burbank for 5 years. As a local Jewish resident, I am reaching out to respectfully urge you not to adopt a ceasefire resolution. Our country is so divided right now. Our former president was just had an assassination attempt. And it's time for unity, not to support divisive resolutions that only further tear our country and this city apart. I have 2 children in the Burbank school districts. My youngest one worries about wearing her Jewish star for fear of being hate crimed. My oldest was told by a boy on a group FaceTime that he hopes that she burns in an oven. And then on the school grounds, she was physically attacked. We've seen violence breaking out in Los Angeles, on UCLA, in Pico Robertson. Ceasefire resolutions fan the flames of anti-Semitism because such resolutions do not allow nuanced discussion, but offer a black and white paradigm to a complex issue and ultimately have no meaningful impact. Instead of this resolution, we should be focusing on bringing unity and opportunities for our leaders to lead discussions
Thank you for your comment.
that allow a greater discourse and
Thank you very
understanding.
much for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Bonnie Bluestein.
Bonnie, you're on with the council.
Thank you. I'm speaking for Attachment 3 and only Attachment 3 on agenda item number 7. I was raised to believe that Jewish values were fighting for justice, equality, and humanity. I was raised to believe that never again means never again for anyone. And so right now that means for a start, an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the deliberate starvation of our family members who live there. People have spoken eloquently. I just want to add that while Gaza is bombed into rubble and starved and traumatized, huge numbers of young Jewish reservists are returning also traumatized and with PTSD. Israeli youth, too, need a ceasefire. Again, this war did not start on October 7th. It must end now, and we must prepare to build a new world on the physical and moral rubble of the old. Thank you very much.
Hello.
The next caller is Amelia Hall.
Hello, my name is Amelia Hall. I am a longtime resident and mother. I'm calling in support of attachment number 3 under item 7. This ceasefire resolution is endorsed by Jewish Voice for Peace, an organization of which I'm a very proud member of. This is not a complex international issue. It's a very simple domestic one. It's our tax dollars, and we must act now to save lives, both Palestinian and Israeli. Prior to October 7th, Israel was already in violation of international law. Gaza was under an illegal blockade, and they were annexing lands in the West Bank. Palestinians in the West Bank live in an apartheid state. They have different court systems, different license plates. They can't even walk on the same sidewalks as Jewish people in the West Bank. And we are funding this. We need a resolution that will bring a diplomatic end to this horrific genocide, a rebuilding of Gaza, and an ending of the apartheid to save lives and support peace. Thank you very much for your consideration, and please, permanent ceasefire now, diplomatic solution.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Corey Scheiber.
Hi, Corey. You're on with the City Council.
Hi. Thank you so much for listening to my comment. I am a Jewish woman, a business owner, a homeowner, a voter for over 25 years. My husband's family was killed in the Holocaust, and I'd like to talk about the hostages that are still being held, including the Americans. I'd like to talk about, I would like to ask that you don't vote yes on item number 7, section 3 especially. It does not bring peace to Israel or to Palestine. It's very unfair, and it puts the Jews in Burbank in severe danger. I ask that you don't side with all the cities who've already done it, and you take the time and you think about October 7th, which started this war, when there was a ceasefire, and you follow what Biden says, and you think about your community. Burbank does not want this. A lot of these comments tonight are talking about from the river to the sea. That means no Israel, no Jews. That's not peaceful. That's not fair. Please stand with the Jewish people in the community and take our lives seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Chelsea.
Hi, Chelsea. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, City Council. I hope you're doing well tonight. I just wanted to share that today the number of killed Palestinians reaches over 28,091, with over 11,000 of those lives lost being children. Over 60% of their population is children. We see on the news, after there's bombings and killings, there's really quick, by Israel, there's really quick ways to clear up the land. It's almost really scary that is just happening right before our eyes in present day. And so I just call upon you all to support the immediate and permanent ceasefire just for the sake of the children and the families that are being hurt and bombed there in comparison to Israel. So I just call tonight for your support of ceasefire resolution attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Lorena. Yes.
Lorena, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling to implore that City Council pass a permanent ceasefire resolution. The ongoing genocide has been carrying on for far too long. It is clear that many of your constituents understand this as well. And I just want to state that this is not some, conspiracy or any evil alliance. Quite the opposite. This issue has brought many people from all walks of life and different backgrounds together to support our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Therefore, I hope everyone understands that we will not and cannot stop until a ceasefire resolution is passed. Also, please support a better rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Katrin Snodgrass.
Katrin, you're on with the council.
Hello, City Council. I'm a 10-year Burbank resident and an Animation Guild member. My union already called for a ceasefire. Burbank should do the same. I am calling you to take action and pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, Attachment 3, on agenda number 7. Peace is not complex. Saying this is a complex issue is a dog whistle used to justify atrocious acts of genocide to erase the Palestinian people. Palestinians are second-class citizens in their own country. Israel operates as an apartheid regime, just like South Africa did until 1990. International pressure and sanctions helped the apartheid regime in South Africa. Helped end the apartheid regime in South Africa. We can be a part of that international pressure today in Israel and end the apartheid regime. Put Burbank on the right side of history now. Stop this genocide. Do the right thing and call for a ceasefire. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. Means Palestinians will have equal rights. If you are against this, then you are probably just racist against Palestinians. Thank you, and have a great night, everyone.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Narit.
Narit, you're on with the City Council.
Hello. I urge you not to vote on the ceasefire resolution. We all want peace in the Middle East. Unfortunately, Israel does not have a true partner for peace. What the other side really wants is all of Israel, not a state alongside Israel. That's what From the River to the Sea truly means. I hope you noticed that several of the audience members who spoke here today were wearing shirts depicting an image of the State of Israel in the colors of the Palestinian flag. Not a very subtle hint, huh? The truth is that Israel is fighting a war for its existence, for its survival. This is not a genocide. If the war ends prematurely and Hamas is left standing on its feet, there will for sure be another October 7th, and another, and another. Hamas has not been shy about stating that. Hamas must not be left on its feet. If you want the war to stop, the address for this is Hamas. Raise up your voices against Hamas. For a true ceasefire, all Hamas needs to do is release the 120 hostages and surrender. Hamas does not care about the people of Gaza.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Nass.
Nass, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Naz, and I'm appalled by the comments on how complex this genocide is. As a war refugee and genocide survivor from Bosnia, allow me to simplify. What we're seeing is much worse than what happened to us. There's nothing complex about dropping 4.5 times the atomic bomb on an area the size of Heathrow Airport where half the population is under 18 years old. If Hamas is hiding underground in tunnels, then why are we carpet bombing babies in tents? None of the oppression, apartheid, and injustice seem to justify October 7th, but October 7th is accepted as justification for this sadistic revenge murder spree that you call a war. Saying local councils shouldn't get involved in international matters is the most privileged, detached, and tone-deaf position one can have. You can request us not to care about international matters when you pull your troops out of every corner of the world and stop sending bombs with my taxes to make a profit for the 1%. A letter of support is a cowardly attempt to placate us. We won't quit. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Gina Segal.
Gina, you're on with the City Council.
My name is Gina Siegel, and I'm a Jewish mother, resident, and homeowner in Burbank. I started my catering business out of Burbank Temple Emmanuel's Kitchen and instantly fell in love with the small-town feel of Burbank. We did, however, send our kids to a Jewish day school because we want them to be proud of who they are and learn their ancestral history. knowing that we would eventually send them to the great schools that Burbank has to offer. My daughter is a year away from entering high school in Burbank, which should be exciting, except now there is fear. I'm hearing people demanding a ceasefire, yelling intifada and cursing Zionism. I have been told we have nothing against Jews, it's just the Zionists. That's the equivalent of saying I have nothing against black people, I'm just not for the civil rights movement. But fine, everyone is entitled to their personal opinions. Personal opinions. The city of Burbank standing for a ceasefire won't change the war in Israel and Gaza. It'll only make our kids targets for anti-Semitism. I firmly believe Burbank should reject the stand for ceasefire now and focus on the real work the local government is intended.
That's your time. Thank
you.
you very much for your comment. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Angeli Barrios.
Angeli, you're on with the council.
Thank you. I'm a college student and a worker in the city of Burbank. I call today to call for an unconditional ceasefire in the Middle East and the just cause eviction, but I can only talk about one today. Some said that the death toll numbers are exaggerated, but the verified numbers, 30,000 dead, are totally out of date because journalists are routinely being killed and silenced by the IDF, Israel Defense Forces. And every accusation the oppressed Israeli government makes is a confession of its own crime. Human shields? Check. Rape? Check. Every war crime the IDF does is verifiable because the IDF soldiers can't stop themselves from reporting what they do, giddy smiles on their faces, and posting it to social media. Every harrowing story about the horrors of Palestine is just a small part of the literally century-long saga of Israeli occupation that did not start with October 7th. The answer isn't complicated. It just needs the historical context of colonial oppression. It's not an independent state. It's a puppet for the U.S. This pattern of repression is the same as the ones that we committed.
That's your time.
In the
Thank you for your comment.
War.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Huda Rashid.
Huda, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Council. I'm calling today to urge the Council to pass a resolution calling for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. Recently, The Lancet published a study warning that the death toll from the ongoing genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid in Gaza could exceed 186,000. To put that into perspective, Burbank's population is around 105,000. Imagine if every man, woman, and child in Burbank were murdered or lost to senseless violence. This staggering statistics underscores the urgent need for action. As a community that values peace and compassion, I believe Burbank can join other cities with passing a ceasefire resolution and send a powerful message of solidarity and hope for a peaceful future. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Ramsey Judah.
Ramsey, you're on with the council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As a Palestinian, I can't thank the Council enough for considering a ceasefire resolution. This resolution will show a vote for human rights in the face of one of the most atrocious events in human history. Those wanting the genocide say this is not a local matter, but don't our taxes go to funding the Zionist colonial regime and its horrendous machinations on the native Palestinians? Do we not have weapons manufacturers in our county that send weapons of death while we watch their effects on our phones? Do we not have police forces who go to train with those committing this genocide? It doesn't get more local than that. And to those who keep invoking the Holocaust, you really need to ask yourselves how long Palestinians have to keep paying for the crime the Germans committed. One genocide does not justify another. And for future students in Burbank, they're going to be looking back at this terrible time in history and what their city council did. And I hope you shine in those history books by making the statement to the county and the world that we will not stand for a genocide, not in the past, the future, and especially not today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the council.
Hi, I want to ask housing staff, just wondering how much of the Burbank Tenants Union ordinance from April did you read? The ordinance you're proposing isn't sufficient to protect Burbank's renter majority. Do you have us renters in your best interest? I urge City Council to pass what the flimsy housing staff ordinance didn't have and finally close the rent eviction loophole through right to return and temporary relocation assistance. You know what happens when a person experiences just one health emergency or a family loss? Like the previous renter that spoke tonight, they are left with few options if their landlord chooses to use the no-fault eviction loopholes in Burbank so they can just get more money in their pockets. Have you noticed that when landlords speak, not housing providers, say they might suffer from these protections, it's almost never, I might become homeless. No, it's, I might have to sell and lose my passive income. So please, I beg you to listen to us renters when we say we need Burbank Tenants Union's ordinance that was proposed in April. Tenants need anti-harassment and anti-retaliation protection to protect themselves from landlords who are abusing these loopholes. Also,
that's your time. I'm sorry. That's your time. Thank you for calling. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Matthew.
Matthew, you're on with the council.
Hello, Burbank City Council. My name's Matthew, and I've been a renter in Burbank for 3 years and a member of the Animation Guild. I'm calling today to support the Tenant Protection Urgency Ordinance. As a renter in Burbank, and throughout the last year, we've been seeing increasing difficulty being able to rent in Burbank. People that I know and close individuals have been feeling a lot of pressure from our landlords, and as it's gotten so much harder to continue being in the city. Anti-harassment protections, relocation assistance, and no-fault eviction protections are essential to us. I'm also calling to support attachment number 3 for agenda item number 7 for the call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. The inability to support Palestinians in this humanitarian crisis is frankly unacceptable. Please, this is of the utmost importance, and I urge you once again to call for an immediate permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is John Fisher.
John, you're on with the council.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling because we need to close the renovation loophole. I'm one of the people who lost their housing a year ago, and legal actions are not available to us. The LLC that bought our building and kicked us all out no longer exists. And when we find that they didn't do the work that they kicked us out to do, such as updating outdated electrical panels that are a known fire hazard, we have no recourse because the LLC doesn't exist anymore. So we have no recourse for the fact that we were kicked out of our homes just to reset the rents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, John. Thanks for your patience, too. Next caller, please.
The next caller is anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm here to share that this is not a war. For the past 9 months, we have all been there witnessing a genocide happening in Gaza with over 40,000 Palestinians killed, tortured, and starved to death, all with our tax dollars. This number does not even reflect an accurate number due to the fact that many victims are still under the rubble. For the past 4 months, the Burbank community has showed up every week since March demanding an immediate ceasefire and making their voices heard. I urge you to listen to your constituents and vote on this resolution as written in attachment item 3 on agenda item 7. Your silence is complacency, and the city of Burbank has blood on their hands as each day goes by with no action. Follow the steps other cities have taken and call for an immediate ceasefire now. Free Palestine, long live Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jacob Flores.
Jacob, you're on with the council.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacob Flores, counselor at Burbank High School. I'm here to support President Biden's ceasefire plan, which involves 3 phases: an immediate stop to the fighting to allow humanitarian aid, followed by structured negotiations with a permanent ceasefire in place, and finally rebuilding Gaza with dignity. According to CNN this morning, CIA Director Bill Burns had indicated an increasing pressure within Hamas to accept the ceasefire, coupled with immense domestic pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to strike a deal that would bring home hostages held in Gaza. It is important to acknowledge the influence of far-right members of the Knesset, Israel's parliament, such as Itamar Ben-Gvir, whose hardline views stifle Israel's ability to negotiate in good faith, particularly when he's called President Biden's ceasefire plan a, quote, total defeat, or when his far-right factions have been sabotaging current negotiations with unrelated political elements that were not part of initial negotiations. With the possibility of Project 2025, the Trump campaign's aggressive rhetoric has been strongly anti-Palestinian, and this underscores the importance of acting now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Gary Brick.
Gary, you're on with the council.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm calling in regards to agenda item 7,
as I learned about this earlier today, and hopefully you're all able to see the email that I sent to council and Carbon to City Manager Hess. Obviously, the Middle East is a very tragic situation, and emotions are running high on both sides. Obviously, those supporting Palestine are calling for a resolution regarding Israel's retaliation after the brutal attack on October 7th. This meeting wouldn't be even happening if Hamas hadn't attacked Israel. I don't feel the city of Burbank should be addressing this. What's next? A resolution about the Ukrainian-Russian war? Russia started it, and Ukraine wants to finish it. Our elected officials need to deal with the city of Burbank issues only. Let the world leaders deal with this, and let them find a resolution for peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Aisha Cameron.
Aisha, you're on with the council.
Yes, hi, Council. Thank you for hearing us out. I very strongly urge you to vote for a ceasefire now. I do not understand the rhetoric on how that this is harmful for anyone. We have more than 40,000 children, women, men who have died, and I believe we are the kind of people in this day and age that would have stood up for, if we were there, if we were aware with the facts for the Holocaust, and this is what's happening right now in Gaza. I do not understand how it is counterproductive for anyone at all. Humanity deserves a chance. We deserve to give these children a chance for life. The trauma that the whole world is seeing daily, on a daily basis, is just not acceptable. Please, I urge you, and free Palestine. Thank you for your time, and I hope that humanity wins in the end of all of this.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Zain Hassan.
Zain, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Zain Hassan. Good evening, everyone, City Council, Mayor, everyone. I work in Burbank in a medical laboratory. I just want to put on record that we are into 10th month of genocide, and the council is well beyond late in listening to the demands of its constituents. You know the approximate children population of Burbank? It is between 90 to 21,000, and in last 10 months, the number of children killed in Palestine is 20,000. So just imagine, God forbid, if every child of Burbank was eliminated by this genocidal regime of Netanyahu. Also, I want to put on record when Palestinians say that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It means one democratic state for all Palestinian, Israeli, and the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, agnostic, and everyone. On the other hand, Bibi Netanyahu is on record saying that they want to kick out all Palestinians. They want to have a...
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you for calling in. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Aprilyn Kinnanen.
Hi, yes, we can hear you. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, City Council. I'm Aprilyn Kinnanen. I've been a resident of Burbank for more than 8 years to work in animation. I urge the council to consider tenant protections. I don't want to move out of Burbank, and I've considered it my home and wish to stay. Animation workers on a record high unemployment layoffs right now with a 30% hiring rate. Entertainment props the city up. We need protection from predatory practices of eviction right now more than ever. The Animation Guild has already made a statement, and I'm also calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire of Gaza. It's very apparent because of the pointed airstrikes at civilian areas like Rafah that Israel's goal isn't to stop until Palestinian culture and lives are gone. This is a genocide. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Adam.
Adam, you're on with the City Council.
Hello, I am a proud Burbank resident that is calling in solidarity of the Burbank Tenants Union. I am asking that you pass a stronger tenant protections and lower the rent cap and close the eviction loophole. Another day council and staff delay protections is another day someone is displaced or rent burdened. It is time to listen to the people that build the community we love and not the landlords that receive handouts from the tenants they exploit. Also, stop the ethnic cleansing, ceasefire, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please. And I saw those jazz hands over here. Keep it going.
The next caller is Victor Andrews.
Victor, you're on with the council.
I'm just another longtime Burbank resident and laid-off entertainment industry worker. Probably won't say anything that hasn't already been said regarding rent caps in Burbank, but rent is unsustainably high, and my rent goes up every year for the same shoebox, but it's my shoebox. I'm proud of it because it's in Burbank. I do want to emphasize my last large rent increase occurred while still waiting on a laundry list of unresolved maintenance issues some years after reporting. Landlords should be legally required to ensure they meet all their existing obligations before raising rent. But I will reiterate again, rents are already too high. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Hello.
The next caller is Noor Tabah.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Great. Thank you so much for hearing me. My father came from Damascus, Syria in the 80s to Kansas State University on a student visa. And during his oration speech class, he talked about the Palestinian struggle against the newly created state of Israel, not just for the Palestinians and how bad it's for them, but also for the Syrians and the Lebanese and the Jordanians and the Egyptians. Did it make a difference back then? Maybe not. They called him an anti-Semite, even though, may I remind the council and everyone else listening, we are Semitic people. I teach children in middle school around the nicest areas of California, Burbank, San Marino, Walnut, and I have to remind them to not joke about children dying, to remind them of the name Palestine that used to be used by Aristotle and Socrates and the greatest minds. Now they only think of Gaza. They don't know Palestine. I urge you to vote for ceasefire. Even if it doesn't make a difference, do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller, Cecilia Lopez.
Cecilia, you're on with the City Council.
Hello, good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, we can hear you.
Hi, I just wanted to call in to urge for the ceasefire resolution, attachment number 3 under Article 7. I myself, I'm not a resident of Burbank, but I also stand in support for the renters of Burbank because I don't believe that it should be anybody's business to profit off of people just needing somewhere to live. To add to this, I'd also like to reiterate that the numbers for the casualties in Palestine that have been martyred is 186,000, confirmed by one of the most prestigious research journals in the world. But this is not a complicated issue because nowhere in the world should we be voting for a genocide. And that does not mean that having an ethno-state for Jews will solve this issue. So please vote for ceasefire because Palestinians need to be free.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Sarah Safi.
Sarah, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm calling today as a Palestinian to urge you to pass the immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution, which has already been adopted by multiple cities, including Montebello and Bell Gardens. This is not a complicated issue. It's a matter of human rights. The situation in Gaza is dire and heart-wrenching. Innocent lives, especially those of children, are being lost every day at the hands of the IOF. Families are enduring unimaginable suffering, and the basic necessities of life are being denied to them. As a community that values human rights and compassion, we cannot stand by and do nothing. I ask you to pass only Attachment 3 of the resolution under Article 7 that represents an intersectional coalition of Burbank residents, including Jews, Palestinians, Latinos, Asians, Black, and other community members. Thank you for your time, and from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you for your call.
Next
the
caller.
next caller is Anonymous.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Yes, hello. Thanks for taking my call. I just really wanted to address the rent eviction loophole here tonight. This is something that is a very serious matter here for Burbank to be put on the agenda. It's creating serious hardships for many renters here who have been displaced and basically kicked out of their homes. We have these corporate owners who are coming into Burbank who are not a part of our community here. And they're buying up properties, they're evicting people simply to make a profit, okay? And this is something that, as a community, we need to come together and not allow this to happen. For your time, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for the sustained jazz hands right there in the back corner. I love it. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Rena Shavit.
Rena, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening. I just wanted to call in and to voice my concern on Article 7, Item 7, Article 3. I believe the ceasefire, from what I read, it seems to be very, very one-sided. My definition as a retired educator and a very proud Israeli-Canadian American citizen and 35-year resident of Burbank, where I did raise my children, and they do go to school. My concern is that ceasefires take two sides to implement, and the ceasefire resolution in front of you is very one-sided. Also note that Hamas has broken every ceasefire that has ever placed before it. Now, I do want to voice my appreciation and my support for the letter supporting Joe Biden and the ceasefire negotiations that are currently in place. Israel has...
I'm sorry, that's your time, but thank you very much for calling in. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Brooklyn Cleckley.
Brooklyn, you're on with the City Council.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Brooklyn. I'm calling to urge you to pass attachment number 3 on agenda item number 7 for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I ask that you join the other cities in our community, such as Pasadena, Alhambra, and El Monte, in showing that, as a collective, we are against the genocide currently taking place in Gaza. People have been coming out to Burbank every Wednesday for the past 21 weeks to show you that our community, that Burbank collective, cares about Israel's genocide on Gaza. As a human being, I'm appalled at the horrors being committed by the Israeli government. As a United States citizen, I'm appalled that my tax dollars are being used to fund these horrors, these war crimes being committed by Israel, and you should be as well. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to my comments. Once again, I ask that you pass a resolution for the city of Burbank to call for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next call. Good job back there. That was impressive.
The next caller is Elizabeth Braun.
Elizabeth, you're on with the council.
Hi, Council. Thank you so much for taking my call. I just wanted to state that I am Jewish. My family was all killed in the Holocaust. My grandparents met in a Jewish orphanage. My husband and his family are all Jewish refugees from Ukraine. I am frankly disgusted by my fellow Jews who have been on this call for ceasefire that are not supporting a ceasefire and are supporting a continued Holocaust of the Palestinian people. I vote for ceasefire now. My tax dollars have been massacring close to 200,000 innocent people, and it is disgusting, and it kills me every single day. Please vote for a ceasefire now. We have to do all that we can to save as many lives as we possibly can. These are innocent, wonderful human beings.
Thank you for your comment. Before we take our next caller, just a reminder again that if you're hoping to give telephonic public comment this evening, you can call 818-660-1717, get in the queue, and we'll take your comment shortly. Thank you all. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Simon, good to hear from you. You're on with the council.
Thank you. Good evening. You know me as a longtime resident, and you also know that I'm Jewish. Thank you for meeting with us to learn how tonight's agenda items affect Jews in Burbank and about how these events too often provide a platform for anti-Semitism. We've also spoken about the unfortunate state of discourse where now certain words and language are being redefined to denigrate Jewish people. Natively Jewish words and ideas like Zionism are being co-opted, appropriated, and imbued with new and nefarious connotations. I appreciate Council recognizing many residents have been affected by the conflict in Gaza and in Israel. There's an opportunity here to affirm the positive local values that we stand for that bring Burbank together to keep this a welcoming city for all people to live without fear of intimidation. So I hope you move to echo the sentiments for unity and understanding in Attachment 5. Please do not choose to support language that winds up being used to ostracize any Burbank resident. Shalom and good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is James Finney Conlon.
James, you're on with the City Council.
Mayor, thank you for your leadership. I want to raise the fact that I am a Jew and I did not feel safe. I did not know where my home really is. I'm considered a native indigenously and ancestrally to Israel, yet I'm told on a regular basis I do not belong. I was born in America, and yet people look to me as a colonizer of a land that I have an ancestral connection to. We had a ceasefire, and Hamas violated it in order to commit sexual violence and murder against innocent people. We cannot afford a ceasefire again. What we need right now is to eliminate a terrorist organization that does not play by the rules. I want my future family to feel safe as Jews in the world. Please do not vote for the ceasefire. Vote for practicality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Stephen Goldsmith.
Stephen, you're on with the council.
This proposed ceasefire resolution will endanger the Jewish community. It emboldens a mob mentality of bad actors. Pogroms have a devastating history of traumatizing and endangering Jewish communities. The proposed resolution bolsters this mob mentality. This mob mentality is a dangerous and insidious force that spreads rapidly, threatening the safety and well-being of innocent people. The Jewish community carries generational trauma from pogroms in Russia, Mashhad, and Poland. Burbank should not be the next name on this tragic list. This is not acceptable. Passing this proposed ceasefire resolution will embolden the worst of the violent mob who seeks violence on the Jewish community. This is not the 1930s. It is the duty of our elected officials, including this committee, to ensure that it never comes to this point. It is your duty to safeguard all communities. This community needs to protect all of our stakeholders. This proposed ceasefire resolution does the exact opposite by further endangering the Jewish community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Glow Striver.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, so I'm calling for the ceasefire resolution, attachment 3, item 7, for a permanent ceasefire resolution. Passing this resolution would not put any lives at risk, including Jews. Jews are a part of the movement. They're activists. They're not dangerous. We are not dangerous. The dangerous ones are the Zionists. They're the ones with the mob mentality. We have nothing but liberty and peace in our hearts and our minds. You can see in the videos of all of the rallies, protests that we have attended, it's always the Zionists who are ensuing the violence, not us. We are calling for the end of violence and the murders of all Palestinians with our tax dollars that should be going to us to eliminate homelessness, food insecurity, for better wages and to be able to afford to live. We don't hate Jews. We have many friends who are Jews who also agree with ending the genocide on Palestine. Ethnic cleansing is wrong and it's illegal everywhere.
I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you for calling in. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Dee Cummings.
Dee, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dee. I'm a resident of Glendale who has witnessed the brutal atrocities live on my phone for the last 10 months. Body parts, headless babies, fathers, brothers, and community members desperately digging out human bodies from under the rubble. I've seen 2 toddler boys crushed under the concrete with the exception of their upper bodies still holding on to each other. I have traveled the world with my Jewish activist mentor, who is the head of the Anne Frank Project, to study genocide and listen to survivors, including the Holocaust and of the '94 Rwandan genocide. Never did I think we'd be witnessing it in 2024. There are 10 stages of genocide, and Israel checks off all 10 of those stages. It is not acceptable to me to use my tax dollars to fund these horrors. It is not a world I want to live in where human lives are disposable no matter where they are. We are a global community, and we should act as such. No life is worth more than the other, and it does matter locally. Please see Palestinians as human beings like everybody else and pass attachment number 3 and call for a permanent ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jesse Lerner.
Jesse, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Jessie Lerner. I am Jewish Israeli, and I'm calling in support of the ceasefire resolution. Living in Israel, I have seen treatment of Palestinians firsthand that people would have to see to believe. I am. It's completely abysmal, and we've all been seeing it the last 10 months, live streamed on our phones, and it's never again for anybody. I really urge you to support the ceasefire resolution from an Israeli Jew. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Mona Mesa.
Mona, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call, and I am calling in regards to agenda item number 7 and urging for its passing as written in attachment number 3. Since October and that unfortunate incident, in October, we have been seeing, though, a bombardment and just a massacre of Palestinian people, culture, buildings, and, you know, I just think that if we're talking about, you know, all these other events in history, and by the way, unless you're Native American, you know, this is not our ancestral land, that's for sure. And I just think that we should be standing on the right side of history. We should be trying to save as many lives as possible. This is a local issue in the sense that, you know, we all are seeing what we're seeing in media, and it affects our daily lives more than you think. And, you know, the money that we are giving in our taxes could be redistributed.
That's your time. Thank you very much for calling in tonight. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Kara.
Kara, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm a local social worker and devoted Catholic. I urge Burbank to support a permanent ceasefire resolution regarding attachment 3, item 7. I've been reading up on the Council's goals listed on the website and would like to bring attention to point 1 under your goals for quality of life. You have listed as a goal to increase safety for residents while walking, shopping, etc. I would like to assume that under etc. you mean to include safety for your Muslim and Palestinian residents. I am married to a Palestinian American and would like for our future children to be able to not only feel safe while walking and shopping in Burbank, but also feel safe identifying as Palestinian. Currently, far too many Palestinian children in our lives do not feel safe in the community. I have witnessed children being threatened by Zionist community members while law enforcement stood by. My children, half Palestinian, will never be able to go to their homeland. They have to feel safe here. Please support the ceasefire resolution. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Janet Lambden.
Janet, you're on with the City Council.
Yes, I would like to acknowledge that ceasefire is only a word that we all want to happen to save the life of the children and human beings. But what if for the terrorists, which is Hamas, ceasefire doesn't mean anything because October 7th started while they were in ceasefire. So we cannot just read things and say ceasefire is good. Ceasefire is good, but we have to see who is going to be on the side of your agreement. And as a Jewish person, I don't feel safe to go out in Burbank area wearing my Jewish sign, the mezuzah, putting at the door. But now the Muslims are saying the same thing. So we are all in the same situation, but nobody is taking the action and everybody is blaming the other parts. so the ceasefire wouldn't happen because everybody.
I'm sorry,
is
that's your
each other.
time. Thank you for calling in tonight. Thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Terry Stein.
Terry, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I am a Jewish resident. I am the descendant of Holocaust survivors and many who were murdered in the Shoah. And I am calling tonight to urge you to pass Amendment 3 for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I am here tonight because my Jewish values and everything about my Jewish tradition, my history, my heritage compels me to speak out in favor of ceasefire. I'm hearing my fellow Jews weaponize our history. I'm so sorry. And our safety. And genocide has never made Jews safer, and this genocide won't make Jews safer either. Never again means never again for anyone. When I was a child and I asked about the murder of my relatives in the Holocaust, my parents told me that it was about good people doing nothing. So good people, tonight, I ask you to do something. I ask you not to be bystanders. As citizens, as residents of the community, we have power to make our voices heard. We should use that power to stand up for the thing.
I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the snaps are a pretty good addition to the jazz hands, so we can keep doing that. Miss Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Sophia Mullick.
Sophia, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I'm a student, and as we have seen for this past year, 9-10 months, we have seen student protests erupt all over this country like we did for Vietnam and South Africa, and I think it's really interesting because student protests have never been wrong in the history of anything, so I say do not be wrong today, and please pass the ceasefire. That's item number 7, and do not get the language, so please remember that student protests have never been wrong, and you don't want to be wrong today. You don't want to look back one day and think that you were wrong too. So please adopt a ceasefire. There, under no circumstances is this genocide okay, where 355 bullets hit a car with a child in it. Under no circumstances can that be seen as okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jennifer Grunfeld.
Jennifer, you're on with the City Council.
Thank you so much for taking my call. I want to say that I am so grateful that we live in a country where people are able to make choices, and it's time for us to make the choice to bring them all home. It is not okay to steal children from their mothers or to murder people just because of their religion. It is unacceptable. These are outside issues outside the United States, and we need to let those countries work it out and deal with it. But the issue that we do have here in our cities is homelessness, robbing, people hurting each other. We need to have safer cities. So we need to first focus here in California, Los Angeles, and Burbank to make it safer. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Allison Stickley.
Allison, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, thank you for having me. I ask that you pass Attachment 3 on Agenda Item 7 and support an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. What Israel has been doing to innocent Palestinian civilians for the last 9.5 months is absolutely horrific, and Burbank needs to be on the right side of history by actively standing up for what's right and not by being silent bystanders. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please. Next caller, please. Hi, we can hear you. You are on with the City Council.
Hello?
Yes, hi. You are on live with the Burbank City Council. Begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm here to encourage you to pass a ceasefire resolution. As a mom and as a taxpayer, I'm horrified that I'm paying for this horrified genocide. Please pass the ceasefire resolution like the city of Pasadena, Alhambra, and El Monte. Ending a genocide
It's not political. It's a moral issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jane Ziegelboin.
Jane, you're on with the City Council.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jane Ziegelboin. I am a Jewish American that conducts business within your district. The scorched earth genocidal campaign being waged on Gaza is an unimaginable tragedy and humanitarian crisis. The Israeli government's response to the tragedy of October 7th is in violation of international law. The U.S.'s response in sending unconditional weapons to them is in violation of U.S. law and international law. The diplomatic cover that the U.S. has given the genocide will be an eternal stain on all of us. And for this, I ask you please to vote on the ceasefire resolution. And as a Jew, I remind all Jews on this call, B'Tselem Elohim, Pikuach Nefesh. These are the things that we are mandated to do. This genocide is against everything that we stand for. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jose Ole.
Jose, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, City Council. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on Attachment 3, Item 7, please. For 9 months, if not years, over 75 years plus, our brothers and sisters have endured the ravages of war, lives shattered, homes destroyed, and futures uncertain. Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived in peace before Zionists got dropped off on a boat in 1948 from Germany, Poland, and Russia. Please know this. Yet, in the face of adversity, hope perseveres, right? Today, we have the opportunity to sow the seeds of peace through a ceasefire resolution, a beacon of hope that amidst the darkness of conflict. Both sides of this conflict benefit from a ceasefire resolution. Zionists will fail to acknowledge this. Let us not forget that behind every statistic, every headline, there are real people, mothers, fathers, children who yearn for peace. It is for them that we must set aside our differences and work tirelessly towards a common goal, which is life. So please, I urge you, pass a permanent ceasefire resolution now.
That's your time. Thank you for calling in. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Dr. Lena Al-Saraf.
Yes, hi. You're on with the Burbank City Council.
Yes, hello. I'm a physician. I work in family medicine, and I know too well the fragility of life. I'm requesting the council pass Attachment 3 as a permanent ceasefire. The bottom line is we want to stop a genocide, the killing and indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of UN refugee camps, of schools, calling Gaza a graveyard for children. Is that the legacy we want to leave our next generation? Imagine residents of Burbank living under military occupation, having to pass through military checkpoints on all of Alameda and San Fernando with limited essential food, electricity, basically an open-air prison. This is what the Palestinians have been suffering for 75 years before October 7th. So let's stop this human catastrophe and stop aiding and abetting this massive violence on a massive scale, and stop sending our dollars and weapons to fund these war crimes, and let Burbank be one of the leaders, just like Pasadena was a leader, to pass the ceasefire. Silence is complicit, so let's not, and delaying action.
That's your time. Thank you very much for calling in. Next caller.
The next caller is Dr. Jeff Wassam.
Dr. Wassam, welcome back. You're on with the council.
Yes, hi. I have a question about the tenant protection programs the city's planning. I want to find out if they will have the same property exemption that the AB 1482 has. Areas such as affordable housing, subsidized housing, single-family homes, or duplex where the landlord lives on the property, or accessory dwelling units and in-law units, and numbers of other properties that are listed as exclusions under 1482. I want to find out if they will be part of the city exclusions also. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Wassam. We'll try to address that when we get to the item. Next caller.
The next caller is Nadine.
Nadine, you're on with the City Council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're on with the City Council.
Thank you. Okay, good evening. My name is Nadine Zayad. I'm a student, resident, and taxpayer. I'm the daughter and granddaughter of Palestinian refugees who were forcibly removed from their home, land, and possessions by Israeli militia. I asked Burbank City Council to pass the ceasefire resolution, Attachment 3, Item 7. Palestinians have been dehumanized in the Western and Israeli media and by American politicians. Western politicians choose to ignore the reality of this genocide and occupation. I ask that you do not. Today is the 283rd day of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, and it must stop. Years from now, students will study the Palestinian genocide and wonder, how did the world let this happen? Why didn't anyone stop it? The genocide in Gaza is the most well-documented and live-streamed genocide in history. Israel has failed to comply with an International Court of Justice ICJ order to provide urgently needed aid to Gaza. It is clear that the Israeli government is ignoring humanitarian law. What is happening in Palestine leads to trauma to the whole world. Anyone who possesses a heart and a conscience is depressed seeing images of the genocide in Gaza.
Thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Thank you. Next caller.
The next caller is Sandra.
Hi, Sandra. You're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm calling in support of the ceasefire resolution. I just want to make sure that it passes because Israel has been violating international law, and this is a local and relevant issue because our taxes are being directly used to fund this genocide, and we've been sending bombs that have been dropped on Palestinian children and innocent people day after day for the past 9 months, and it's just not right. So please stand in the side of humanity. All of the Burbank members and all of the country is outraged that our taxes are being used to do this, to run massacres every day. In the last 48 hours, about 400 Palestinians have died, and we just sent a shipment of weapons. So I'm really outraged that we're still talking about this and a resolution hasn't been passed. So please stand on the side of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Marley.
Marlene, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm calling as a Jewish resident to urge you to please pass Attachment 3 on Agenda Item 7 for a permanent immediate ceasefire. You know, I grew up hearing stories about my family members who were killed in the Holocaust, and I never understood how that was allowed to happen, but we've been watching it now for 9 months straight, and it's really painful to hear all these disgusting calls for more violence, supposedly in the name of Jewish safety. Please keep in mind that there are so many of us Jews who believe that never again means for anyone, not just for Jews. You know, the things that the state of Israel is doing to Palestinian civilians, the way they're torturing prisoners, burning babies to death in their tents, starving families, these are not Jewish values, and it is not anti-Semitic to speak against them. It's American weapons and American tax dollars killing those innocent people, and I'm asking you to please use your platform, do what you can to speak up and take a clear moral stance against genocide. Do not let these Zionists convince you that they speak for all Jews, because they absolutely, certainly do not.
That's your time. Thank you very much for calling in. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Megan Ermish.
Megan, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I am a public education teacher, and I'm speaking on the ceasefire resolution. I am begging you all as elected officials to please do what you all know is right, and I'm calling for an immediate and urgent ceasefire ASAP. The physical and emotional pain these children and families are being forced to experience simply for being born under these hellish conditions brought on by America is not okay. It could be your own family member or friend, and with the looming and unknown political future we have, to stand up for what we know is right ASAP. You as elected officials must please stand up for what you know is right and search for why you wanted to be an elected official in the first place. And I would hope that it's because at one point you wanted to do what is right and provide a voice to those with less privilege. Please do what is right. I am begging you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Josh Sanchez.
Josh, you're on with the City Council.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can.
All right. I'm calling on behalf of myself, Josh Sanchez, in support of a ceasefire resolution. I wish I could have been there tonight, but frankly, I'm appalled that the city of Burbank hasn't already passed a ceasefire resolution. A statement condemning the current genocide is the bare minimum that could have been done to make our communities that make Burbank what it is feel safe. especially when we know it is our tax dollars funding the bombs that are destroying lives abroad. The city of Pasadena has passed it. The city of Monte has passed it. The city of La Puente, the city of Long Beach, the city of Bell. It's an action that's obviously supported by the majority of Southern California. In the best interest of our communities and in the best interest of our safety and of all the Palestinian hostages, a ceasefire resolution is the bare minimum. And I support pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you, and free Palestine forever.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Mahmoud.
Hi, you're on with City Council.
Hi, my name is Mahmoud, and I'm a local business owner, and I'm calling regarding Attachment 3, Item 7. I grew up both in Burbank and Gaza. I can tell you about Gaza. It was a beautiful place full of community and my family. We would still be there had it not been for the bombings of my school and local market. My family fled to Burbank and found a community. But without a ceasefire resolution, it doesn't really feel much like a community at all. I want to know what my life and my family's lives are valued by this council. My family remains in Gaza, and sadly, calls like this are all that I can do to help them. The sooner a ceasefire resolution is passed, the sooner we can rebuild Gaza, and I can sleep knowing my family is safe. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your call.
The next caller is Ellen Nitka.
Hi, Alan. You're on with City Council.
Thank you. Council members, there's a lot of misinformation that's being presented by TikTok that people are examining, and it's not right. We have to look at history. The Palestinian, basically people are saying Israel occupied Israel. Israel left Gaza in 2005. Everyone, please look at history. A war was started on October 7th. Hamas infiltrated and killed over 1,200 people. There was a ceasefire in place. So Hamas is really a terrorist organization that Israel is trying to rid of, because they want the Palestinian people to live with a governing body. So a lot of people are saying free Palestine, but Israel left Gaza. And on October 7th, there was a war started during a ceasefire. And no one cares about the hostages. No one talks about it. This is really a shame. So let's
Thank you for your comment. That's your time. Thank you for your comment.
The next caller is Efweshe Demowo.
Hi, you're on with the Burbank City Council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're on
Hello?
with council. Hi, yes, we can hear you. Okay. You're on with council.
Thank you. I was just quickly calling to raise my support for the ceasefire resolution. I am absolutely appalled and disgusted at the fact that it's been 9 months of complete and total genocide, and people are still having the audacity to argue against a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire now to get the Palestinian hostages as well as the Israeli hostages back to their homes. We need a ceasefire now so that we can restore the dignity of people that are human beings that are living in Palestine and Gaza today. We need a ceasefire to restore our own humanity, and we need to immediately rebuild. This should not even be a question. You need to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution to preserve your dignity for today and tomorrow.
Thank you for your call.
Next caller.
The next caller is Lynn.
Hi, Lynn. You're on with the City Council.
Thank you. Very quickly, I just wanted to say that I'd love Attachment 3 on the item Agenda 7 to be passed. I can't believe that we're living through, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a genocide in live footage every day. I don't know how anyone can dispute that. And that it didn't start on October 7th. I don't know how we can dispute that either. And there's very likely over 186,000 people massacred already.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Shaheen.
Hi, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, I'm so sad that there are so many people
They are being killed in Palestine, and still there is no ceasefire, and nobody is doing anything for them. And that is insane. And someone has to step in, and then they have to stop, and they have to cease fire in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Alyssa.
Alyssa, you're on with the Burbank City Council. Alyssa, are you there? Final call for Alyssa. Okay, no Alyssa. Next call. Ms. Clark, do we have a caller on the line right now? Hi, if you can hear me, can you please state your name?
Mr. Mayor, we are screening the call. Hold by.
Okay.
Okay, next caller is Mon Batar.
Hi, Mon, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, my name is Mona Guitar. I was born and raised in Burbank, California. Both of my parents have immigrated from Palestine. My dad was born in Jerusalem, and my mom was born in the West Bank. They both have not been able to return to their home country, even though they were born there. I want to let everyone know that we should have a ceasefire resolution and pass one as soon as possible. It is very important that the people who are in Gaza do not die based on just a war that was brought onto them, an occupation that is brought onto them. It is unjust. All we want is peace. And I hope that everyone can look at this as a peace resolution and we can talk things through. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Next caller is Alyssa.
Hi, Alyssa. Welcome back. You're on with the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As an Ashkenazi Jew whose ancestors immigrated to America after fleeing persecution from the Soviet Union, I stand unapologetically in solidarity with the liberation of Palestinian people. I support a ceasefire, and I reject Israel's abuses and occupation. Israel commits these on a daily basis, and these abuses stand painfully at odds with the Jewish history that I know, and Jewish people around the world should defend our heritage and stand up against these violent injustices in our name and stand in solidarity with the liberation of Palestinian people. Vote yes on ceasefire, vote yes for peace, vote yes for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Clark, next caller.
Next caller is Michael Petin.
Michael, you're on with the City Council.
Yes, thank you. Listen, we need to do something really special because this is incredibly on our shoulders to make a difference here. Silence can equal death and more destruction. We have an opportunity to say no to being silent on this. This is absolutely genocide. We are, as a member of our humanity, basic humanity, see exactly what our challenge is. We've got to do the right thing. Thank you to the City of Burbank for considering this. Yes to a permanent, meaningful ceasefire. Stop the killing. Stop the killing. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Next caller is Chloe Hollis.
Chloe, you're on with the City Council.
Hi, City Council. My name is Chloe Hollis, and I'm a Los Angeles native. And I am calling because I want Attachment 3 on Item 7 to be passed, voting for a ceasefire in Gaza. I honestly don't have much to say other than, as a citizen of the world, I hope that we can all agree that we just want the killing to stop. And so a ceasefire, I don't think there's any decision that needs to be made. Other than that, other decisions can be made after people stop dying, after people stop being killed. And I hope that Burbank City Council does right by humanity tonight and vote for a ceasefire.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller.
That was our last caller.
Okay. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. You've all been so patient. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause for waiting around? Now, before we get to brief response, I always believe in rewarding people for their patience. Ms. Clark, can you play the little noise when people are cut off on their time just one more time? I want to hear it. Well, can you set the timer for like 5 seconds? Okay, it'll go off. The thing in the back of my head is I felt like I was walking into a 7-Eleven all night every time that thing went off. I swear, when you hear it go off, you're going to think, oh, we're in a 7-Eleven right now. All right, I hope that brought a little joy to you. Now is the time for a brief response from staff and the council. Would anyone like to begin? Mr. City Manager, you look ready and raring.
Yes.
What's up?
Thank you so much. I do have one response related to encampments and our abatement process. So I'm going to call up our Community Development Director, Patrick Prescott, to talk about that. But I will say right now we have not changed our policy as far as abatements. But I'd like Patrick to just kind of go through what we do and what we've been doing for several years.
Okay, Mr. Prescott, go for it.
Community Development Director. The abatement, cleanup, addressing of an encampment. Sorry.
I'm sorry. That means the slurping machine ain't working. Please exit out.
Sorry, everyone.
Yes. All right. Yes, Mr. Prescott, please continue.
So our process, as Mr. Hess has indicated, has not changed since the Supreme Court decision related to the Grants Pass camping law. We continue to use our measured approach to addressing the challenge of our homeless population in Burbank. Every individual is contacted, whether they are in an established, encampment or just moving through the city. We treat them as kindly as we can. We offer them mental, physical, health assistance. We offer them storage at our safe storage facility. We offer them shelter, tiny homes, and some, after building a relationship, we even offer emergency housing vouchers, which we've done successfully. Our encampments, typically, we post after reaching out to people at least 3 times, give or take, some more. We post signs giving about a 10-day notice that we're going to come. And the outreach will continue at that time as well. If the encampment recurs, we post typically a 3-day notice. However, we understand that individuals are individuals, and so sometimes we're a little flexible with that, depending on what we know the need may be. Sometimes the team is looking for resources, placement, and that sort of thing, so we buy a little time for people. So the addressing the situation at Overland Park, I think was the one, purely coincidental. As I mentioned, we maintain our measured approach using the laws we have. So.
Okay.
Hope that answers that question, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any brief questions for Mr. Prescott?
Just a quick question. Mr. Prescott, I know the City Council has been discussing and staff has been bringing back a proposal to build a permanent homeless shelter in the city. Do you think that would assist in helping folks once we contact them on the street?
Yes, as long as they're willing to accept that assistance.
Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Mr. Hess, anything else? Okay. Any other responses from staff or from colleagues on the council? Joe, do you have anything? No. Mr. McDougall, I have a question for you. There was a comment about cell tower placement, and that was discussed at the last meeting. I believe there are some federal limitations on the city's ability to address that issue. Could you offer a brief 30-second response from Mr. Scroggs?
The cell tower technology is regulated by the Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996. It precludes local regulation based upon health effects. The general regulatory environment is set forth in Federal Communication Commission's general orders, and our authority is limited by those orders. We have codified rules in Title 10 zoning for cell towers on private property. We have codified rules in Title 7 right-of-way for installations in the public right-of-way. This has happened over the course of about 20 years. About every 5 years, we engage in a new rulemaking. And BWP generally takes the lead on right-of-way installations that occur on street lights. There is a project, from what I understand, that has been appealed from a director's decision to the planning commission, and that appeal will be properly noticed and would occur sometime, I believe, within the next month. And so that's upcoming. That would be for a private property installation, which is why it's moving through the planning commission rather than through one of our departments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McDougall, for the explanation. Colleagues, unless anyone else has any comments or response, I just want to thank all of our commenters, both in person and telephonically. By my count, all the rest of you addressed one of tonight's agenda items, so we will respond to your comment to the extent that we can when we get to that appropriate agenda item. So thank you, everyone, for your patience. With that, next up on our agenda is our consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Ms. Clark, would you please read the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 4 items on consent tonight. Item number 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of June 25th, 2024, and the dark meetings of July 2nd and July 9th, 2024. Item 2 is annual review of planned developments and development agreements. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding between the City of Burbank and the Burbank Firefighters Chief Officers Unit from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, and adoption of a resolution to approve a citywide salary schedule. And item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the Salary and Conflict of Interest Code designation for the classification of Principal Engineering Technician. Adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the salary for the classification of Utility Locator. Adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the salary for the classification of Senior Utility Locator. Adoption of a resolution approving the establishment of the Salary and Conflict of Interest Code designation for the classification of Utility Project Manager, and adoption of a resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Anthony, second by Takahashi. Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We now move to our 3 reports this evening. After staff's presentation, City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only, provided that you didn't just comment on one of these items when you did your comment in general public comment. As a reminder, you should have and still can complete a public comment card downstairs. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the staff presentation, again, as long as you didn't previously speak to that item during the first period of general public comment. And again, speakers will have 1 minute. The first report to council tonight is regarding appointments to fill various vacancies on City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees. Ms. Clark, would you please present the report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Schultz. Tonight, I will be presenting item number 5, appointment to fill vacancies on various City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees. On May 1st, 2024, the City Clerk's Office began advertising and accepting applications for the upcoming vacancies set to occur on July 31st, 2024 for the following boards, commissions, and committees, which are listed in random draw order: the Burbank Water and Power Board, the Art and Public Places Committee, the Civil Service Board, the Board of Library Trustees, the Community Development Goals Committee, the Senior Citizen Board, the Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, the Heritage Commission, and the Landlord Tenant Commission. To obtain qualified candidates, the City Clerk's office posted and advertised a notice of vacancy through the usual channels. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's office was Thursday, May 30th, 2024 at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's office received a total of 76 qualified applications, 19 of which selected a first and second choice to fill the 27 vacancies. The applications are listed in the order received. Individuals who applied for more than one board or commission have the priority selection listed next to their name. Additional information regarding incumbents has also been included as a reference. Please note, after this report was distributed, 2 applicants withdrew from consideration: Senior Citizen Board applicant Bruce Oldham and Board of Library Trustees applicant Stephen Storism. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Colleagues, any brief procedural questions? And everyone has a copy of the vote sheet in front of them? Great. We next go to public comment on this item. I do have 7 cards. So again, you'll each have 1 minute. First, we will hear from John Acchetto, followed by Terry Norton.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and City Council members. And I guess it still is evening, so we're lucky there. I submitted a primary application for the Senior Citizens Board because, in my estimation, this is a board that presents a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential when you consider that the senior population in Burbank, as of the 2020 census, for citizens age 65 and over, is nearly 16% of Burbank's population. And to be considered a senior citizen, you only have to be 55 and up, which means that our population is considerably larger than that. And if you consider that if you leave out everybody under age 18, the population of senior citizens among registered voters
Thank you for your comment.
Significant.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Next, we have Terry Norton, followed by Matt Fabius.
Good evening, council members. I believe by now most of you recognize me. My name is Terry Norton. I have applied to become a member of the Burbank Water and Power Board. I believe the board position requires in-depth technical experience relative to Burbank Water and Power. Some of the terms that may be bandied about, such as gigawatt, gigahertz, WAN, LAN, MAN, BESS, solar, and wind, are all part of the daily life at BWP. I work for Los Angeles Department of Water and Power at their Sun Valley facility. The Sun Valley facility distributes at 183,000 volts. That I operated as part of my duties there. I have worked for Glendale Water and Power distribution facilities. My duties there were operating the Glendale Power Distribution. The Burbank Water and Power Board utilizes many disciplines that the board members are required to possess. As you can see, I have the knowledge and experience. I thank you very much. Please vote for Terry Norton.
Thank you for your comment. Have a good night. Thank you. Next, we have Matt Fabius, followed by Lily Rossi.
The current Landlord-Tenant Commission overrepresents the interests of the already disproportionate power of landlords, real estate professionals, and property managers. Rose Johnson and Linda Kite seem like the most qualified candidates to address the issues the Commission hears amidst a worsening housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Lily Rossi, followed by Sonia Nahas. Welcome back.
Hello. So I'm Lily Rossi. Welcome. Thank you.
I'm a 20-year resident of Burbank. I have 2 kids at John Burroughs High School, and I'm a current member of the Board of Trustees for the Library Board since October. And I've learned so much about the robust programming and the staff who leads them, and they continue to not just stand for, but literally embody a space that promotes education, equity, partnership, collaboration, diversity, unity, everything I believe in, everything we just talked about tonight in so many ways. So anything I can do to increase access, improve facilities, and foster collaboration speaks to my soul, and I would love the privilege of serving a full term and continuing this work. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Appreciate your comment. Next, we have Sonia Nahas, followed by Michael Graves.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councils. My name is Sonia Nahas, and I want to introduce myself, to respectfully request for the consideration of my application for the Senior Citizen Board. I have lived in Burbank more than 30 years, and I have developed a deep connection with the community. And I would like to contribute to the well-being of our senior citizens. I am a retired nurse for 38 years with 38 years of experience, and I have a good understanding of the needs of our senior population, which I now belong to myself. Additionally, as a member of the Jocelyn Center, which I attend daily for daily exercises, I have really witnessed the positive impact and vital benefit these programs bring to our seniors, to all the attendees there, which I made quite a few friends there already. Programs such as serving meals are crucial.
I'm sorry.
So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Graves, and then my last card is Jeff Ferguson. Mr. Graves here. I saw him in the hallway. Mr. Graves? Okay, he may have left. Jeff Ferguson, is Mr. Ferguson here? Hi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jeff Ferguson, and I'm excited to express my interest in serving in the Art and Public Places Committee. As a longtime resident of Burbank and owner of Magnolia Park's Runout Groove Records, I deeply appreciate our community's vibrant culture and artistic heritage. My background includes Bachelor of Arts in Communications from Cal State Fullerton and Masters in Business Administration. Professionally, I have almost 30 years experience in online marketing and brand management, having worked with global corporations to drive revenue growth and enhance market exposure. In my spare time, I organize the Magnolia Park Food Truck Friday and Hollandia Park events. Public art displays a crucial role in fostering community spirit and engagement. I aim to leverage my marketing and community outreach skills to promote and support impactful art projects that reflect our diverse culture and enhance our public spaces. I am passionate about contributing to the culture enhancement of Burbank and look forward to the opportunity to serve on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Final call for Michael Graves, or Mike Graves for short. Mr. Graves, present?
He left. He's going to email you.
Okay. I won't get it in the middle of the meeting, but okay. So with that, we're going to hand the comment cards back over. Public comment on the agenda item is complete. So colleagues, I'm just going to say the part out loud for the public, but also a good refresher for all of us. So looking at the vote sheet, for example, we'll be going board or commission or committee by each one. So first one up, we'll have Burbank Water and Power Board. For the sake of, well, Ms. Clark, I think you can read all the names off once, and then we'll just go down the list. If there's 4 vacancies, you get 4 votes. We all know the drill, correct? And I just want to say as a prefatory note to all the people that came tonight, that applied, that expressed your interest in serving, I think I can speak for my colleagues in saying that in all of the difficult decisions that we make, this is always the most challenging, because it's so great to see so many people that want to give back and serve their community. And inevitably, we always have more people than we do spots. So if you get appointed tonight, thank you for your service and congratulations. If you do not get an appointment, please don't be discouraged. Please continue to apply. We want to get you connected with your city government and get you involved in some manner. Sometimes it takes 1 or 2 tries, but we try to get you there. Colleagues, any other comments or questions, or should we have Ms. Clark begin? Ms. Clark, you're up.
So first we will consider the Burbank Water and Power Board. I will read all the names first, and then we'll do a show of hands one by one. Laura Tenenbaum, Richard Kahn, Mike Graves, Brian Smith, Terry Norton, Matthew Nelson, Philip Iskander, and Christopher Malott.
Okay. 4 vacancies, 4 votes.
4 vacancies for a 4-year term. So show of hands vote, Laura Tenenbaum, Richard Kahn, Mike Graves, Brian Smith, Matthew Nelson.
Yeah, you skipped.
I'm
Terry
sorry.
Norton.
I beg your pardon. Terry Norton, Matthew Nelson, Philip Iskander, and Christopher Malott.
All right, I believe we have a result on that one. Ms. Clark, can you read that off?
Laura Tenenbaum, Brian Smith,
Okay.
Philip Iskander, and Christopher Malott are appointed.
All right, thank you to everyone for applying. Congratulations to those four. Mr. Norton, we're going to get you on a board one of these days. I'm going to call you tomorrow, okay? All right. All right. Next up, we have Art and Public Places Committee.
Right, we have 2 vacancies for a full 4-year term. The applicants are Kat Olson, William Bill Benson, Heather Owens, Marshall Ross, Jeff Ferguson, Kyle Hardy, Dana Morris, and Annalise London. Show of hands for Kat Olson, William Bill Benson, Heather Owens,
I believe that's 5-0 on the incumbents.
Kat Olson, and Heather Owens are appointed.
All right. Thank you to everyone who applied. Civil Service Board, 2 vacancies, 4-year terms.
The applicants are Sonia Nigao Khan, Jacqueline Waltman, Malcolm Kelman, Jose De La Cruz, and Rose Johnson. Sorry. I might have mispronounced one of those names, but
Okay.
we're going to press on.
All right.
Sonia Nigao Khan, Jacqueline Waltman, Malcolm Kelman, Jose De La Cruz, and Rose Johnson.
Vice Mayor, do you want to make that a unanimous vote for Mr. Kelman? All right. So
Jacqueline Waltman and Malcolm Kelman are appointed.
All right. Congratulations to both. Thank you to everyone else who applied. Next, we have the Board of Library Trustees. 3 vacancies, right, Ms. Clark?
That is correct, 3 vacancies. The applicants are Philip Cohen, Neil Mandelberg, Lily Rossi, Darren Borders, Allison I'm going to mispronounce this, I apologize, Ricardella, John Achetto, Nancy Ann Cervantes, Stuart Sigmund, Greg Jackson, Marshall Ross, Jeff Ferguson, and Moira Paris. Show of hand vote for Philip Cohen. Neil Mandelberg, Lily Rossi, Darren Borders, Allison Ricciardella, John Achetto, Nancy Ann Cervantes, Stuart Sigmund, Greg Jackson, Marshall Ross, Jeff Ferguson, and Moira Paris. Lily Rossi, Darren Borders, and Moira Paris are appointed. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations to all 3. Thank you to everyone who applied. Next up, we have Community Development Goals Committee. These are 5 vacancies for 4-year terms.
I will read the applicants. Pete Diamond, James Pollack, Corey Pate, Neil Mandelberg, Misty Tamborelli, and Carlos de Verona. Show of hands for Pete Diamond, James Pollack, Corey Pate, Neil Mandelberg, Misty Tamborelli, and Carlos de Verona. Pete Diamond, James Pollack, Neil Mandelberg, Misty Tamborella, and Carlos de Verona are appointed.
Thank you to everyone who applied. Corey, do not be discouraged. We hope to see you apply again soon. Senior Citizen Board, 4 vacancies, 4-year terms.
The applicants were Era Boyajian, James Pollock, James Atwell, Linda Kelman, Sonia Nahas, Carrie Palayo, John Achetto, Karen Rainey, Nancy Ann Cervantes, Marva Murphy, and Diana Encarnacion.
Ms. Clark, before you begin, colleagues, what we're going to do is we're going to do first the 4 votes for the 4 full year terms. So you're going to do 4 votes on this one. And then what I would suggest, Ms. Clark, is after that we'll see who's taken off the list, and then we'll do the 1 vote we have for the unfilled partial term.
Sounds good.
So 5 in total, but we'll do the first 4 full terms. All right, Ms. Clark, go for it.
Show of hands for Era Boyajian, James Pollock, James Atwell, Linda Kelman, Sonia Nahas, Carrie Palayo, John Achetto, Karen Rainey, Nancy Ann Cervantes, Marva Murphy, and Diana Encarnacion. 2, 3, 4, it looks like. Era Boyajian, John Achetto, Karen Rainey, and Marva Murphy are appointed.
Congratulations to all. Before I forget, I'll change my vote. Let's have it unanimous for Karen so we can send her on her way. All right. Oh, thank you for that reminder.
And make that 3.
Okay.
Left me out.
All right.
Now we will consider the 1 vacancy for the unexpired term on the Senior Citizen Board.
Okay, and why don't we, just for the sake of clarity, read the folks who are eligible for this appointment, omitting the ones that were just appointed. So let's just read through the names once, and then we'll do the vote.
James Pollock, James Atwell, Linda Kelman, Sonia Nahas, Carrie Palayo, Nancy Ann Cervantes, and Diana Encarnacion.
Okay, 1 vote, everybody.
James Pollock, James Atwell, Linda Kelman, Sonia Nahas, Carrie Palayo, Nancy Ann Cervantes, and Diana Encarnacion. Diana Encarnacion is appointed. Thank you.
Congratulations, Diana. Thank you to everyone else who applied.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, I also will make that edit
Unanimous again.
unanimous.
Thank you.
It's great when we all agree on everything. Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, 2 vacancies, 3 applicants, 4-year terms.
The applicants were Sonia Nagao Khan, Joseph Arnone, Carol Ann Coates.
Okay.
Show of hands for Sonia Nagao Khan, Joseph Arnone, and Carol Ann Coates. Sonia Nagao Khan and Carol Ann Coates are appointed.
Congratulations, Joseph. We hope to see you again soon. Thank you for applying. Heritage Commission, 2 vacancies, 4-year terms.
The applicants were Donald Baldessaroni, Kyle Hardy, Patricia Tomaszewski, Carlos de Verona, Dana Morris, and Annalise London. Show of hands for Donald Baldessaroni, Kyle Hardy, Patricia Tomaszewski, Carlos de Verona, Dana Morris, and Annalise London.
Councilmember Mullins, do you want to make that unanimous for Mr. Hardy? All right, congratulations, Dawn and Kyle. Thank you, everyone else, for applying. And that takes us to our last one of the evening, Ms. Clark. Is that correct? We have Landlord Tenant Commission, 2 vacancies, 4-year terms.
I will read the names. There's a number of them. Richard Kahn, Jacqueline Waltman, Carrie Palayo, Christopher Toth, Allison Ricciardella, Jose De La Cruz, Rose Johnson, John Dorisborn, Edward Sanchez, Cameron Hunter, Constantine Metalinos, Misty Tamborelli, Diana Encarnacion, Victor Wolf, and Linda Kite.
Before you take the vote, Ms. Clark, I think Ms. Encarnacion, Ms. Tamborelli, they were both appointed.
You're correct. Thank you.
Let's double check and make sure anyone else hasn't already been appointed.
Thank you for keeping us straight on that. Show of hands votes for Richard Kahn, Jacqueline Waltman.
She was appointed already.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Carrie Palayo, Christopher Toth, Allison Ricardella, Jose De La Cruz, Rose Johnson. I'm sorry, can you do that one more time? 1, 2. John Dorisborn, Edward Sanchez, Cameron Hunter, Constantine Metalinos, Victor Wolf, and Linda Kite.
Okay, unless there's any requests or motions, we'll simply say congratulations to Rose and Linda, to Carrie and Chris. Thank you for your service, and thank you to everyone who applied. I believe that completes the item, Ms. Clark. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, we're finished, and congratulations to everyone.
Yes. All right, folks. Moving on to our second report to council this evening, which is regarding the introduction of a potential ordinance modifying tenant protections within the city of Burbank. We have Ms. Shippa Rajesh, Housing Development Manager, with us. Whenever you are ready, ma'am, you can present the report to council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I have the presentation, please? Good afternoon, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. Tonight, you are being requested to consider an ordinance to strengthen local tenant protection regulations by imposing an increased relocation assistance fee for all forms of no-fault just cause evictions, with an exemption for small mom-and-pop landlords. Additionally, the ordinance proposes provisions on anti-retaliation. Could I have the presentation up? Before presenting the proposed ordinance, I would like to go over what Council has done over the past few years by providing an overview of the project timeline. At the Council meeting of January 31st, 2023, staff presented a first step report on information related to tenant protections and rent caps that included information on Assembly Bill 1482, also known as the California Tenant Protection Act, that has been in effect as of January 1st, 2020. On July 1st, 2023, the Council approved a renter relocation program with limited funds of $500,000 to provide financial assistance to eligible households who had received a no-fault notice to vacate as of April 1st, 2023. The AB 1482 study session was held on August 8, 2023. At the end of the study session, the Council provided short-term, medium-term, and long-term direction to staff on the next steps. The short-term direction included the development of an urgency tenant protection ordinance to provide further protections beyond what is included in AB 1482. And on September 12, 2023, Council approved Urgency Ordinance Number 23-3999, prohibiting the termination of certain residential tenancies without just cause in the city of Burbank and increasing the relocation assistance for certain termination. As directed by the Council, on January 18, 2024, staff conducted an ad hoc meeting with landlords and tenants to develop possible solutions for several concerns raised during the study session and gather information that could supplement the second step report. And on February 13, 2024, staff presented a report summarizing the feedback received during the meeting. The medium-term direction was a synopsis of landlord-tenant strategies and associated regulations adopted by 8 different jurisdictions. on April 10, 2024, staff presented the report to the Affordable Housing Subcommittee to receive their feedback, and the report was presented to the Council on April 23, 2024. During the April 23rd hearing, the Council directed staff to amend Urgency Ordinance Number 23-3999 to provide increased relocation assistance for all forms of no-fault just cause evictions as outlined in California Civil Code Section 1946.2, with an exemption for mom-and-pop landlords and to include provisions on anti-retaliation. Based on the Council's direction, tonight, staff will introduce an ordinance modifying residential tenant protections within the city of Burbank. This slide summarizes the existing local regulations and state law that currently apply to Burbank. Currently, Burbank follows state-mandated cap on annual rent increase and state-mandated relocation assistance or rent waiver, which is equal to 1 month of tenant's rent for no-fault just cause eviction as provided in AB 1482. The statewide rent cap is 5% plus increase in consumer price index with an overall rent not to exceed 10%. Currently, this is the applicable rent cap for Burbank residents. Moreover, AB 1482 establishes just cause protections to tenants who have resided in their unit for at least 12 months and includes procedural noticing requirement to tenants with information on rent cap and requirement of just cause statement in case of termination of tenancy. Additionally, Burbank provides local regulation on relocation assistance for eviction due to substantial remodel. The urgency ordinance adopted by the Council last year requires the owners to provide relocation assistance equal to the amount of 3 months' rent if termination of tenancy is based on substantial remodel just cause eviction. Further, Burbank is subject to provisions of SB 567 or Senate Bill 567 that amends several provisions in AB 1482 by imposing additional parameters to just cause evictions and providing remedies to tenants for any violation of AB 1482's just cause eviction and rent cap provisions. The next few slides will elaborate on the state and local regulations that are currently applicable to Burbank. On September 12, 2023, the City Council adopted Urgency Ordinance Number 23-3999 that established an increased relocation assistance fee of 3 months of tenant's rent that was in effect at the time of issuance of notice of termination for no-fault just cause evictions due to substantial remodel of a real residential unit. Further, the urgency ordinance requires owner of a residential rental unit to provide tenants with copies of building permits for a substantial remodel or a demolition permit or any other required abatement permit, as well as provide tenants with a written detailed account of the scope of work, explaining why the work cannot be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner with the tenant in place, and why the work cannot be completed within 30 days. The ordinance also incorporates a failure to comply provision, which states that failure to comply with the provisions of urgency ordinance will render the notice of termination of a tenancy void, and such failure shall be an affirmative defense to an unlawful detainer action in civil court. This slide provides an overview of SB 567 that has been in effect since April 1st, 2024, and amends several provisions in AB 1482. One critical change to the law is related to the substantial remodel provision that the Burbank Urgency Ordinance addressed when adopted on September 12, 2023. In case of no-fault just cause eviction due to substantial remodel or demolition, the state law specifies that a qualifying substantial remodel must be of a nature that can't be reasonably accomplished in a safe manner without the tenant vacating the unit for at least 30 consecutive days. Additionally, state law requires an owner of a residential real property to provide notice to tenants informing them of intent to demolish or substantially remodel the unit, a description of the proposed work, an approximate expected duration of the work, and that the tenants can re-rent the residential real property within the same rental agreement and rental rate that was in effect at the time the tenant vacated the unit if substantial remodel work or demolition is not commenced or completed. Further, the owner is required to provide copies of permits for the proposed substantial remodel or demolition work. The second update pertains to no-fault just cause eviction due to intent to occupy a residential real property by owner's relatives. In this case, the state law requires an owner's relative to move in within 90 days after a tenant vacates the unit and occupy the unit as their primary residence for 12 consecutive months. If the intended occupant does not move in within 90 days or does not occupy the unit for a year, then the owner must both offer the unit to the prior tenant at the same rent and lease terms that they had prior to vacating and reimburse the prior tenant for any reasonable moving expenses in returning to their prior unit. Further, the written notice terminating the tenancy shall contain the names and relationship of relatives and a notification that tenant may request proof that intended occupant is owner's relative. Additionally, SB 567 authorizes local government enforcement mechanisms through a city attorney's civil action for injunctive relief and injunctive relief for any property owner violation of the just cause and rent cap provisions, and authorizes tenants to file a civil action for damages, injunctive relief, and reasonable attorney's fees and cost on just cause eviction and rent cap provisions. To strengthen tenant protection regulations and to further stabilize the rental market within the city of Burbank, as well as maintain consistency with the amended state law, the City Council directed staff to expand the scope of the urgency ordinance to mandate an increased relocation assistance fee for all no-fault just cause evictions, in addition to no-fault just cause eviction due to substantial remodeling of a residential rental unit, while creating an exemption for small mom-and-pop landlords. Additionally, the Council directed staff to incorporate local regulations on anti-retaliation. Further, consistent with the state law, the proposed ordinance incorporates enforcement mechanisms outlined in SB 567. The next few slides elaborates on the local tenant protection regulations that are being proposed tonight. Currently, the local regulation in place for the city mandates a higher relocation assistance fee of 3 months of tenant's rent in effect at the time of issuance of notice of termination beyond the 1-month rent requirement by the state law for termination of tenancy due to substantial remodel of a real residential unit. The proposed ordinance will require an increased relocation assistance fee of 3 months of the tenant's rent that was in effect at the time of issuance of notice of termination for all no-fault just cause evictions specified in the state law. Approval of the proposed ordinance will supersede the existing urgency ordinance and would terminate the renter relocation assistance interim program that was approved by the Council on June 13, 2023. The proposed ordinance also carves out an exemption from higher relocation assistance fee for all no-fault just cause evictions for residential tenancies in a rental complex with 4 or fewer rental units. Rental complex with 4 or fewer rental units was chosen to ensure effective monitoring and enforcement of the proposed regulation based on availability of data. Currently, the city's Building and Safety Division requires business tax registration for rental properties with 3 or more units, and the department maintains a record of such properties. Table on the next slide summarizes the number of residential rental properties with 2 to 10 units within the city. As indicated on the slide, there are 1,696 properties with 2 to 4 units that would be eligible for an exemption from the requirements of an increased relocation fee if the proposed ordinance as proposed is approved. In addition to reviewing records from business tax information and city property data, staff reviewed other jurisdictions that have implemented a carve-out exempting small rental complex or small landlords from requirements of increased relocation fees, or have established leniency from compliance with certain aspect of local regulations on tenant protection for such residential tenancies, which would be discussed in the next few slides. Additionally, staff also reached out to California Department of Housing and Community Development to inquire about definition for mom and pop landlords. This slide provides an overview of definition for small landlords or small rental complex, as well as applicability of such definition in cities of Glendale, Claremont, Culver City, and County of Los Angeles. I would like to emphasize the third column, applicability, wherein each jurisdiction applied a small landlord carve-out differently. City of Glendale provides leniency to rental units in a rental complex of 4 units or less on a parcel by excluding such units from the requirement of offering 1-year written leases. City of Claremont allows subsidized relocation assistance fee for all no-fault just cause evictions for residential tenancies in a building or in a complex of commonly owned buildings with 9 or fewer rental units. County of LA defines small landlords as owners who have common ownership or common control of 50 or fewer fully covered rental units in the county, and provides leniency to such landlords by allowing them to pass through safe, Clean Water Act parcel tax to their tenants. And Culver City allows subsidized relocation assistance fee for small landlords in case of no-fault just cause eviction due to owners' relatives occupying a residential unit. Culver City defines small landlords as owners who have no direct or indirect economic interest in more than 3 rental units located within or outside of Culver City. Additionally, small landlords shall not include any of the following. Number 1, a real estate investment trust. Number 2, a corporation. Number 3, a limited liability company in which at least one member is a corporation. And number 4, a partnership in which at least one partner is a corporation. Finally, City of Los Angeles authorizes a subsidized relocation assistance fee for no-fault just cause eviction due to owners' relatives occupying a residential unit if the following conditions are met. Number 1, the building containing the rental unit contains 4 or fewer rental units. Number 2, within the previous 3 years, the landlord has not paid a reduced relocation fee to any tenant who resided in the building. Number 3, the landlord owns in the City of LA no more than 4 units of residential property and a single-family home on a separate lot. And number 4, any eligible relative for whom the landlord is recovering possession of the rental unit does not own any residential property in the City of LA. Overall, only a few jurisdictions have implemented a carve-out exempting small rental complex or small landlords from requirements of increased relocation fees, or have established leniency from compliance with certain aspect of local regulations on tenant protection for such residential tenancies. The proposed ordinance incorporates regulations on anti-retaliation by prohibiting retaliatory action by a landlord, including decrease in services, increase in rent, and termination of tenancy in response to a tenant's assertion or exercise of rights pursuant to applicable local, state, or federal law. These regulations authorize an impacted tenant to seek civil damages or injunctive relief through a civil action, or serve as an affirmative defense in an action filed against the impacted tenant. Additionally, the proposed ordinance allows administrative citations as a potential local enforcement mechanism pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code, Section 1-1-108.1. Finally, consistent with the state law, the proposed ordinance establishes enforcement mechanism by authorizing the City Attorney's Office to seek injunctive relief in case of violation of local regulations relating to no-fault just cause protections. As previously mentioned, violation of local regulations on anti-retaliation would be punishable as administrative citation pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code, Section 1-1-108.1. Summarizing the Council's effort for strengthening local tenant protection regulations in Burbank, this slide shows all the measures that are currently being pursued by the Council. Number 1 is the proposed ordinance. If the ordinance as proposed tonight is approved, it would result in establishment of increased relocation assistance fee for all no-fault just cause evictions, with exceptions for small landlords. Additionally, the ordinance will establish local regulations on anti-retaliation and would enable a tenant to contest against a landlord's retaliatory action in a court of law. Finally, consistent with the state law, the ordinance would establish local enforcement mechanism by authorizing City Attorney's Office to seek injunctive relief in case of violation of local regulations on tenant protection. If approved on July 30th, the ordinance will become effective on August 30th, 2024. Number 2 is the community outreach for a potential local rent cap. In addition to the proposed ordinance, staff is working on a community outreach plan to gauge community's opinion on a potential local rent cap that includes 5 community meetings, 5 pop-up events, promotional materials, including email blasts, written materials, and social media updates, and a community-wide survey. Staff will report back on the result of the community outreach and survey either on October 1st or sometime in mid-October. The next slide provides an overview of measures to implement the proposed ordinance if it gets approved tonight by the Council. During the May 21st, 2024 budget cycle hearing, the Council approved funding for 5 new positions, 3 with the Community Development Department and the other 2 with the City Attorney's Office for creating a housing enforcement unit, for creating a housing enforcement unit to facilitate implementation and enforcement of the proposed ordinance. The Housing Enforcement Unit will receive and investigate housing and habitability complaints, provide tenant resources and referrals, and coordinate social services and initiate civil enforcement actions. Tentative implementation date for the Housing Enforcement Unit, including recruitment for the 5 positions, is October 2024. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the following resolution. Introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Burbank, California, amending Chapter 4, Residential Tenant Protections of Title 5, Police and Public Safety of the Burbank Municipal Code by increasing relocation assistance for certain no-fault evictions, adding a small landlord exemption from the relocation assistance payment obligation, and adding anti-retaliation tenant protections. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available to respond to questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Oh, Councilmember.
I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, this stuff brings me to tears as well. So.
I forgot you were a stand-up comedian. That's right. Okay. Well, I still stand by my 7-Eleven. You know what? No. Let's go to public comment. We have 17 public comment cards tonight. Everyone will have 1 minute. Before we begin, quick call out for, is Ellie Levy here? Yes. Show of, okay, great. Just want to make sure. And then we just want to confirm, is Chloe Cross present? Okay, I believe is correct. Chloe is no longer here. All right, we are ready to begin. So first up, we have Carrie Obiat, followed by Daniel. First name, Daniel. That's all I got.
Hi, my name's Carrie. I'm a 12.5-year resident of Burbank. I am, as was someone who spoke earlier, a victim of a bad faith new owner of a building, an LLC, closed within 48 hours, all cash, new purchase, rent eviction. There was a habitability issue, which I've been trying to follow up on, but they were allowed to get permits. This is a 5-unit building. They were allowed to get permits and to start demolition on each individual unit separately. So I would like to ask you to consider that is really bad for those small buildings, because the first person out wins. The rest of us, in addition to the existing habitability issue, we have had our walls punctured, mold come into my unit and my neighbor's units. There's more. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Daniel, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening. I'm a Burbank renter in favor of universal just cause. Please include substantial just cause protections for all renters in this city, not just those arbitrarily protected by AB 1482. All Burbank renters deserve to live in safe, dignified housing, free from fear of harassment. But universal just cause is not enough. If landlords wish to evict families from single-family homes, condos, or any unit built in the past 15 years, they don't need just cause. They can just raise rent 100%, 200%, there's no limit. Burbank renters need relocation assistance for unreasonable rent increases. Glendale sets this number at 7%. Let's do the same. 3 months fair market rent as relocation assistance for any renter who has to self-evict due to a rent increase of 7% or higher, plus an additional month for qualified tenants. And let's make sure a tenant bill of rights is included on all notices and rent increases, because renters often don't know their rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by David Kashikian.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, staff, and everybody present in the chamber. I wanted to speak directly, specifically when it comes into the exception of the carve-out, because one of the things that gives me pause about this is that it tries to make a carve-out for something that isn't specifically designed, because we still don't have a specifically defined, because we haven't defined what a mom-and-pop landlord really is. And that, as we have seen, property ownership is shrouded behind corporations and partnerships, making it almost impossible to know how many rental units at any given time are actually owned by landlords. Eviction attorneys put together manuals on how to skirt these regulations by splitting property ownership. And that is something that we need to be aware of, because that's also something that we've been seeing happening, not just when it comes into rent evictions, but also when it comes into family moving. So that's why I think that we need to be very careful about that. Lastly, just with my last 5 seconds, as we continue to speak, I just want you all to remember the people that are no longer here to speak for their own defense. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Kashikian, followed by Christine Lalonde.
Good evening, Council. David Gaishan on behalf of the Apartment Associations of Greater Los Angeles. We urge the Council to reconsider this ordinance specifically in regards to owner move-ins. Rental housing providers may face financial challenges and need to move into their properties to house themselves and their families. Imposing triple relocation fees on these owners could force them to sell their properties, likely to large corporations that will convert the properties to luxury housing. This will result in the loss of affordable rental housing in Burbank. In addition, rental housing owners with more than 4 units, particularly those with 5 to 20 units, may also need to move into their multifamily properties during financial distress. By its nature, only individual owners, not corporations, can conduct owner move-ins. Thus, the category of owner move-ins should be removed from the obligation to pay increased relocation fees beyond those already required by state law. Also, any requirement to pay increased relocation fees should be limited to low and moderate income renters due to their financial need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kaishan. Sorry for mispronouncing your name there at the beginning. Next, we have Christine Lalonde, followed by Ellie Levy.
Hi, my name is Christine, and I'm here regarding the tenant rights because I'm a Burbank renter of 26 years. I'm raising my final and last child through Burbank High School, actually Burroughs High School, and I work 5 jobs to support her to be able to go to school and live in Burbank. I was a victim of no-fault eviction because my landlord waited to the final moment that the memorandum or whatever it's called was lifted, and I paid $4,000 to live in a very small 2-bedroom house, and they wanted to raise my rent, so they kicked me out. I was vulnerable and alone, and my daughter was terrified and now has to go to therapy because she was scared to have to leave her school. I'm here to say thank you to the Burbank Tenant Union. They helped me as much as they could, but there was no assistance and no help for me, and I had no idea what I was going to do. I found a place, thank goodness, but it's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ellie Levy, followed by Matt Fabius.
I'd like to echo what was previously said. Respectfully but firmly urge you to vote in favor of the proposed BTU ordinance. Among the resolution's many laurels is the protection of tenants against retaliatory landlord action and harassment, as well as the closure of the draconian renoviction loophole that unconscionably allows protection of renovations to occasion eviction and thus rent hikes for new tenants. Subject proposed ordinance fosters housing security, which in turn engenders communal stability and cohesion. Thank you for your anticipated favorable vote in this item.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matt Fabius, followed by Allie.
Burbank's renter majority deserves better. The city's housing staff has again submitted a poor proposal on tenant protections. The most charitable reading of this situation would be that staff is unqualified to address the city's current housing crisis. I think more likely many residents now understand this as deliberate disregard for the will of Burbank voters and an unwillingness to address the crisis. These repeated problems with staff will reflect badly on City Council as well if you continue to allow it. Staff's proposal exclusively centers around one loophole, rent evictions, without closing it. Burbank's renter majority deserves a serious good faith protection ordinance that offers a comprehensive solutions to the diverse range of problems Burbank renters face. Given a complete lack of alternative proposals, I urge City Council to adopt the comprehensive tenant protection ordinance proposed by the members of BTU, including expanding relocation assistance to all no-fault evictions, no exceptions to 3 months fair market rent, plus additional month for seniors, disabled tenants, and parents with minor dependents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Ali, followed by Michael Nanu.
I was deeply disappointed to see city staff's ordinance last Thursday. As I recall, the direction given to staff was for a robust tenant protection ordinance. Burbank constituents submitted an ordinance to City Council in April that had extensive tenant protections, including guidelines for cash for keys, a predatory practice where tenants accept a check in exchange for moving out within a certain number of days. Oftentimes, these offers are made to tenants who do not speak English, and they don't realize that they have to be completely moved out of their apartment within a short amount of time. These tenants usually end up with evictions on their record and are unable to find housing. The ordinance submitted by BTU gives the tenant 30 days to consider the offer, allows them to turn it down, and requires that the offer be made to the tenant in their primary language. Our ordinance also has a key language justice piece that requires all communication to tenants to be written in their primary language in addition to English. This is an easy lift protection that will help renters understand their rights and responsibilities as tenants. Please incorporate these protections into your ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Michael, and it might be Nana or Nan. Okay, thank you. So Michael Nana, followed by A.L. Garcia.
How's it going? Yeah, I primarily want to echo what Joe said about the carve-out for mom and pops. That's not particularly well defined, and that number of available units is very easily exploitable by any corporation. As he also pointed out, the splitting into multiple LLCs. It's just far too easy for something like that to be utilized for corporate purposes, and I think it would be. I just want to caution against like a lot of over concern about like a mom and pop landlord situation and what is profitable for them, because it's going to be really silly if in 20 years, when the rent situation is still out of control, we have to explain to that generation of renters, well, guys, you don't understand. 20 years ago, there was a group of really nice mom and pop landlords, and we just like didn't want to mess it up for them. So please consider that. Also, it's anti-Semitic to tie your identity to a right-wing genocidal campaign. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have A.L. Garcia, followed by Shant Norhadian.
Good evening, City Council. I am an 8-year tenant in Burbank, and I have returned to urge you to implement Burbank Tenant Union's proposed rent stabilization and just cause ordinance. Burbank needs true tenant protections. As rents continue to rise, many of us face the constant threat of displacement and the burden of choosing between basic necessities and paying rent. Burbank's current protections are insufficient and leave tenants vulnerable to unfair evictions and excessive rent increases. Strong tenant protections are not just about keeping roofs over our heads, but are about ensuring stability and security for families, seniors, and all residents who contribute to the fabric of our community. By enacting BTU's proposed protections, you can help prevent homelessness, foster economic stability, and promote a healthier, more inclusive Burbank. We need a 3% rent cap. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Shant Norhadian, followed by Max Yelby.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Norhadian. I'm a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. First off, I'm proud to say that our family business has not issued any no-fault evictions in the city of Burbank. And I have many reservations with the language proposed into ordinance, but given my limited time, I did want to say this. I am sympathetic to the concerns raised during public comment regarding substantial remodel evictions. Having said that, this city council, in its measured judgment, has already passed an urgency ordinance in September of 2023 that heightened tenant protections and restricted substantial remodel evictions in the city. However, it appears that there has not been enough sufficient outreach and education of the urgency ordinance in the community, because we're still hearing about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Max Yelby, and then the last speaker card I have is Naveen.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I'm not pro-tenant, no pro-landlord, I'm pro-common sense. This beautiful flyer here advocating for tenant protections with this laundry list of things stems from good intention, but it is too complex to implement in the short term. I'm sorry, but we don't have time. Here are 3 simplified essential points. Number 1, prevent, stop, disincentivize profit-motivated evictions. Number 2, protect sustainable rent increases. And number 3, respect just compensation for landlords. So the call to action is HOME, H-O-M-E. Halt opportunistic money-driven evictions. We need to close the rent eviction loophole as other cities have. Rent eviction and other just cause evictions should be on the agenda for the council votes. Mr. McDougall, you stopped the council member Constantine eviction moratorium proposal because it wasn't on the agenda. Can you explain how the protocol to talk about it, as well as freezing all the just cause evictions? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That brings us to our last speaker, which is Naveen.
Good evening again. Staff's ordinance does not protect tenants in the city.
close the renovation loophole, increase the amount of relocation fees, and pass the protections in BTU's ordinance, pass anti-harassment and anti-retaliation protections, and no exemptions for tenant protections. The tenant protections are not strong enough, which is why we've lost so many neighbors. We need protections for families with kids who are still in school and protections for people on fixed incomes. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. That was my last comment card, so that completes public comment on this item. Colleagues, we're now going to go to questions first, and then we'll do deliberation. Would anyone like to lead us off? Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, can I go first?
Please, yes, I think you have a response.
If it's okay, I'd like to move that we go past 11.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, all in favor, raise your hand. Great, we're going to go past 11. I think we would have anyway, but here we are. We're past 11, so anyway, we're already in violation of the ordinance. All right. Mr. McDougall, do you have a response to Mr. Yelby's comment?
I do, but first I'd like to, in the manner of public comments, council received a letter from the California Apartment Association on July the 12th, concerned about our language, our proposed language that shifts the presumption for proving retaliation. It creates a rebuttable presumption in favor of the tenants. We also received comments regarding the same provision from Mr. Cusimano and George Giroux, and they've identified case law that, in fact, the language that Berkeley, the city of Berkeley, invented back in the 70s or early 80s was actually overturned by the California Supreme Court. It's still in Berkeley's municipal code, it's in Culver City's municipal code, it's in Glendale's municipal code, but I agree with the California Apartment Association that it should be stricken.
For the sake of the public record, could you read the provision from the code that you're suggesting needs to be stricken based on the legal authority?
In the record, it is attachment 2-3, so it's page 3 of attachment 2. And what it says is, in an action against the tenant, evidence of the assertion or exercise by the tenant of rights under this chapter or under state or federal law within 180 days prior to the alleged act of retaliation shall create a rebuttable presumption that the owner's act was retaliatory. And it goes on to say the presumption, quote unquote, means that the court must find the existence of the facts presumed unless and until its non-existence is proved by a preponderance of evidence. A tenant may assert retaliation affirmatively or as a defense to the owner's action without the presumption, regardless of the period of time which has elapsed between the tenant's assertion or exercise of rights under this chapter and the alleged act. And essentially that means if the tenant complains about an infestation, some other habitability issue, that any increase or certain action within 180 days is presumed to be retaliatory. And that actually shifts the burden contrary to, I believe it's California Code of Civil Procedure, Evidence Code Section 500, and such provisions have been overturned, notwithstanding the fact that they exist in at least probably 4 to half a dozen or more cities that followed the Berkeley model.
So, Mr. McDougall, just to further boil that down, if I'm hearing you correctly, the observation is that a tenant could certainly allege as a defense retaliation. There cannot be a rebuttable presumption. The Supreme Court of California has weighed in and said that there is no rebuttable presumption that's created. But there could still be evidence.
We cannot. So it still requires evidence be introduced. There is not a rebuttable presumption that the landlord must overcome. The tenant bears the burden to prove the facts. However, there is an extensive provision in state law, which is Civil Code Section 1942.5 on the subject of retaliation. It has the same 180-day period and is fairly detailed in terms of the rights that the tenant can assert, following which, if the landlord takes certain actions, it is deemed under state law to be retaliation. They simply have to allege the facts in their case and bear the burden of proof.
Okay.
So what that means in terms of the ordinance that's in front of you is that I simply recommend striking paragraph B on page attachment 2-3.
Okay, and to be clear, the entirety of paragraph B.
That's correct. It's actually 5-4-105 entitled Retaliation Prohibited, and it's subsection B that creates a rebuttable presumption. That would remain intact. The retaliation is prohibited. No owner may threaten or bring an action to recover possession, cause a tenant to quit a rental unit involuntarily, serve any notice, etc. And it prohibits the retaliation in the same manner as Civil Code Section 1942.5.
Great. Mr. McDougall, before you go on, I know you may have other responses. Councilmember Anthony, do you have a quick question on that?
2 quick questions. One, when was the, you said the California Supreme Court weighed in on this? Do we
Would
know?
you like to know the year?
Yes.
1984?
Oh, wow.
Do you have the date of oral argument? I'm just making you
Not at my fingertips.
keeping you awake. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
so 1984, when did your office become aware of this ruling?
Within the last 48 hours.
Okay.
And as I said, none of the other cities who copied Berkeley's provision have yet removed it from their
Okay.
code. So I prefer we don't put it in.
Sure, and I'm fine with that. Do you feel it would be prudent for us to put in, instead of the B that's there, the actual procedure for proving that, like the civil code in there?
Well, I think it's adequately addressed. In fact, the subject of retaliation is addressed, I think, fairly comprehensively by the Civil Code section. We brought the council several provisions from other cities. There was we preferred the language from Glendale. We thought it was, relatively straightforward. But the Civil Code also addresses it.
Well, the only reason I mention that is any tenant or even a landlord, in the plain reading of our ordinance, I don't want them to have to go to a state civil code. I would love to have the civil code written here.
Well,
so they
I
can-
wouldn't recommend that because the Civil Code could change over time, and we wouldn't want our ordinance to become stale.
Could you reference the code section, the civil code section?
Absolutely, we could, as may be amended from time to time.
Okay. Okay. That's one
Yeah.
suggestion.
I would prefer
I
that.
have a quick follow-up too, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I do have,
Go ahead.
If it's on this topic?
Yeah, it's on this one.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to ask about it, but since we're talking about it, great. Okay, so if we remove that section, and we're keeping A though, okay, and we're referring to the civil code, what does A give us that didn't exist before? How does that help us? How does it help help the retaliation legal efforts of the tenants if they were to claim retaliation?
Well, I believe the Civil Code section is comprehensive. It doesn't
Right.
affect their rights.
No, I'm asking about like A, like what we're leaving in, right, is the section A?
So Section A says, no owner may threaten to bring an action to recover possession, cause the tenant to quit a rental unit involuntarily, serve any notice to quit, or
Right.
notice of termination of tenancy, decrease any services, or increase the rent where the owner's intent is to retaliate against the tenant for the tenant's assertion and exercise of rights under this chapter or under state or federal law for the tenant's request or demand for or participation in mediation. So it lists certain things. The state law list, for example, it says if the lessor retaliates against the lessee because of the exercise of this is Civil Code Section 1942.5A says, if the lessor, the landlord, retaliates against the lessee, the tenant, because of the exercise of the lessee's rights under this chapter, or because of the lessee's complaint to an appropriate agency as to tenability of the dwelling, and if the lessee of a dwelling is not in default in the payment of rent, in other words, there's no other cause, the lessor may not recover possession of the dwelling unit, cause the lessee to quit involuntarily, increase the rent, or decrease services within 180 days. So the state law already says there's a 6-month period, and then it provides after the date upon which the lessee provides a notice of suspected bug infestation or made a complaint about the tenantability of the property. Tenantability, I believe, is synonymous with habitability.
This is still the state you're reading, right?
Yeah, this is the state law. So the state, our provision mirrors the state. The state actually provides greater definition about the reporting of an incident, the city following up and inspecting an incident, a citation, commencing judicial or arbitration proceedings. It's kind of this cascade of things, and it provides that the 180 days shall run from the latest of those dates. So if there's a process, it kind of prevents the retaliation, an eviction, a rent increase based upon the tenant taking first action on their rights. So it's essentially the same context of retaliation. It is more detailed because it sets forth the 180 days.
Right. So, but I'm sorry, the question I'm asking, and it's a little late, so maybe I didn't phrase it right. It's like for our ordinance that we're proposing tonight and the section A, how are we adding to what the state already has for protecting retaliation? What are we adding locally or creating locally to help our local tenants with this ordinance, with section A?
Essentially, how are we enhancing from what is already in the state code?
Yeah.
Or are we?
Or are we? Yeah. Oh, okay.
It's duplicative. So,
okay. Well,
I'm sure there's going to be questions about retaliation versus harassment.
okay.
Yes.
So I would like to my comment was about a United States Supreme Court decision that was brought to our attention by the California Apartment Owners Association that affects the draft red line that we put before you. And so we can wade into it more because I'm confident the council has more questions. The only other point I wanted to make before council asks questions is to respond to Mr. Yelby's comment. And I believe it was a comment related to me telling Councilmember Anthony that a motion to introduce an ordinance was improper at a particular meeting. And that's because the item, if it was agendized, it wasn't agendized to adopt an ordinance. It was agendized for a staff report. It could actually have been the meeting in May or April of 2023 where I coached the council through adding an urgency item to the agenda, to many of the council members' surprise, based upon our first learning at that meeting of the renovation evictions and the trend of renovation evictions. And I believe Councilmember Anthony may have at that point spontaneously recommended adoption of an ordinance, and that was beyond the scope of discussing the renovation eviction issue.
You know, as I'm wont to do.
Well, I will just say, I think it was actually more recent than that. Hopefully the public can forgive me, it is late, but it might have even been the last meeting, which, to Ms. Bax's point, no, I wasn't present, and I'm not human, I can't be at every meeting, but I certainly played back the tape, and I believe you were making a comment about an eviction moratorium. It was something along those lines, and I believe what happened was Mr. McDougall said you can't talk about that because that is not agendized. I think that is what Mr. Yelby was referring to.
Are you saying I've admonished Councilmember Anthony more than twice?
As you are wont to do. You have, and I believe Mr. Yelby's point was, should the council member want to talk about that topic that's not on the agenda, what would be the proper protocol to agendize it and have a discussion? And I believe that would be at the end of the meeting when you can request for new items.
And so for the public, what we're talking about is adding future agenda items so that they can be properly described on the agenda so that the public knows.
So the takeaway is, if Joe says no and you don't like it, wait till the end of the meeting, get the last word, and then he has to bring it back. Okay. Any questions from council?
I do have a question.
Go for it.
Thank you. And it goes back to the language on retaliation. My question is, with the enforcement unit that you're currently in, the staff is working on putting together, under the section of retaliation, assume there is a retaliation by the landlord, would the tenant have the right, once we get the unit up and running, to file a complaint with the city attorney's office, and would they receive assistance during that time?
So the Tenant Protection Act, as amended by SB 567, does not include this retaliation provision. The enforcement program will be focused on either compliance with the rent cap, whichever rent cap. Right now, the statewide rent cap unlawful increases, and ensuring compliance with the no-fault just cause evictions, rather than the at-fault just cause evictions, which would be disputes between the landlord and the tenant on, compliance with the contract, creating nuisances, that sort of thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I think I understood the answer, but I just want to clarify. So if we adopt this tonight, would once our local enforcement unit is established, would it also enforce local claims of retaliation as well? Because it's in our local ordinance, so it would allow that to
So
happen.
I need to review whether injunctive relief is appropriate for this, or if it's a defense to an unlawful detainer, the landlord would already bring this matter in court, and it would be a private right of action.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Of any topic? Sure. Do you mind if I'll jump? I just got a couple quick ones that I'll get out of the way. So, Mr. McDougall, one of the points that has been brought up by public commenters, those who have not been in support of the staff recommendation, is that the proposed ordinance, both the current tenant protection ordinance and the proposed revision, is not universal in nature. And first of all, can we just establish, and sorry, this is a question for you, Mr. McDougall, and our housing staff. As I recall, I believe the current iteration of the ordinance only applies to housing units covered by Assembly Bill 1482. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then the question I have, Mr. McDougall, is could the council, I believe I know the answer to this, but does the council have the legal authority to build protections beyond what is established as a baseline floor under Assembly Bill 1482?
The council has the ability to strengthen the protections that are included within 1482. The problem is that the Tenant Protection Act is a carve-out from Costa-Hawkins. Costa-Hawkins prohibits us from setting or controlling the rents on new units, and the Tenant Protection Act puts that cutoff at 15 years.
Yes. So what I'm getting at, Mr. McDougall, I don't know if you have access to the codes in front of you, but I was looking at subsections 2 and 3. I just wrote down a couple notes here.
Of which act?
This is Assembly Bill 1482, the Tenant Protection Act of 2017, 2018, 2019?
The bill or the statute?
The statute.
Okay.
Subsection 2 says, and I'm quoting here, "It is the intent of the legislature that this section should apply only for the limited time needed to address the current statewide housing crisis as described in paragraph 1. This is the operative part I found. This section is not intended to expand or limit the authority of local governments to establish local policies regulating rents consistent with Chapter 2.7. I'm going to skip ahead here, nor is it a statement regarding the appropriate allowable rental rate increase when a local government adopts a policy regulating rent that is otherwise consistent with Chapter 2.7. Now, subsection 3 does reference Costa-Hawkins. The point I'm trying to make is the way I read those two provisions of Assembly Bill 1482, as now codified in the Code of Civil Procedure, is that we are limited in our ability to impose a rent cap on properties that are not already governed by state law. Costa-Hawkins, right, exempts things that have a recent construction. We can't put rent caps on those unless Costa-Hawkins were repealed on the November ballot. But for now, that is the state of the law. But we're not talking about a rent cap tonight. We're talking about eviction protections, relocation assistance, and the way that I read those provisions, it seems like the legislative intent is that we are not prohibited by building upon or strengthening those protections. Ergo, why we are empowered to offer we are empowered to have an ordinance that says 3 months of relocation as opposed to 1. And so logic would dictate to me, could not the city council say we want this to be universal in nature and apply to all renters in the city of Burbank?
We'd have to evaluate going all the way down to single-family residential homes.
And Mr. Mayor, Joe, if I could, Shipra Rajesh, Housing Development Manager. Pursuant to California Civil Code Section 1946.2G, it says that the local ordinance shall be more protective than the state law. And then the state law lays down 3 criteria in order for a local ordinance to be more protective, including consistency with just cause for termination provisions of the state law. So it essentially requires a local ordinance to comply with all the rental units that are exempt under AB 1482.
Okay. Okay, I hear.
I have a follow-up to that. So what I'm hearing is state code, we must be consistent in the Costa-Hawkins Act with the rent percentages and what we're allowed, and consistent with which units are subject to relocation assistance. Does that also mean that we have to be consistent with state law on how much anti-retaliation or anti-harassment protections we place? Or can we locally have our own? Because just looking at local ordinances throughout the cities, many of them list out different types of what is considered harassment, down to giving prime examples, while the state code doesn't necessarily do that.
Well, let me first say that between first, as a definitional, some cities use the word harassment, some cities use the word retaliation, some cities use both, but they use them both in the same context, with the exception of Culver City, which actually disclaims any local enforcement for that entire section. But if you look at Culver City, which has 20 causes listed under harassment, many of those are already illegal acts. So, for instance, soliciting, sex, groping, those are lewd acts that can be prosecuted as a local misdemeanor and are 290 registrant offenses, very severe penalties. But Culver City says these bases, I think I actually printed out the sections here. This is Culver City Municipal Code Section 15.09.340, retaliatory eviction and anti-harassment. A is the prohibition on retaliatory eviction. Subsection B is anti-harassment. And among the things they list are theft and larceny, right? That's a crime. It can be prosecuted as a crime with penalties. I don't think we should be going after those civilly with harassment, and it actually requires that you, in some cases, some of these require that the tenant, because Culver City's ordinance says landlords shall not be subject to the city's enforcement of this section 15.09.340. So the city's not going to be involved in it, but many of these things are already crimes or breach of contract, or so it's kind of an illusory listing of things that already have other penalties under law.
Got it. Okay. Why don't we stick on the topic of why don't we tackle it one issue at a time? Is anyone opposed to just tackling the universal application? That is a first issue. Okay. So to tee it up for you, Councilmember, I'm going to let you ask the question, but to summarize, Mr. McDougall, what I am not convinced of and what I don't have the answer for yet I am not swayed that the legislature has preempted this field. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility, but based upon my reading of the statute, it does not seem as if they have fully preempted it from local governments.
You mean prohibiting renovation evictions?
Yes. For example, I believe other jurisdictions have closed that loophole, which leads me to the conclusion that the legislature has said, in terms of eviction protection, we are creating a floor from which local governments can offer more protection and to more units. That's the way that I read it.
I agree.
So could I mention one quick thing? Ms. Rajesh earlier mentioned that in order to comply with the state law to not be to be more restrictive, she listed a number of things that it has to comply with. In my understanding of AB 1482, that is the floor. So it's not what you mentioned is not the limitations that it has to comply with AB 1482, but that as long as you comply with AB 1482, you can continue to go further out. That is my understanding of the section.
Well,
that you read.
let me tell you that our legal analysis has been focused on bringing you back these provisions that this council asked for. We haven't looked at expanding into areas that are exempt under the letter of 1482. We haven't looked at applying it to younger than 15-year-old properties. We haven't looked at extending it to single-family residential, which are conditionally exempt. There's a notice provision,
right,
which single-family residential units are subject to 1482. I'm sorry, 1482 is now old law. It's been amended by 567. It's the Tenant Protection Act. Applies if a landlord does not give the proper notice. It could apply if it's not an owner-occupied property. There's actually a lot of conditions that apply to those. So we'd have to look further, and we can, but what we brought you this evening is what unanimous council asked us to bring you, and we can go further.
And I just wanted to add to that, Mr. City Attorney. The ordinance that I read from the state law, it specifies that the local ordinance, any jurisdiction that they could adopt, it has to be the just cause for termination of a residential tenancy under the local ordinance should be consistent with this section, and the section being California Civil Code 1946.2. And to answer your question, Vice Mayor, the state law further states that the local ordinance further limits the reasons for termination of a residential tenancy, provides higher relocation assistance amount, or provides additional tenant protections that are not prohibited by any other provision of the law. And that's where other jurisdictions have carved or added anti-retaliation and anti-harassment. However, the understanding was it still has to be consistent with the underlying section, that is California Civil Code 1946.2, and when I say consistent, that includes the rental units that are exempt, at fault just cause eviction, and the list of no fault just cause eviction.
Okay, so on this topic, Councilmember Mullins.
I want to clarify something. If we are going to include universal, does that mean single housing, including ADUs, also on that property? So might as well include the whole entire city?
Well, I
is
want to
that
be
what
clear.
we're talking about?
What I'm hearing from staff is that they don't have a clear answer yet of what would be included or not. So, Mr. McDougall, what
I'm saying is, I'm not recommending tonight that you go further than what we brought you, but if you want us to go further, both in terms of whether we recommend or can recommend prohibiting renovation evictions, which I understand some other cities, I can't tell you which ones, might have done, or going past deeper into the types of units that could fall under, we have to do further research.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I might, to close out that conversation, I would personally appreciate if staff could do further research. I'd love an answer to the question. Anytime we're unclear on something, I'd love the answer. And considering that in some estimations, and I can't say exact because I don't know that we have the data for that, a lot, I can at least say colloquially, I know that a lot of rental folks who are renting houses, are renting ADUs, are renting. So I'd love to know the actual answer to that, especially if we don't know.
I want to let, yeah.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to mention earlier. Is I was just looking up briefly, like cities that had, universal just cause eviction ordinances, and LA City has one. And it very briefly, it basically says that all rental units are basically covered under just cause eviction ordinance. I mean, there's probably some specifics that are not, but they do not mention AB 1482. They don't say that it's, certain kinds of, so I think it is possible based on, if LA City is doing it, my guess is that it's possible. But the question is, I guess, then, do we direct staff to then look
Well,
at
so there's
ourselves?
so the Tenant Protection Act says, if the units are subject to a tenant protection local ordinance adopted prior to 2019, they shall be subject to the pre-existing law in that jurisdiction. If they're not, then they're subject to the Tenant Protection Act. So there are a bunch of qualifiers.
Is that specifically for the rent cap, or is that for also just cause evictions?
That is generally to 1946.2. If there's a prior ordinance, then they're subject to that prior ordinance because this law was not in effect until 2020. So they didn't invalidate prior ordinances that had already survived.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, if council wants to give us fresh direction, we'll take fresh direction and we'll come back with a recommendation. But I'm hearing both as to the just cause and as to the types of units. If you want us to look further, then we can look further.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Go for it.
I'm just asking if I can speak. My question is just because I know that ordinance, Councilmember Takahashi, and it's newer. So I would love that question answered too, because this universal just cause in the city of LA, it's newer. So
I'm just.
I don't know what. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
I'm not. I can't. Their rent control ordinance is one of the oldest ones, and so I'm not prepared. I don't know which.
I'd like to ask a procedural question just to get the conversation on track. So, it's good dialogue. Now, Mr. McDougall, it would seem to me one option is we could certainly direct staff to go back, do more research, and have the conversation again soon. I acknowledge that. Hypothetically, if we look at all the other component pieces of the proposed ordinance tonight, and we're good with it, maybe we have some minor tweaks here, and the only question is assume for a moment, hypothetically, a majority of the council says, we love it, we just want it to apply to as many units of housing as possible. Procedurally, could we introduce the ordinance tonight, direct staff to amend in accordance with those guidelines, and when you come back for adoption, you clearly explain what units of housing are allowable?
I would not recommend you introduce an ordinance that I haven't given you legal advice on.
Okay. That is, just to be clear, that is not what you're recommending. That is within our legal ability to do.
Well, I can't, you're asking me new questions, and you could introduce an ordinance. I can't tell you exactly when. We have, as you saw on the slide, we're trying to set up an enforcement unit.
Yep.
We're doing 10 different activities for outreach. We've got a survey and a whole lot of other things going on. Okay. So if you adopt an ordinance and we don't yet know what its applicability is, I think we're creating a disservice because no one in the room, including you or me, knows what that ordinance is going to apply to for sure. And so I think it affects people's ability to participate in that legislation without knowing what it actually will apply to.
Totally understand. Just asking the options. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but we'll go through the process. Councilmember.
To that point, to do the work tonight of crafting and putting together a final ordinance, if we were to introduce that at a later date, if staff comes back and says that there's an ability for the ordinance to expand to more units, the changing of that ordinance, I would assume, would be very minor, simply to take the suggestion from staff of these are the new units you could expand it to, that we could simply change the ordinance once after adoption, is what I'm saying. Because basically, if we were to give direction to staff, it would simply be, can you find more units for us to cover? and then you could bring that back.
I think the answer is yes. You could move to introduce, and if there's any minor amendments, and you could direct staff to conduct further research on future extension of applicability of units. It could be, it's not an either or, it can be an and or.
So building on it.
In theory.
Okay. All right. I'll save that for later.
Yes, procedurally, you can adopt an ordinance and we can change it with 2 meetings, introduction and adoption. But I think the public's going to want to know what you're sweeping into the ordinance or what activities you're pushing out, right? Like, what will landlords be able to do with their property or not be able to do with their property? So, because we're talking about 2 things. We're talking about units, and then we're talking about whether a renovation eviction is even allowed, right? I mean, is that what we're talking about with universal?
Well, let's take this one at a time. I think we're having a discussion about expanding the number of units that this covers beyond what's currently in our ordinance. So separate from introducing an ordinance, I think we should have a discussion. Do we want to have staff come back with a study of expanded units in a timely fashion so that we have that knowledge available to us?
I think that would be one issue, certainly, and we can see later when we get to more discussion if there's a consensus on that. But just in terms of asking questions of staff, I feel satisfied, more satisfied on this issue of what we know and don't know about universal applicability. Are there any questions just on that issue before we start talking about all the other topics? Yes.
Well, I have questions and I also have concerns.
Can you try to just
Well,
do the
I'm going to
questions
try as best as I can, really.
Okay.
So I want to ask, tonight is the first night I hear about universal ordinance, or let's have universal language in here. We've been sitting here since...
Well, hopefully you read the emails where it was referenced.
I read a lot of, we have 500, 600 emails in our email box, so I read as many as I can, as much as I can. So we've been sitting here since January of 2023, and if we just received an email within the last few days telling us about universal, to include universal language, why was this not brought up back in January of 2023? I guess my question to my colleagues, why didn't we direct staff to include that when they bring an ordinance back tonight for us?
All right. Well, does anyone have a brief response?
I'm happy to answer since I was the maker of that motion. So my original...
Let's clarify which motion was it.
January 1st, 2023.
And did you include universal language
I asked
in that?
staff to look at all possible rental protection options, which is what has led us to where we are today. Today, we asked staff about universal just cause. And to your credit, I get why you don't have the answers. I don't have the answers. And that's why I appreciate them moving forward, looking for those answers.
Well, and here is the point that I want to make. At what point do we move forward and pass an ordinance according to the direction that we give staff week after week to bring something back for us to adopt, to let everyone rest and put at ease that we are moving forward with our plans and we're actually taking action on what we direct the staff to do?
And your point is well taken, Councilmember, and we're going to have that conversation. But please, colleagues, I'm trying to guide our conversations so that staff can know when they're up to answer questions and not. So I will come back to you first, Councilmember Mullen, so you can lead the charge on this. But does anyone have a question of staff on this topic? On this topic? Seeing none, I think next we'll go to, there was discussion of harassment and retaliation. Does anyone have a question for staff on that issue?
Yes,
Please.
a very clear question. So I do love 54105, the retaliation, the anti-retaliation. And I do want to point out that B was recommended that we stricken it by learning about it less than 48 hours ago. So we make changes on the fly. But I do want to point out that retaliation, in a nutshell, from my understanding of retaliation, not just in this ordinance, but in other ordinances, is that there has to be an inciting incident to retaliate to. Anti-harassment generally covers actions by either party, regardless of an inciting incident. And it also is not tied specifically to an eviction or a rent increase. So are there other, I think you mentioned Culver City has both anti-retaliation and anti-harassment?
They have a statement about retaliation being unlawful, but the conduct is almost exclusively under anti-harassment.
Okay. And you said a bunch of that is already illegal actions, but is
Some
there...
of it are breach of contract.
Okay.
Some of them are private nuisance. In other words, interfering with the quiet use and
Yes.
enjoyment.
The nuisance is a big one. Sorry, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Some of them are criminal conduct, fraud, intimidation, and coercion. Criminal threats, threatening an occupant with word, gestures, or physical harm. Violating the law, like FEHA, the Fair Employment and Housing Act. So, I mean, I agree with you that harassment in some of these, and one that we haven't really seen, but some of the speakers have talked about it, are the constant offering to buy out a lease. And Culver City has refusing to acknowledge a rent payment. My problem is so Culver City's example, they disclaim any local enforcement.
What does that mean to disclaim?
Well, it means landlords shall not be subject to the city's enforcement for any of these anti-harassment. I mean, that's what their ordinance says. So we have to figure out, what does it mean if we're going to try to enforce these?
Wait, so they have an anti-harassment clause, but they don't enforce it?
Correct.
That's weird.
Well, that's what it says in their ordinance. I can't speak to.
Okay.
That's
weird.
All right.
I just wanted to add to that. The anti-harassment regulations that Culver City has, they have a way of enforcing it through their code enforcement division. So the landlord or the housing division sends a notice to the landlord once a case gets initiated by a tenant citing some kind of violation. And they essentially send out notice with the local ordinance in place. And then they initiate the code enforcement process to enforce it. However, the retaliation claims, even though they have the ordinance that states local enforcement, it's all gone to the code. They don't do it administratively. They expect the tenant to go to a judicial court and initiate the case.
Oh, so it creates a baseline for the tenant to take the landlord to civil court.
Yes, they do not address it administratively, even though their code addresses it.
But on the habitability issues, council has already funded. Among the 5 positions you funded includes inspection services, so we can follow up on the habitability. Many of our tenants have complained about the habitability issues. A woman this evening spoke about having cold showers for 3 months and no heat through winter. And those are things that violate building code provisions, habitability provisions, and the council's already funded positions to follow up on those. But we would approach that from a code enforcement, not necessarily harassment, because we wouldn't judge, like to us, we wouldn't try to prove whether there was bad faith. We would just prove or cite them for violating the code and give them a notice of correction.
Right. They didn't make the showers cold on purpose.
Right.
It's just the showers are
So
cold.
when you say harassment, you're imputing bad faith, and then someone has to prove bad faith. If it's a code violation, it's a code violation, and we have people that can issue a notice of violation and go after it. So how you address it, if there is a criminal threat or a lewd act, we have criminal prosecutors.
Right.
So if someone gropes, touches, kisses, or makes a severe and pervasive, unwelcome type of conduct, that's something that our police department would assess for a criminal violation and refer it. and we would undertake prosecution. So again, some of these things don't need to be in harassment. They may nevertheless be a defense, but there's another remedy, a more direct remedy.
See, some of the harassment I've seen happen is stuff like nuisances, where they will pester you to sell. They will put notices on your door continuously. Not necessarily a criminal action, but it is over time. Playing music too loud, calling at all hours, blocking driveways with other vehicles and that kind of thing. So for me, I just looking at it at a separate anti-harassment section, I mean, we can even put it under the same code to just address little things like that, that nuisances that could escalate to the level of harassment. That's just my comment.
Okay, Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe we could achieve a similar goal coming at it from a different direction. Because Culver City, one of the things they do have at the end of their anti-harassment section is what it looks like to interfere with the rights of the renters. So they talk about interfering with the right of the renters to be able to distribute literature and talk with their neighbors about how much. They can't interfere from asking how much do you pay in rent, for example. They can't interfere with convening and talking together about how they're going to, work together to protect themselves, and make kind of a list of rights of what the landlords can't intervene on, and then that is what the proof is, rather than the harassment itself.
So like we could include the right of the tenant to peaceably leave and go back and forth,
Right.
or enjoy the quiet habitat,
Exactly.
like that kind of stuff.
Right, exactly.
And Councilmember, do you want to convert that to a question such as, did staff
Is
look at
is that possible to do? Is that something that we can do and put that in as an anti-harassment from that angle?
We can create an anti-harassment provision. We focused on.
But with the angle of, rather than saying what harassment is in the anti-harassment provision, saying what the rights are and that the rights shall not be violated.
Yeah, I think some people referred to that as a Bill of Rights, and we
Okay.
could, devise something that's a Bill of Rights. It dovetails in with the state statute on retaliation, because what the state statute says is any of these increase rent, decrease services, cause a lessee to quit, after or because they lawfully organized or participated in an association or organization advocating rights.
Right.
So there's a
Nexus?
nexus, a synergy where that would dovetail in with the retaliation and address the conduct without necessarily it being retaliation.
Thank you.
So we could, in theory, craft a Bill of Rights, and then any violation of that could be construed as harassment. Or retaliation, even. I don't know.
Like
Maybe that's too
preventing
far.
someone from distributing literature, preventing someone from leaving their driveway, that kind of thing. Because that's part of their rights.
What I hear from both my colleagues, Mr. McDougall, is hypothetically, if that's an avenue that the council wanted to explore, could they create a private right of action, if you will, rights under municipal code that a tenant could then take a landlord to court over and allege violation of? I think other jurisdictions have done that.
Yeah, so a lot of the jurisdictions make it an affirmative defense to an unlawful detainer action. If we were going to, as Ms. Rajesh said, if we were going to use our administrative citation process, the first citation is $100. So it becomes this progressive, then it's $300, then it's $500. So
After the warnings, right?
yes. It does have a progression, but that would be our administrative process versus saying it shall be a defense without trampling upon the burden of proof established in the evidence code.
Okay, so it sounds like the answer is it can be done. We would have to give direction on an enforcement mechanism. Is that right, Mr. McDougall?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and would we need, then he would need to come back with a new ordinance that would include the harassment language, because right now we don't have any language in here, we only have retaliation. Therefore, tonight's ordinance, we can't move forward with it because it's incomplete.
Unless you to approve it as is and direct further work of staff. That's a policy question for the council to decide, but There are multiple options.
And the suggestion made by Councilmember Anthony to fold it under the section 5-4-105 would be the logical way to do that based upon how other cities have organized.
Okay. Are there other
It
questions?
would be a proper B, yes.
Yeah. Questions on harassment and retaliation?
Not so much question, just hypothetically, if we were to give that direction. I hear you, Joe. I like the idea of not repeating the wheel and what's already very blatantly there as criminal code and what's in the civil code. But to my colleagues' points, there are other things that are out there. For example, just looking at other ordinances here. Requesting information that violates a tenant's right to privacy, excessive entry into the unit. Some of our other neighbors have listed these specific actions in a very similar manner that folks put up signs that say don't swim in the water because you know someone's done it. So in that way, if we could look at what our other cities have done, that doesn't fall into criminal code, that doesn't fall into the civil code, so we can be clear and make it a subsection.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly easy. Going through Culver City's list, I was able to pretty quickly identify the ones that were covered by other statutes or breach of contract, so we can ferret through that.
All right. Yeah.
Just one last question. So if we were to say, create that process of anti-harassment through a Bill of Rights, the code enforcement would create a system where we could warn people and maybe fine them, and then it escalates. That does not preclude a private right of action.
No, not at all.
Okay, so a tenant could still, after the fact.
I want to say that it will be a very laborious process with very small incremental gains, because the evidence of why a landlord is doing something that is not unlawful, but someone else determines as harassing, there could be a great many explanations, and it could be, very tedious for both the tenant and city staff to try to pin down.
Okay. Any other questions on harassment or retaliation of staff? Let's talk about, last topic we'll talk about is the different categories, but the next topic is just the 3 months proposed relocation assistance, that 3 months versus some other number. Are there any questions of staff on that issue? No? Okay. Sure.
So it's 3 months. Hold on.
I believe it's 3 months that's contemplated for all categories of eviction currently codified under 1482. Is that right?
Right.
And 567. Yeah.
Yes. So I wanted to ask, was there any, I thought we had some discussion of a qualified tenant, someone who was a senior citizen or disabled or something like that, getting an extra month. Did we flesh any of that conversation out, or was that not brought forth?
I think it was just brought up by some of the community members, brought it up as a conversation, but we never talked, I don't remember talking about it.
We never talked about it. Okay. All right. And then, so here's a weird question, but it kind of dovetails into the 4 units or less. So I might bridge.
Why don't we start moving
Okay.
towards the carve-out for small mom-and-pop landlords? Any questions on that? Sounds like you got one.
I do. I got one ready to go.
All right.
Okay, so staff wants to come back with 4 units or fewer, but what I'm reading in the ordinance is just a straight up exemption, and so that anyone with 4 units or less would basically fall back to what AB 1480 or 567 has currently. Is that right?
So with the proposed ordinance, we wanted to ensure that there is effective enforcement in terms of tracking of properties that fall under the small rental complex. So we've defined rental complex as one or more commonly owned residential rental building located on single lot, contiguous lot, or lots separated by street or alley. So those would be commonly owned. and any such property with 4 or fewer units would qualify for exemption. And overall, they constitute approximately 7% of rental units in the city.
Right, an exemption from our new 3-month requirement.
That is correct.
So it would fall back onto the AB 1482, which is what?
1 month.
1 month. Okay, so here's my issue with that.
Perhaps in the form of a question.
Perhaps in the form of a question, definitely. I don't know how to word this. The number of landlords that are considered small landlords in Culver City is defined by a lot of qualifiers. They can't be, an investment trust or corporation or blah, blah, blah. Have we done that kind of in-depth analysis on our units, or we would have to spend some time to actually figure out?
So Culver City already has an existing rental registry, which enables them to track at least those landlords that are currently within the jurisdiction.
Okay.
However, they do not track landlords that are located outside of the jurisdiction, although they have that in their definition.
Okay, so then here is my question. Currently, what you're proposing is a flat exemption based on the units. And it assumes that if you have 4 or fewer units, you're automatically exempt. Can we flip that so that the landlord has to apply for the exemption and prove that they are, in fact, 4 or fewer units? And at that point, we could put in more qualifiers that the landlord themselves has to offer up versus a blanket yes for anyone who's 4 units less. In fact, flip it and say, if you have 4 or fewer units, come to us, show it, and then you qualify for the exemption.
Well, we would write it so that it was objective, so that someone knew before requesting the exemption that they were exempt. In other words, so the most problematic part, in my view, of Culver City's ordinance wasn't that the owners not be a corporation, an LLC, et cetera. It was that they said, shall not have direct or indirect ownership of units within or without outside the jurisdiction. That is impossible for staff to determine.
I'm okay exempting that part.
But to say 4 or fewer units and not a corporation, an LLC, et cetera, that is still more straightforward.
Sure, that seems easy to.
And then a landlord could determine on its face whether or not they were exempt, rather than us creating a puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's the easier way to go. That's what I would recommend, to make it the onus has to be on the landlord to come to us and say, hey, I meet XYZ qualifications, and then they're considered exempt.
And just to add, council members, so with our conversation with Culver City, they have a way to verify that information when a landlord provides them with information that they're not corporation, they're in fact a small landlord. Currently, the way we have the system with Building and Safety Division, we do not track information on whether or not a landlord is a corporation. We just track the number of rental units within a rental complex. So in terms of enforcement, we essentially would not have a way to verify whether or not landlord is accurately listing his facts.
Well, what I'm saying is they would come to us and they would show it to us. And they'd say,
Theoretically, what I hear Councilmember Anthony saying is, can we say all properties shall pay the 3 months, or all owners shall pay 3 months unless they receive an exemption, a small property exemption, which requires that they own fewer than 4 units, or the building is fewer than 4 units, and they demonstrate that it is not held by, and we list the organization types. The proof would be basically title.
Okay.
It would be the grant deed. As I think through it, this is theoretical.
Sure. Now here, I'm going to throw out, oh, go ahead,
Can I
guys.
just follow up on your theoretical question? So, in that theoretical, if we were to say they are exempt unless they are fewer than 4 units, if we're still talking about this in the sense of property, that there could still be a case where perhaps I consider myself a mom and pop, and I own 4 units here, 4 units there, 4 units here, 4 units here. I actually own like 16 units, but each one of my properties is now exempt and I can pay that 1 month fee. Yet there is another landlord like mine who has 6 units who is actually a mom and pop, but would not receive that exemption, theoretically, in this situation.
So those are the questions.
Yes. So
before
here's
you.
my follow-up.
Or you could do like LA and have it, or LA County and have it be 50.
Well, look, here's what I was going to offer, and this was going to be my question. Can one of the qualifiers, instead of simply how they're constructed, or rather how they're incorporated, also be that a full 3 months would constitute a hardship? And so what I would like to offer is that we actually increase the number to 6 units, allow landlords to apply for it, and have it be a hardship case, so that someone who owns 10 different fourplexes would
Is that
never
appealable to council?
qualify.
No.
Okay.
I think we're getting really creative.
I think
Yeah.
that is bordering into more deliberation. But your point is made, and what I'm hearing from staff is anything's possible. If you dare to dream it, they can do it. In theory, with endless money.
I'd like to offer one last
question.
One last question on the exemption. It basically goes from 3 months to 2 months on the payment that the landlord gives. Here's my issue. A tenant is still having to go out into the open market. So based on the landlord's exemption, a tenant, through no fault of their own, may have less money to go out into the world and get a new place. For quite a few months last year, we had subsidies to tenants who were evicted to find new housing. I would offer that if a landlord does qualify for the exemption, that we provide, as a city, the extra month to make up the difference.
I think the question there, staff, would be when we do our mid-year budget review, would there be an opportunity to make a new appropriation to resurrect a program like that? I think the council members would that be the proper venture, or when would be the right time?
But you could not bind future councils. So that subsidy could be
It's year to
only
year.
when you have a surplus.
Yeah.
So there could be years where the tenants don't get that because it's not appropriated.
So would the next budget review, Mr. City Manager, be the appropriate time to have that conversation?
I mean, again, you could appropriate money, provided that it's on the agenda. So
We can't do it tonight is what I'm getting at.
No.
No. But we could do it when we revisit the budget, as we do 3-4 times a year.
I worry about establishing a recurring cost one time.
I totally understand. I'm just saying procedurally, the time to have that conversation would be perhaps request it tonight at the end of the meeting. And when we talk about the budget next, when we're talking about finances and Ms. Becker is here with bells on giving us a fabulous report, that would be the time to talk about it.
Well, and I will second that because we need to also ask the question, the one-time reoccurring, and also how long do we continue providing those services and having the funds available?
But for the record, that's not an actual motion on the floor that was seconded.
It's not, absolutely not. I'm actually concurring with what the city manager said and the mayor is saying. I know, Councilmember Anthony, you're finding creative way of looking at what we can do, but I think we're limited to some actions, what we can and can't do.
But great line of questioning. That was fun. Now, does anyone else have questions on the carve-out that's proposed by staff? Yes.
Took a while to get to me. I went from 2 to 3 questions. So
Go
now
for it.
Okay. So the first question I have, and these are kind of just, I guess, technical questions. So if if a mom and pop, individual family owner owned one building with 4 units, could they in theory, be also an LLC? Could they register as an LLC? Okay, so
Anyone, if
can.
they pay the $800 a year and they keep up with their articles
Right, okay.
of organization, yes.
I think that's important to remember if we think about LLCs. And then if somebody comes into the city and buys a 4-unit building with cash, is that considered a mom and pop? Is that considered?
It wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter?
As long as they met the ownership criteria, and if you had organizational criteria.
So that's to consider too, y'all. And then my last question is on the grid with the number of units that are on 4 and under. It says that 1,696 units are in buildings that are 4 or fewer unit buildings. Do you have a sense of how many of those are currently under 1482 qualified? What percentage of those, that section there, are 1482 units?
We do not have the data as of now.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, when we go to discussion, thinking about that, whatever we do tonight, that it won't apply, if we don't do the universal version, it won't apply to all of these units, it just apply to a percentage of them. I don't know what percentage, but it will be a percentage. Okay, thank you, those are my questions.
I
have one more question to add to that question. Out of the 1696, how many total units do we actually have? So the 1696 out of how many?
That would be, so Burbank's housing stock is a total of 41,505 units. And out of that, 24,138 units are renter occupied.
What are the other units?
Those are owner occupied.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'm sorry, one more follow-up. For the 24,000 number you just gave, that's including houses and ADUs and all the other potential?
That's
right.
correct.
Okay.
We don't have which ones the information on which ones would be covered under AB 1482.
Got it, great, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions on this. So our last topic is the categories for eviction. Just to get right to the point, we've heard public comment suggesting that we really ought to close the rent eviction loophole. I suppose there's a few ways that you could do that. Does anyone have questions on that or any of the other categories for eviction currently provided for under 1482? Vice Mayor, let's go with you
I
first.
have one very quick question. Do we have examples of jurisdictions that have outright banned substantial remodel as a mode for just cause, as a rent eviction?
No, Vice Mayor. All the jurisdictions have proposed local ordinance that maintains consistency with no-fault just cause evictions due to substantial remodel.
And what do they do to deter that?
They've increased the relocation assistance fee. However, with the SB 567, state law has implemented additional provisions to help the tenants. So a tenant the work has to be at least for 30 days with the tenant not in place for it to qualify as a renovation eviction. Additionally, if the landlord has to provide the scope of work building permits, which you all adopted last year prior to SB 567. But in addition to that, if the work is not completed or commenced within the time period provided in the notice, the landlord has to offer the tenants the same lease agreement and offer them the rental unit back.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And in addition to that, some of the jurisdictions we've looked at have focused on a right to return as well, right, as a deterrent.
A right to return is covered under SB 567, so by default it applies to Burbank as well.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up, and then I promise to go to you, Councilmember. Doesn't Pasadena have a right to return that's a little more restrictive than SB 567? In the case of eviction for substantial remodel or renovation, don't they have a right to return for the tenant?
I'm not aware of that, but we could look into it and get back to you.
I think LA City may have one that goes out past 5 years.
And
Which would make sense because it goes back to the overarching point that AB 1482 and SB 567 are merely ground floors upon which local jurisdictions can have enhanced protections.
And in clarification to staff, I know right to return is a very generic term. When I say that, I mean a right to return at the equal or lesser rate that was at the time of their renovation.
Right. And
First
so
right of
that's
return.
written into SB 567. But LA City's right to return provisions do, in some form, predate the Tenant Rights Act by decades. I mean, it's been around for a long time. Again, we didn't look at that. Council didn't ask us to look at that. We certainly can take a deeper dive into it, but that could be the category that predates the 2020 applicability of the Tenant Protection Act.
Okay. Councilmember Anthony,
Yeah.
you've been patient.
Can I just ask, so under 567, how does the right to return work in real time? Is it only for instances where they evict and don't do the renovation? Is that the only qualifier for right to return?
Or the family members don't move in within 90 days or don't stay for at least a full year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for purposes of a renovation, it's the work, if the work is not commenced or completed. Now, if the work is fully completed and the renovation done, then there is no right to return under 567.
And have a right to occupy the unit any day the unit during the renovation is not deemed to be uninhabitable. So it kind of depends upon the scope of the renovation. Presumably, the work they have to do renders it uninhabitable until it's completed, but they did add that language to the law.
Okay. Well, so let me ask you this. If a jurisdiction is to remove renovation completely as a cause for eviction, practically, how would that work? They would have to put the person up for a month and then bring them right back? And then there would...
I am no expert, and frankly, there are probably folks sitting in the room who know more than I do. But my understanding is that in other jurisdictions, they have enacted local ordinances that would say if you need to do a renovation, you'll move the tenant, you'll put them in temporary housing, right, somewhere else, and when the work is done, they have a right to come back and finish out the remainder of their leasehold at the rent that they were paying. So I believe there are other jurisdictions that have done that, and functionally that's how you close the renovation loophole, because you can still do the repair work, the renovation, whatever, but you're not getting the profit-driven benefit, right? You're not able to say, well, now I can charge 3 times whatever I was charging.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
If I may add, also, I'm looking at Claremont's, and they have a provision that renovations are only, while tenant's still in the unit, is only allowable if that renovation is to bring a unit into compliance with code. So that's another interesting angle to consider, too.
So they can't just arbitrarily renovate something only if it's a code compliance issue. Interesting.
So you have to be careful, because some of the complaints that tenants are making are that their units don't meet code.
Right.
So you want to walk that line delicately so that you're not, there may be landlords that are rotating tenants through, they don't want to evict them because they're good tenants, but the units may not be habitable in their present condition.
Are there other questions for staff on this topic? Are there any other questions on any other topic before we get to deliberation? Councilmember Mullins, you've been so darn patient. I'm going to lead off with you for deliberation.
Always am. Go for it.
All right, whenever you're ready, feel free to start wherever you'd like.
Well, I asked a question earlier, and you promised that you will get back to me, and you're not going to forget about it.
Well, I was promising to start with you, but I'm happy to answer it.
Yes.
Look, this is the first time that we've had an opportunity to discuss this ordinance since it passed last year. 2023, correct? September of 23, I think it passed, or is that the effective date? Remind me. Someone?
September.
Thank you. I think that it was certainly no small feat. It was certainly a step in the right direction, but I think, speaking just for myself, I have certainly seen and heard over the course of the last 9 going on 10 months that our work is not complete there, that there are deficiencies in its application. I think that 3 months relocation assistance is absolutely appropriate. And the more I think about it, I try to avoid a situation where we have 2 tiers or 2 categories of tenants in our city, those who have protections and those who don't. Now, we cannot invade the purview of Costa-Hawkins and other areas where the state legislature has clearly preempted it, at least not for now. I guess voters have that choice in November. But aside from that, I personally believe, and my thinking has evolved to the point that we should try to have the same protections apply across the city to all of our tenants to the extent that we can. That's what I believe. And hearing what Mr. McDougall has said tonight, if staff is really in a position where you're saying that we can't proceed and amend the ordinance on the floor, then my preference would be at a bare minimum, let's introduce with what we have tonight, because 3 months is certainly better than 1 month, and let's give staff that direction. I'm personally very supportive of universal application, and I can't think of one reason not to do it. That's where I'm at. Now, if someone has a difference of opinion, if you think that there shouldn't be universal application and we should have 2 tiers of tenants in our city, I'd love to hear the reason why.
So perhaps, I mean, you didn't really answer my question direct, but I
What is your
appreciate-
question direct?
So my question is, why haven't we given this direction to staff?
I can answer that.
You want to?
4 or 5 months ago, we've been discussing this topic for the last year and a half.
Because we've been waiting for this to come back.
Well, but
like
we've
I
been-
am a lot of agenda items, quite frankly.
We have been discussing this item week after week after week, not exactly the ordinance to come back, but we've been giving directions to staff to look at a lot of other things that we throw on their plates to say, including myself, go back and look at it, bring me back more information. So my point that I'm making is, at what point do we stop and say that we're ready to move forward in protecting the tenants and putting a rest to the housing providers that week after week wondering what the heck are we going to be doing on council because we keep on changing our minds from week after week. In my opinion, we need to be consistent. We give direction unless the law change, unless we see a major issue like when they came back to us in January and they said, help, we are being thrown out on the street and we had to take action on it. I think we need to move forward with a lot of the plans, with a lot of the directions that we gave staff. We need to implement this. We can't sit week after week, and I'm sorry, I'm going to allow you to...
I have a simple answer for you.
Well, the simple answer is we just found out about it.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
not.
I'm not done yet. So thank you for allowing me to speak. But I want to be able to move forward from here and start implementing a lot of these things we talked about for years, because they're still coming to us and saying, well, what have you done? You haven't done anything. And I want to be able to say, look what we've done. We adopted this ordinance. I'm in agreement with giving 3 months. That's absolutely fine, even though we had a lot of emails that said it's too much for the landlords to be doing that. But I think it's fair. If somebody is going to renovate, they should pay the 3 months out. And I'm total agreement with that. But I am not in agreement that every week we sit here, not maybe I'm exaggerating every week, it seems like it's every week, but we sit here and we tweak things out just because somebody come into the podium and said, you're not doing enough, you need to start tweaking it. At what point do we have a leadership to say, look at everything we've done, we need to adopt this ordinance. We gave directions to staff back in September, back in April, back in June, back in February, saying come back with these things that we want to see on the ordinance. And we're having also community outreach, and we're having a survey. I want to be able to implement these things first and see what the results are before we start tweaking things around. With that, I'm done, and you can go ahead and answer.
Well, as the chair, I'll recognize Councilmember Anthony.
Thank
and
you.
then I will respond. Councilmember Anthony, please.
So we're a charter city, and I've been sitting up here for like 4 years. Whenever we bring ordinances back, they typically apply universally. We have to ask for carve-outs and exemptions when we vote on ordinances and bring them back. This type of housing law is fraught with so many state statutes and Supreme Court rulings that there's a lot of missing spots. It's like a bunch of potholes in the road. When we ask for just cause protections or eviction protections or helping somebody in a situation, I typically, and I don't know about my colleagues, but I typically think that means everybody in that situation. And so when the ordinance came back to us, it had a bunch of missing pieces in there that I wasn't expecting. And so I guess using the word universal in the just cause, I think sort of flips the script for us to say, no, we actually meant to cover all these things. We don't want as many exemptions as are given to us. And that is difficult, I think, for this body because it's such a rare piece of policy, this housing policy, this rental policy, that doesn't allow us to simply do big blanket things. And so I think that's the reason why we're seeing these sort of tweaks and changes as it goes along. Because, I mean, some of the stuff I just learned today. The Supreme Court ruling with the letter B got struck. It's just gone, just like that. And it's a tough and it's a difficult piece of the law that we're working with. So,
Mr. Mayor,
I'm going to hold off on my response too, and I
Okay.
will go back to you. But I want to give our other two colleagues, if you'd like a chance to weigh in on this issue. Either of you.
I just want to say, I think we're focusing on the when is this done piece, when the reality is, how is this done, is the goal. I think we all have a goal. I would like to think that we all have a goal of protecting tenants if this is in front of us, correct? And I think the day and the moment that we are good with this is the day that I can read our ordinance, compare it to other cities, and say that it sufficiently protects tenants as much as those other ordinances do. And if I get new information, like universal just cause, that would allow me to protect more tenants. To the mayor's point, I don't want a two-tiered system. And if there's a way to avoid that, that's great. If there is a way to include language that is specific, if there is a way to ensure that we are not creating further loopholes by giving a potential corporation that owns a 4-unit building a carve-out, while my landlord, who is one person, does not get that carve-out, then I don't think we're done, and this is not sufficient for me. So I think the moment that we are good is the moment when we have an ordinance that actually protects tenants.
Councilmember Takahashi.
All right. We're talking about process a little bit here, which I think is worthwhile, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And to me, I feel like this topic hasn't been talked about by us meeting after meeting, but we have heard about it meeting after meeting. And our actual discussions that we've had at the dais haven't been that often. And it feels like it's a lot, partly because there's a lot going on with housing. And we're dealing with a lot of separate issues. And we have decided, at least from my experience, what I understand, is that we have decided as a group to take out kind of different pieces and address them in different ways at different times in order to be very careful and thoughtful about each piece. And then what happens is when you pull out those pieces like that is that you have multiple conversations and they kind of have iterations. I also want to point out that this particular ordinance with the rent evictions, we adopted as an urgency ordinance with a very narrow focus for a specific time and a specific reason. And that's what we landed on. And when we brought this particular ordinance back, we discussed it and said, you know, that was done in a specific time for a specific purpose. And now we want to bring it back to take a second and really be thoughtful about what do we actually want, but now that we have some time to really think, it's not an urgency anymore. I remember we had that conversation. And at least for me, when we did have that conversation, I was thinking, let's look at what's possible. And I didn't specifically say universal, because at the time I didn't have that language, but that was something in my mind, like, where should we cover, what should we cover? And that was part of just like the curiosity of what can we do next. So for me, this conversation is about that. It's about taking that ordinance and looking at it really carefully and what do we want to do, and now's the time to do that. And I think that this is our opportunity. If it takes 3 steps, it takes 3 steps. If we do it tonight, it takes tonight, that's fine. But I feel, and I agree with Vice Mayor, that it is our duty as a council to be very, very thoughtful. Sorry, I was being distracted by sound. It's not serious. To be very, very thoughtful about what we're doing tonight so that we serve the community in a very thorough and considerate way and not rush through it. But at the same time, they've been asking for us to address this for a while, so I don't want to drag it out unnecessarily either. So I like a nice balance. But I personally do feel that between what the staff has asked us, what we have asked ourselves, and what community has asked us, if we have struck a balance of how to negotiate all these things in a way that fits into the schedule, but also gets addressed. So I would love to ask council if it's okay if we wrap up this process conversation, and feel free to respond if you want, but could we wrap it up soon so we can really get to the meat and let's talk about the issue?
So I agree. Councilmember Mullins, you have a final word on that. I have a brief response and let's redirect, but based on what you've heard.
I just want to remind Councilmember Anthony, Councilmember Takahashi, and Vice Mayor Perez that all of you, including myself, and I'm more than happy to go back and look at the meetings and listen to every conversation because I've done that for so many years and I can do it again. You specifically said we need to carve out mom and pop. Let's identify what mom and pops. You even said, I think it's 10, 20 units. And that was the exact conversation. Each one of you, including myself, talked about carving out mom and pop. And again, I don't know if I'm not putting words in your mouth. We did. So that's number one. Number two, I want to remind council, including the vice mayor, because you just said it now.
Clarification. I asked if it was possible.
Okay, hold on, everyone.
We're
all going to have a chance to talk.
clarification.
Councilmember Mullins has the floor.
That's fine. Possible, the staff came back and said, yes, it's possible. Here we go. And they gave us some options, right? If we asked for it, we all talked about it. The other thing I want to remind, I think, the vice mayor and everybody in this room, we also have an obligation for the housing providers. We have an obligations for the tenants and the housing providers. So when you say, I want to make sure this is 100% protection only for the tenants, then we're doing wrong for the housing providers who provide the housing for our tenants. So I don't want to see them sell and leave and bring corporations here, and they end up evicting them for the same purpose they're here tonight saying, we are being evicted and we need your help. That's it.
Very quick, just because Councilor Mullins, I don't like having my words twisted the same way you didn't like it last week. I said we need tenant protections because we are discussing a myriad of tenant protections. The day we are discussing housing provider protections, happy to do that. And we have discussed them in the past. So I'd like to have the record clear.
Well, I just want to remind you, the housing provider protections are implicit in the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, so we have to keep it in mind.
You forgot the part I added. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
All right. So with that, here's what I'd like to say as we shift to bringing this topic to an end. Now, Councilmember Mullins, you're absolutely right. New ideas have been brought up by our commenters over the last few weeks, certainly by myself tonight. I can certainly stand before you all, or sit before you all, I guess, and say that I know much more about this issue than I did last year. And while I do think that consistency is a good virtue, I think that our primary purpose is good policy. And so if we learn more today, we should not avoid better policy just for the sake of consistency. That's my opinion. Now, here's what I would say. I want to guide the conversation back to what I think is the ultimate issue. I have explicitly said on the record that I support universal application to the fullest extent of the law. Councilmember Mullins, you asked me a point-blank question. I'm going to ask you, do you support just universal application to the fullest extent of the law? Is that something you'd like staff to explore? Yes or no?
I want staff to explore it, but I want to also know, I don't want to give the perception because we're exploring it, it's a done deal, because I'm sure there's people in the audience here tonight looking at all of you saying, oh yeah, we like this idea that this is going to happen because we need to hear if this is right for the city of Burbank. Just because Culver City has done it, or Los Angeles has done it, it does not mean it's good for us in Burbank.
So it sounds like you're yet undecided. Let me ask you another direct question. If I were to make a motion, or someone were to make a motion directing staff to do that research at universal application, would you support that motion?
I'm not sure right now that
Okay.
I would.
How does the rest of the council feel?
I would support that. Like I said at the beginning of the conversation, I am in support of seeking more knowledge. I do not fault staff at all for not having that answer today. Since we're asking that question of you today, we are learning with you. So I would be in favor of looking for more information there.
I'm hearing affirmative responses from Councilmember Takahashi and Anthony. I think we have 4-1 direction on that. So whoever makes the motion, keep that in mind.
Can I request clarification, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
So by universal application, you mean every type of rental unit?
To the extent allowed by state law, understanding that there will be certain units of housing that state law says we can't apply it to, but to every unit of housing in Burbank that can avail themselves of the protections that we will ultimately carve. I think the goal of the council is we want these protections to apply to a universal extent to every tenant who calls Burbank home. Does that make sense?
Can I, because
Sure.
there's two different things that you said. Do you support universal or to the extent
right.
of the law? And then is it under SB 567, 1482? Because there's a lot of carve out.
Well, that's
with
what they're gonna
the
have to
10,
explore.
15 years.
Now, I've said I support its universal application point blank, and to those who disagree with me, I'm sorry, but I do. I'm not asking that question of my other colleagues. What I've asked is, would you support exploring it? And all but you, Councilmember Mullins, have indicated affirmatively that they want to. So I think we have consensus and can move on from that point. So with the ordinance as provided, does anyone have any other concerns? Do we want to introduce it? Because those are the two options we have. We can introduce it, and we can also give further direction to staff. You could also table it.
I'm going to be very honest. I'm not comfortable with the carve out for the way it's written. I'm not. To Councilman Mullins' point, we did ask about the potential of carving out mom and pops. This does not look like mom and pops to me. That is not affirmative. And to staff's point, thank you for saying it's very hard to do. It is very hard. No disrespect to Culver City. I don't know if even what they've written is something that they can follow in the way that I see it. So I would rather not create something where we establish mom and pop, but actually we have no way of verifying that this is an individual that worked very hard for this 4-unit complex. And I do not want to create a situation where a corporation can come down, buy out an actual individual that owns that building, and then do a substantial remodel and pay those families that are living in those units, here's $1,000 something, here's 1 month of your rent. Be gone. Now we have 4 potentially unhoused individuals. And guess what? They can substantially remodel, or why not put in a 15-unit building there? Why do we want to create the possibility for loopholes with more problems? And if we don't have the answer for a carve-out, I would rather not have the carve-out.
All right. Okay. Let's go Takahashi first, then Anthony.
Yeah, I have concern about the carve out too for that very reason, because I if we are going to have protection for mom and pop, I want to actually be protection for mom and pop. And my concern is that there's just so many ways around it, and the bad actors will find a way around it. So I'm not disinterested in a carve out for mom and pop. I just want to make sure if we do it, it's done in a way that actually protects them. So I'm not against or for it right at this point. I'm still kind of curious about how to do it. The second thing I'd like to, if it's possible, Mr. Mayor, to add to the direction of staff is to look at including the anti-harassment with the Bill of Rights angle, or the what the rights of the renter are, just so it's more clearly. Harassment is, I think, difficult to codify anyway. It's kind of like, sometimes it's kind of a gray area, what is harassment, but having a Bill of Rights seems a little bit more concrete. So I would love, if you are open to it, to also include that as a part of the next step.
To clarify, do you mean, Councilmember Takahashi, your earlier point, I like the way you said it, creating a tenant Bill of Rights that's written in the positive, but violating those things is considered harassment or retaliation?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I'm hearing 2 in favor. I would support as well. Councilmember Anthony, Councilmember Mullins.
That would have to come back, though, right? We can't do that tonight. Okay.
That was going to be my comment,
Yeah.
is we can't approve this tonight. I don't mind at all including harassment language in there. I think it's I'm sure staff can come up with creative way to come back, but the whole ordinance will have to come back.
Based on our conversation, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if we're ready tonight to really do much with this other than to give some more direction. I hate to add another step, but to the point we were making earlier, just personally, I feel like we need to do it right and get this really wrapped up correctly rather than trying to rush it through. But that's just my position on that.
Okay. Going back to one issue, the mom and pop carve out. I know you both expressed hesitation with it. I noticed you didn't say my name, Councilmember Mullins. I never supported it. I think we should treat our housing providers fundamentally equally, and an LLC can own 2 units, so they can own 100 units. So I don't think we've identified a good way to discern the two. So I don't support a reason for a carve out at all. So I think we have consensus there. Either of you care to weigh in on that?
Well, I would be comfortable moving forward with allowing staff to possibly find a way to have that carve out.
You'd like further study and direction on that?
Yeah, and at the same time, the possibility of subsidizing that extra month.
Okay, we've heard your point on that. So I'm hearing at least 2 who'd like further study.
And I'd like to know if this is going to include the single housing and ADUs, because we have 2 ADUs on one lot sometime. So is that going to, do we want to add those in there? Might as well.
I believe that's part of the first question when we're asking about universal just cause.
Well, but I don't know. I need to hear from the city attorney if this would eventually, do we have?
Well, universal would include those units. Right now, 2-unit properties are not exempt. The only way I think an ADU is exempt is if the primary house is owner occupied. Don't hold me to that, because last time I entertained a on-the-fly hypothetical, I had a few housing providers point out some legitimate disagreements.
Thank you,
with
Mr.
my
Guzman.
Off the cuff, yeah.
Could I ask one question? I had mentioned earlier, and I think a couple weeks ago, about qualified tenants, about a tenant who is a senior or disabled or other extenuating circumstances. If they qualify, could get an additional month. How do you feel about?
Before we move on from the discussion about what qualifies mom and pop, I know the 2 of you are looking forward to research. If we're sending staff on the direction, I also want to give you all an out to come back and say, hey, we actually did not find a way. Like, if that's an answer, I want to know. I don't want staff to feel like
we'll absolutely come back and tell you.
I would
if
like
we
to
do
know
not
if
believe
there's
a way to do it.
Right, and in a way that doesn't create a loophole like the corporations taking over, because I also think that is unfair to an actual mom and pop, categorically.
May
Yeah,
I?
please.
So Councilmember Anthony, a senior at 55 years of age, just because you're a senior, you qualify for an additional month? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, like if
So even if you're working and you make $200,000 and you're not needing in financial assistance versus
I
somebody
don't-
who needs financial assistance?
Right. If you're making $200,000, though, would you still be renting in Burbank? That's like.
We have some renters that they rent at Talaria for that kind of money. So yeah, there is some that exist in this city.
Well, if that person's being evicted.
Colleagues, if I may, I have just one question. I don't have any others, but my one question for staff is this. I'm supportive of all this research and direction that my colleagues are giving you, and we're going to try to build consensus around that, Mr. Hess, so it's really clear. I do have one question. This is probably going to take weeks or months, let's be real. Why not at least, at a bare minimum, do a bare bones amended ordinance that at very minimum ups the relocation assistance to 3 months for all categories of eviction while you're doing this work? That's something that does not seem difficult to do and could protect our tenants right now. Is that something that could be done?
So that's the ordinance that's
Well, it would be eliminating the carve out for small mom and pop. It would also, I guess it would include the anti-retaliation language that's in there, which isn't really the final product. But yeah, you could essentially take the ordinance you've proposed minus the carve out. Could that be introduced tonight and further direction given?
Yes.
That would be my suggestion, colleagues. I think that's the least we can do.
That was the motion I was going to make.
Okay. I won't make a motion yet because I want to really, look, this might be one of the last times I touch this issue, and I just want to say what I think the council has struggled with a little bit. Not any of us individually, but institutionally. We give staff direction, and I don't know that it's always clear. And what we say can be interpreted in different ways. So I think the important thing tonight is to be as explicitly clear on what we want them to come back with. Even if we disagree amongst each other, if there's a clear consensus, I want to be hyper-specific for staff because I don't want this issue to arise again when it comes back.
We'd appreciate that because there's a lot of discussion and a lot of things happen during that time. And we are trying to deal with all these different priorities and they're complex issues, as you can tell. It's the same staff that's working on a lot of the same stuff with the community outreach and things like that. So we need to be crystal clear on direction. Otherwise, we come back and we almost hit the target that you want, but if we don't, then we end up in situations where we're now having to explore different types of things.
And we have staff that periodically need to take leave and come back. And that can affect the timing. It's not straight line.
I
You know what
understand.
I mean? Okay.
Okay, and I'm not alleging it's nefarious, but I just want to be really clear that the next time this comes back, it's in a form that hopefully the council could pass. So look, I will make a motion in a minute. I am sensing support to at least amend the tenant protection ordinance to up to 3 months, to basically introduce what has been approved or introduced tonight by staff, minus the carve out for the mom and pop landlords. That's what I'm hearing, a consensus of council wanting to do. So my question to my colleagues is, for all the other direction we want to give, what, as specific as we can, what do we want staff to come back with? Councilmember Takahashi, did you have a?
I was going to have a clarification on what you were suggesting that we approved tonight, but if you want to move on to the direction from staff first, and then we can do that.
So my motion will be to introduce the ordinance with one critical amendment, no carve out for small mom and pop landlords.
If I could be very specific, you mean to remove letter C from 54104, the relocation assistance requirement? That's the exemption?
That would be yes, to introduce that ordinance, but deleting that provision of the proposed ordinance, Mr. McDougall.
And subsection C on page attachment 2-3.
So the practical effect of this ordinance would be basically to have what we have now, except for to make it 3 months instead of 1. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
And you're extending the 3 months to all categories of no fault, just cause.
Right.
So you're
Yes.
expanding that.
Right.
And you're not creating an exemption.
Yes.
But we don't have one. We don't have an exemption now.
No,
so-
but but in your ordinance,
I'm proposing that we do not
Got it.
at this
Okay.
time create an exemption without further information and further study.
And just for clarification, per our city attorney's request, also removing B under 54105, retaliation prohibited, but keeping A, so we do get codified anti-retaliation.
Yes. So I intend to make a motion to introduce with those amendments. And people can either vote yay or nay, depending on how you feel about it. But what I'd like to get to is all the other stuff that you'd like staff to come back with more information on. Yes, Mr. McDougall.
so to that point, can I summarize my notes
Oh, please.
from your deliberations and you can add to them or subtract from them?
Wonderful.
Number 1, add a tenant's Bill of Rights as subsection B to the retaliation prohibited, section 5-4-105 on page attachment 2-3. Number 2, explore whether we can narrow a mom and pop exemption that may be appealing to council by limiting the type of ownership. And that's a little open-ended, but we're still keeping that on the table by carving out corporations, real estate investment trusts, LLCs, et cetera. Number 3, exploring the extension of the renovation eviction protections or the just cause protections to all rental types, i.e. all tenants, rental units. That's a big one. Number 4, exploring a narrow or a prohibition, but perhaps, to Claremont's point, a narrowing of the ability to do renovation evictions.
Yes.
Sounds like everything, yeah?
Would anyone like to clarify, go into more detail, anything at all?
That was part of the Bill
That
of
was
Rights.
number one. Tenants' Bill of Rights regarding anti-harassment added to the retaliation prohibited provision.
Yes, either anything we're missing or anything you'd like to further clarify. Because I may not be here, in terms of the renoviction loophole that we've talked about, I believe that if you need to do a substantial repair or remodel, that's fine. Invite the tenant back at the same or less rental rate. That's what I would like to see.
Yeah.
Very specifically, right to re-enter.
Okay, and I think that's how I've actually seen it expressed in LA
just wanted to
City.
be-
It's actually characterized as not that you can't renovate, but there's a first right of refusal to
Yes.
reoccupy.
Yes, and I want it to be that explicitly clear that this council member wants to see that when it comes back. I would be very supportive, Councilmember Anthony, if there was information about additional assistance for more at-risk tenants, whether that's someone who's gravely ill, disabled, whatever the case might be. I know for a fact other jurisdictions are doing that. I would recommend staff look at Culver City as just one of several examples.
I believe Pasadena has a qualified tenant edition as well.
You may be correct, yes.
So I have that as number 5.
Wonderful. And then I just want to be clear, when we talk about a tenant's Bill of Rights, any more detail that folks want to provide on that? Because again, that's a very nebulous term. What are folks looking for in a tenant's Bill of Rights?
I would encourage staff to look at the ones that exist. I think this has been some of my direction in the past, and maybe I haven't been crystal clear. There are other ordinances that exist that are much more detailed than what was presented tonight.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, too, like, at least with the point I was trying to make earlier, is that defining what harassment is can sometimes be challenging. So reversing it and changing, basically looking at what harassment is and turn it into a right versus a harassment. So if, for example, you were going to make a list of all the harassment things to make switch, so harassing would be parking in the driveway or something like that, to say that they have the right to get in and out of their driveway. So that's kind of, for me, what I'm thinking of the direction, but not necessarily every single right that's out there, but just kind of the harassment angle rights.
Yeah. Okay. Anything that's not on the list? Anything that needs to be clarified? All right. Mr. McDougall, it's late. I think you have sufficient direction, but for the sake of the record, I will make a motion to introduce the ordinance as extensively discussed, amended tonight on the record. If you want me to repeat anything, I can, but I think we've talked at great length now about what we are changing with staff's proposal. So no creation of a carve-out, and of course the change to the provision that was identified by California Apartment Association representatives to comply with the law. So I'm recommending we introduce that tonight. 3 months relocation assistance, regardless of the reason for eviction. So that's the first part of my motion. The second part of the motion is to direct staff on the earliest feasible timeline to come back with more information so that we can I guess it'll be Tenant Protection Ordinance 3.0, but we can explore all these other concepts. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? No? All I will say is it's a frustrating process at times. It's not perfect, but I do thank my colleagues for at least introducing the ordinance, because it could take months, it could be a year before we touch this again, and we have the ability to do something, as imperfect as it might be, right now to help our tenants. So thank you for at least introducing it. Okay, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll have that back on consent, I think, in a couple weeks. Before we go to our final agenda item of the night, for the sake of the council, we're going to take a short 5-minute recess, stretch your legs, use the restroom, and come on back. right, welcome back, everybody. I should say good morning at this rate. Good morning. We are earning our paychecks today. The third and final report to council this evening is discussion on a letter of support for the president's proposal and/or a ceasefire resolution pertaining to the Middle East. We have with us, as always, Ms. Courtney Paget, our assistant city manager, to present the report, followed by public comment. Ms. Paget, take it away.
Yes, good morning. That's the first time I've got to say that, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Courtney Paget with the City Manager's Office. This morning, I'm going to provide a brief report to introduce City Council's discussion of a letter of support for the President's proposal and/or a ceasefire resolution pertaining to the Middle East. This item was agendized at the request of Councilmember Anthony. The agenda item requested at the June 4th, 2024 meeting was for council consideration of a letter of support for the President's proposal pertaining to the Middle East. At the June 25th, 2024 City Council meeting, Councilmember Anthony modified the agenda item to also include council discussion to consider a possible ceasefire resolution. On May 31st, 2024, the President of the United States addressed the nation and provided information pertaining to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. During this address, the President outlined a proposal consisting of 3 phases aimed at achieving a lasting resolution to the conflict. This proposal was presented to the United Nations and was adopted by the United Nations Security Council as a resolution on June 10th, 2024. A copy of the UN's adopted resolution is included in the staff report as Attachment 1. Council frequently authors letters to regional, state, and federal leaders to demonstrate support or opposition on a variety of topics. Should Council determined to approve a letter of support for the President's proposal, a draft letter is included as Attachment 2 for Council's consideration. In accordance with the Charter of the City of Burbank, Council also frequently adopts resolutions on a variety of subjects, generally related to city business such as grant applications and awards, building development standards, etc. At the request of Councilmember Anthony, to assist with Council's discussion pertaining to a possible resolution, a proposed resolution that was submitted to Council by members of the community at the June 25th, 2024 City Council meeting is included as Attachment 3. Subsequent to the June 25th, 2024 Council meeting and the modification of the agenda item, several additional proposed documents were received from members of the community by the city. To further assist with Council's review and discussion, these additional documents are provided as attachments to the staff report. There is a second proposed resolution that's included as Attachment 4. A proposed statement of unity and declaration of unity is listed as Attachment 5. There is a proposed letter of support for the President's proposal and the new UN resolution is included as Attachment 6. Pertaining to this item, Council may consider several options. 1, take no action and note and file the report, or direct staff to bring back a second step report with additional information, and/or forego the customary second step report and approve a letter of support for the President's proposal in the United Nations resolution, and/or direct staff on desired process to complete work for a resolution. This concludes the presentation. I'm available to answer any questions to the best of my ability on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Paget. Feel free to grab a seat. We do have some cards. So thank you all for waiting till late in the evening. You'll all have 1 minute. We all know the process by now. Here we go. First, we have Joe Pimienta, followed by Liren Tall.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and everyone in the chamber. I think I have been here before, saying the same thing of we need a ceasefire resolution, we need to call for peace. I also just want to support what the ceasefire resolution that has been proposed by the Burbank for Free Palestine. The reason why I keep saying that is just because I don't know. At this point, after everything that we've seen, after everything that keeps showing up, I just don't know what else do you need to be convinced that what we're seeing is not self-defense. What we're seeing is a genocide. And as a Mexican living in California, I have opinions and thoughts on what colonialism looks like. So I just think that what we're seeing here is just a continuance of that, and therefore it is our moment in history to actually do something about it and say where we stand on this. So again, I just want to urge you to continue reaching into your conscience and take a step forward and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Liren Tall, followed by Giancarlo.
Good morning, Council. My name is Liran Tal, and I'm speaking as a Burbank resident and leader in the Jewish community. As a longtime preschool director at Temple Emmanuel, we presented a plan to expand our school in 2014. We received several anti-Semitic comments from neighbors, like we don't want more of those people here. One resident even showed up wearing a shirt that said bacon, bacon, bacon. Seeing a rise in anti-Semitism again, since the terrorist attacks in Israel on October 7th is triggering my experience fighting anti-Semitism again in this very room. The plight of the hostages is ignored by the group calling for a one-sided ceasefire while they chant "Long live Intifada" in the streets of Burbank. Intifada is being used as an uprising against Israel's right to exist. Although they are calling for a ceasefire, the intention is not peaceful. It is anti-Israel and therefore anti-Jews. I'm strongly recommending that the council rejects this one-sided proposal in attachment 3. Your vote will not impact what happens in the Middle East, but more importantly, the focus should be on keeping all Burbank residents safe. Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. Next, we have Giancarlo, followed by Zoe.
Hello, I'm here to support attachment 3 for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. I will not stay silent during the genocide in Gaza. Therefore, I would like everyone who supports the ceasefire resolution to stand up and raise a fist. We are here in solidarity, peace, and love for one another. We want justice for the 187,000 Palestinians that have been killed since October 7th due to a failure to implement a permanent and immediate ceasefire. We are here to tell you that we want the violence and killing to stop. We are here committed to the principles of nonviolence and tradition of the civil rights movement. We are here as a multi-ethnic, multi-faith, and intergenerational community in Burbank to demand a ceasefire to save all lives. Please make a moral call now and pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So next we have Zoe, followed by Craig, I think it's Higa. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Good morning. I'm from Southwest Ohio, and I strongly support Attachment 3. My ancestors were free people of color and white abolitionists in Longtown. They worked the Underground Railroad from the South to Canada alongside pious Quakers, and I feel them today within our community of varied faiths. I know my history well, so when I first saw the innocents murdered by the Israeli occupation in 2018 during Gaza's Great March of Return, it was clear. Gaza is an open-air prison, and Palestine faces apartheid. The current 9-month assault on Gaza is not an extension of this violence, but the same violence, something that our tax dollars fund. It is the same violence which ravaged the Americas. Let's be clear, we want a permanent ceasefire and an end to the last century of violence that led to the current moment. We want full justice and peace in Palestine this 2024. I call on the Council to adopt revolutionary optimism. We have the power to demonstrate to the world that 70% of the U.S. does not stand on the side of genocide. The least you can do is approve this resolution for ceasefire, along with over 100 other U.S. councils. May this ripple become a wave.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Craig Higa, and then we have Caleb Carr.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. You've heard the number 186,000 a few times tonight, which is the projected number of deaths from the genocide in Gaza. And it's easy to ignore a number like that or not really understand it. So I'm going to ask you to picture 186,000 people in our neighborhood and picture them dying. So first, the Rose Bowl is about 93,000 capacity, about half 186,000. So imagine the Rose Bowl filling twice to capacity, and that's the number of deaths that are likely to occur, even if there's immediate end of hostilities. The other analogy is the city of Glendale, which has about 186,000.
Sorry, thank you for your comment. Appreciate you staying late. Next, we have Caleb Carr, followed by Ellie Levy.
Good morning, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. My name is Caleb Carr, and I'm a resident of Burbank. I'm here tonight to show my support for Attachment 3, a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Attachment 3 is the draft that reflects the grassroots efforts of our diverse Burbank community, and it is based on similar resolutions that have already passed in major cities across the nation. There is ample precedent for this resolution. In contrast, the city's draft of a letter of support for the president's proposal simply congratulates our elected officials for their work and affirms, quote, our unwavering support for their diplomatic negotiations, which is a revolting statement given the way in which our government directly funds and facilitates the ongoing genocide. Let's instead use our voice to put pressure on our government to end its complicity in genocide. Let's vote on Attachment 3. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Ellie Levy, followed by Matt Fabius.
My name is Eli Levy. I'm an Israeli who is sickened by daily reports from fellow Israeli activists on the massacres, the genocidal massacres in Gaza, not to mention the pogroms in the West Bank. Please vote to pass the long overdue Item 7, Attachment Number 3. You do not need a foreign affairs expert to weigh in on a symbolic and balanced resolution. Please dispense with all undue static, and I mean undue static, cynically imputed onto the resolution that doesn't even have an attenuated nexus to the actual resolution. Lastly, do not blemish Burbank's historical record by appending Joe Biden's name to any kind of resolution. An arsonist, which is what he is, an arsonist should not be credited with a feckless attempt to put out fire that he himself has so arduously fanned.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Matt Fabius, followed by Sunny Mills Rowe.
I would like to urge City Council to adopt a ceasefire resolution. This is not a question of supporting one group or another. I'm Jewish. I have family in Israel. Regardless of your ethnicity, nationality, or religion, there's no denying the atrocities in Israel is currently inflicting on thousands of innocent Palestinians is wrong. Netanyahu's far-right extremist government has openly admitted their intent to commit genocide in Gaza. What more would it take to stand up against rampant human rights violation and say this is wrong? People scapegoat Jews for Israel's war crimes, saying this is in the name of Jewish safety, but it's not. It doesn't make Jews safer, it makes us less safe. It doesn't make Israelis safer, it makes them less safe. Violence will only instigate more violence. Netanyahu and his government know this and know that it's politically beneficial for them. Also, I would like to point out the ceasefire is an ask for exchange of all
Thank you for your comment.
all hostages.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Sunny Mills Rowe, followed by Brian Balot. Sunny left. Okay, is Brian with us? Brian Balot. Yep, Brian, come on down. Followed by, is Chloe Cross still with us? Okay, Chloe, so you'll be right after Brian.
Since our local synagogue was vandalized with anti-Semitic language in November, I've been concerned about the peace, safety, dignity, freedom, and equality for all people in our Burbank community. Council's commitment to these ideals is well articulated in the Statement of Unity Attachment 5, and I hope it remains Council's focus. But Attachment 3 is very popular tonight, so I'm going to address that. It includes unverified information produced by a U.S.-designated terrorist organization, including claims with the United Nations has called into question in reports and statements May 13 and June 4. I'll send them to you. And the statement also conflates tens of thousands of Hamas militants and uninvolved Gaza civilians in an effort to mislead us. I implore Council to be discerning about information and disinformation it publishes at risk of misinforming the public and being materially responsible for inspiring new hate crimes in and out of our community. 8 fellow American hostages are still captive in Gaza and have gotten little attention tonight, and I'm shocked that there's not been one call for Hamas to surrender and end the war right now, despite Hamas leader Sinwar's statement that the civilian death toll in Gaza is a necessary sacrifice. So Hamas, end the war and surrender. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Chloe Cross, followed by Allie. Allie, you're still here. Yes, you are. Okay, you'll be next.
While many have begged this body to find compassion for suffering Palestinians, months of stalling indicate to me that calls for compassion fall on deaf ears. So instead, I encourage you to pass a ceasefire for the sake of Israel. For 9 months, the world has watched as the most moral army in the world documents their disgusting atrocities with glee. The endless displays of burnt and bloody children have transformed Hamas's image from that of a terrorist group into heroes of resistance fighting for freedom and from tyranny. Israel's claims of democracy ring hollow against their declarations of Jewish supremacy. The myth of Israel's noble creation gives way to the truth of the Nakba. And while those calling for peace are falsely labeled anti-Semitic, true anti-Semites use Israel's own conflation with Judaism to spread distrust and hate for Jews worldwide. Every vile crime committed under a flag bearing the Star of David desecrates that sacred symbol, permanently associating it with barbaric violence, much the way the Nazi appropriation of the swastika forever changed its meaning in the eyes of the world. If you will not pass the ceasefire for lives of Palestinians, pass it for the sake of Israel, because they've bombed every bomb dropped on Gaza.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Before I go on, is anyone C12? I do not have a card here, but if anyone grabbed a card and you have a number that says C12, just come up and see Miss Clark, because I don't have that right now. So, Allie, you're next at C13, so you're going to go first, followed by...
Sounds good.
I'm sorry, Rosie, who's C14, no longer wishes to speak to the... I'm sorry, C14 no longer wishes to speak to the item, so it'll be Allie and then Rosie. Sorry, trying to keep track here. Allie and then Rosie.
Thank you. I am another Burbank resident calling on our city council to pass our community ceasefire resolution, which is attachment 3 on tonight's agenda. I have been so proud to stand with my Jewish, Palestinian, Latino, Black, and Asian neighbors in our movement for a ceasefire in Gaza. We are a coalition of beautiful souls who come from all walks of life and religious backgrounds, and each one of us has a special connection to this city. Your constituents have shown up consistently to council with clear demands: no to a letter of support for Joe Biden, and yes to a ceasefire resolution. The resolution that we have submitted to you has been passed in multiple cities, including Montebello and Bell Gardens. Our movement has always been rooted in love, solidarity, and care. As stated in our resolution, we reject oppression of all kinds, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Your constituents ask that this item not be delayed any further than it already has, and that you pass attachment 3 with no other attachments on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Rosie, followed by A.L. Garcia. And again, if you have card C12, come on up. Is Rosie here? Rosie? No? Okay. Then we have A.L. Garcia, followed by Araham Stern.
Hello again, City Council. I want to acknowledge and applaud the immense amount of members of the public that have shown up tonight in support for a ceasefire resolution. This is the first City Council meeting I've attended where the line is outside of the doors of City Hall, with an audience watching out front on a TV streaming the meeting. We even had members of our community who showed up to feed the crowd in support. We're all waiting to hear from you. Choosing to ignore our pleas sends the message that you side with violence, that you support spending Burbank tax dollars to fund genocide, that you support bombing innocent people. If this is not what you support, I implore you to pass a ceasefire resolution now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Araham Stern, followed by Raina R. I'm sorry, before you begin, is someone saying that Raina left?
No, she's here.
Oh, she's, okay, sorry, I thought I heard that. Okay, so you're up, and then Raina will be next.
Good evening. My name is Avraham Stern. I'm a Jewish American with roots through Israel, and I demand a ceasefire, not a support letter for President Biden, but a permanent ceasefire resolution for Palestine. 2 out of 3 Americans say ceasefire. Here in Burbank tonight, with over 150 speakers, we are 5-1 in favor of ceasefire. 80%. Your votes must reflect this percentage. I say to all the city council members who would consider saying no to a ceasefire, look around this room. Look at these people here for Palestine. These are good people. Talk to them. Get to know them. You will find your common ground. you will find that Palestinians are worthy, kind-hearted people. And this is what Israel is most afraid of. Americans learning about Palestine, Jews and Palestinians uniting. The world is getting to know Palestinians, discovering their love, their warmth, their humor, and humanity. I ask you tonight, pass an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Attachment 3 on agenda item 7.
Thank you
Never
for your
again
comment.
is for everyone.
Thank you for your comment.
Palestine, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Raina R., followed by Dana Barbera.
This morning, I urge the City Council to pass a ceasefire resolution. Doing so will be an act of solidarity to those in the community who face an increase in racism and xenophobia since October 7th. It's only Wednesday, and yet the UN has reported that this has been one of the deadliest weeks for Gaza. A ceasefire resolution is just a small step, but you have the power to create a resolution with language that is meaningful to your constituents. Do not take any longer to speak up. Stand up against this state-funded genocide. Pass the attachment 3 ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. I'm just going to note for the record that C19 it no longer wishes to give public comment, so that moves us to C20. That would be Dana Barbera, followed by Andrew Noyce. And did I say your name correctly?
Dana Barbera.
Okay, I guessed that one correct. All right.
Like Hanna-Barbera. Organizations with boots on the ground calling for ceasefire include the World Food Program, Amnesty International, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Code Pink, and here locally, Jewish Voice for Peace. What happens in Gaza affects us here and in the United States. In the last 9 months, $16 billion of our tax money in the U.S. weaponry has been dedicated to Israel's destruction of Gaza and the extermination of its population. This drains our funds and associates us with a level of moral depravity, lack of humanity we have not participated in since carpet bombing in Vietnam. U.S. City Council members are in a unique position to amplify the voices of a deeply concerned citizenry. I urge you add Burbank to the list of over a dozen cities in California and 100 cities in the U.S. who have passed ceasefire resolutions. These are beacons of light and hope across our nation, calling for peace, the return of the hostages, and end to the genocide. Thank you. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your comment. So next we have Andrew Noyce, and then the last card I have is Zayad. Andrew, you're up.
Okay, I'd like to address a few of the earlier callers who said something to the effect of there was a ceasefire before October 7th. If you believe this, you are either ignorant of the facts or deranged. Because of the illegal siege on Gaza before October 7th, the unemployment rate was close to 50%. Because of the diet imposed on them by Israel, Gaza was at the bottom of virtually all standard of living metrics, from access to everyday essentials to mortality. Incredibly, one low standard of living measurement that did not apply to Gaza was literacy rates. Gaza's literacy rate was among the highest in the world. Before October 7th in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, at least 199 Palestinians had been killed by Israeli forces and illegal settlers, goaded on by their far-right racist government, many of whom, including the Prime Minister, openly call for the expulsion of all Palestinians from their homeland. This number had already surpassed the number killed in 2022, which surpassed the previous year's death toll. That evil regime, and indeed the disgraced racist ideology of Zionism, has been waging a war on the people of Palestine for the last 76 years. Thank you.
And that brings us to our last speaker. Is it Zayad?
Both wrong, but it's okay.
Well, tell me how I say it correctly.
Yeah, it's Ziad.
Ziad.
Yeah, Ziad.
Okay, perfect. Now that we have that corrected, start whenever you're ready.
All right, so good evening, everyone. Or should I say good morning? So what I'd like to start off by saying is that I think we're all tired tonight, maybe even a little hungry, a little anxious, want to go home. And after tonight, we're going to head home. We're going to have some food. We're going to spend some time with our families. We're going to have a nice hot shower. And alhamdulillah, we're able to do that because we're blessed and we live in LA. We live in Southern California and we're safe. But do you know who's not going to be able to do that? The people of Gaza. For tonight, when they go to sleep, hungry, traumatized, cold, they're most likely going to wake up to bombs being dropped on their heads, their children blown in pieces or decapitated and their lives ruined even further. Now imagine that that was your family, your kids, your wife, whoever you want it to be. Imagine if you woke up in that state, and that's the reason I'm here tonight. I'm telling you to please vote for the ceasefire. It's the most important thing you're probably going to do in your career. Please, thank you.
That completes public comment. With that, let's have Ms. Paget back up here. Ms. Paget, I'm assuming the answer is no because it was more statements. But if you have any response to public comment, now would be the time. If not, are there any questions of Ms. Paget from council?
The city has no response to public comment.
Okay. Any questions of Ms. Paget or other staff members? Councilmember Anthony.
Earlier you mentioned we have two proposals. There's a letter of support for the president's plan for a ceasefire, and separate from that, a ceasefire resolution. We can pass one or both or neither, and we don't have to conjoin them. We can make them separate. Is that true?
Yeah, it's totally up to council's discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Just one question. Out of the 5 attachments you gave us, this is what you're looking probably for directions to see if we combine whatever language or pick one language from any of the attachments, not provide our own language tonight.
So the request that was agendized was to agendize a council discussion to consider a letter of support for the president's proposal and for council to discuss consideration of a ceasefire resolution. At Councilmember Anthony's request, we included the example that had been provided at the June 25th meeting, which is attachment 3, and then to ensure that council had various perspectives that had been provided to the city from different aspects of the community. We included the other letter, declaration of unity, proposed resolution, and the other letter of support. So we wanted to provide you all of the items that had been provided to the city. Council can review those. You can choose to move forward with any of those, none of those, various aspects of those, whatever council sees fit best to move forward.
Great. Other questions? I have a couple questions, just procedurally. Mr. Hess, I guess the first one goes to you. Now, the practices and the customs of this body, all the traditions wrapped in it, we're here tonight on a first step report. And ordinarily, typically in the past, the way that has worked, and I'm phrasing it as a question, but it's also to educate the public. First step report, Councilmember Anthony in this case says, I would love the council to talk about X. Ordinarily, if we want to do a resolution or some follow-up action, it comes back for a second step report to the council. Once the council has said, yes, this is something we'd love to explore and do, correct?
Yes, that's our first step, second step procedure.
Okay, so Mr. McDougall, let me ask you a legal question. I'm hearing from a lot of folks that they would really like us to say something, to voice a position tonight. So I understand that that is the process, the framework within which we are constricted, we're limited, but let me ask you this. If there's a statement of some kind that we have in mind, and I am suggesting I might, could that perhaps be adopted tonight? Some written statement of position on behalf of the city that could then inform our legislative platform, for example?
Yes, while procedurally, council normally follows the one-step, two-step process so that one council member doesn't occupy all of staff resources on their agenda. We've provided council with a broad description, both of council member Anthony's requests, a letter, and a resolution, and we've provided you all of the background material. So we've provided you enough that you can either request a second step and give us direction, or under the Brown Act, this item is described broadly enough and with the background materials that we could
we could do what I'm suggesting to do.
If you wish to do it tonight, you can do it tonight.
Okay, I have a suggestion on that. Before I go on, other questions? I'm seeing no questions. I certainly have a suggestion for council, but Councilmember Anthony, this was your item. I'd like to give you the first word on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to read two quick statements, and then I'll pass it back off to you. Is that all right?
Please.
So this is a statement from July 12th. This was a public statement given by Senator Bernie Sanders, who is the second highest ranking Jewish American in elected office in the United States. He currently sits on the Senate Budget Committee and the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. July 12th. While much of the media is focused on the drama of the U.S. presidential election, we must not lose sight of what is happening in Gaza, where an unprecedented humanitarian crisis continues to get even worse. 9 months into this war, more than 38,000 people have been killed and 88,000 injured, 60% of whom are women, children, or elderly. The full toll is likely higher, with thousands more buried beneath the rubble. 9 in 10 Gazans, 1.9 million people, have been driven from their homes. Many people have been displaced 4 or 5 times, and most do not have homes to return to, with more than 60% of residential buildings damaged or destroyed. Unbelievably, 1 in 4 Gazans face starvation, some 495,000 people. The World Food Program was forced to reduce rations in June, and many people receive only flour. Many people, including children, are sifting through the rubble for food and boiling leaves for sustenance. Hamas started this war with the horrific terrorist attack on October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took hundreds of hostages. Israel had a right to respond, but Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government has waged total war against the entire Palestinian people without distinction. The Israeli government has ignored international law and made life unlivable in Gaza. That is why Netanyahu faces possible indictment by the International Criminal Court for his actions. He goes on to discuss the budget and the Congress is being complicit in selling weapons. The other statement I wanted to make is a quote from the United Nations Security Council, the adoption they made on June 10th of this year in response to the proposal that the president had given, his May 31st plan to achieve a ceasefire. The UN Security Council accepts and adopts the resolution from the president and, in fact, quote, welcomes the new ceasefire proposal announced on May 31st, which Israel accepted, and calls upon Hamas to also accept and urges both parties to fully implement its terms without delay and without condition. I read those two statements because there was some concern about the numbers. There was some concern about who is in favor and who is not. I believe these are policy matter experts who have made their statements clear, one just last week and the other one a few weeks ago. And so we have before us a couple of options, and I pass it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. So in a moment, I'm going to be speaking with my colleagues about a way forward, and I would like to just say, in a moment, I'm going to break the fourth wall here, to use an entertainment term, and I'd like to speak to all of you who are in the audience and watching at home. Now, I've met with all of you, but all of your entities, organizations, and groups several times. And to be fair, I have met with Burbank for Palestine. I have met with all of our synagogues. I have met with the Jewish Federation. I have met and listened over the course of 9 months to a lot of input and feedback. And there are many things upon which you all do not agree. However, there was one thing that kept coming back as a common theme in my mind. And in a moment, I'm going to ask our Vice Mayor here to jump in. This is something I worked on with her. But the one thing I kept coming back to is that our community is dying for us to weigh in and say something, anything, if nothing else, simply to know where we stand as a body, where we stand individually. And the delay of the process is a frustrating thing for everybody. And my goal in doing this was to bring some finality, some conclusion to all of it. So looking at the historical context of our body and the limitations of our process, which do have a one-step, two-step component, I sat down with the Vice Mayor to say, what can we pass tonight that would not be inconsistent with our procedures? So in a moment, I'm going to share it with the public, with all of you. But before I do, Vice Mayor, did you have anything you wanted to add just on the process?
Definitely. I would say that in leadership, you have to hear out every member of your community. And in working with the mayor, we wanted to craft something that reflects the collective sentiment of our community. Not just the folks in this room, but all the folks who have emailed, called, texted, shared their piece, many of whom are here tonight, many of whom are not. And we sought to craft balance. And the goal at the end of the day, and I'm honestly stealing this from Assemblymember Friedman, who said this at one point, My job as an elected official in the city of Burbank is first and foremost to ensure that at the end of the day, the folks in my community on both sides of this issue can continue to coexist and live together and work together. And even if you shake your head no, that is my job. That is what I signed up for. And so in doing that, the mayor and I wanted to take from the collective of the statements that have been given to us, of the conversations that we've had with many of you, and put something together that reflected that for our colleagues as a statement to share and as something that could be done today and that wouldn't require that second step to come back. And so in that, we wanted to share it with our colleagues here.
Before you do, in a minute, Ms. Librato, I'm going to have you throw it on screens, and I'm going to read it out loud so everyone can hear it, and we have paper copies for our colleagues.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
are you going to allow the rest of us perhaps to weigh in as well and maybe present our ideas? Or is I just want to make sure I have an opportunity that I'd like to weigh in as well.
Yes, everyone will have a chance to share your perspective.
Okay.
And so I am sharing. The vice mayor and I, as the leadership team for the city council, felt it incumbent upon ourselves to provide at least one option of actionable content that we could do tonight, rather than kicking this down the road for another few months before it comes back for a second step report. And if you haven't already been convinced by what you've seen tonight, I have another nuclear non-proliferation resolution that I'm still waiting to come back. So I'm trying to work within the parameters of the process. With all of that said, here's what I will say. As I read it, as I share it, I understand that I'm not going to please everyone in this room, and that's okay. And it's perfectly fine for you to express that disagreement. I'm just going to reiterate the one thing I said at the very beginning. Whether you love it or hate it, please allow the process to play out, because this is a conversation that we need to have as a body. I've heard you loud and clear for 9 months. You're now asking where I stand. Let me tell you. So with that, Ms. Librato, can we pull up proposed statement number 1? Colleagues, we're going to pass this out to you, and I'm going to read this out loud for the community to consider. And then, yes, Councilmember Mullins, if you have a response to it, if you have an entirely different idea, everyone will have their fair share, their fair opportunity to say it. So I'll start reading out loud once it's on the screen. So the statement, which, if approved, could be passed tonight, reads, and this is all quoted language: "For the past few months, members of our community have called on our city to express its unequivocal support for the Palestinian American, Israeli American, Jewish community members, and all who are affected due to the escalated conflict in the Middle East at this time. In solidarity with our community, the city of Burbank supports calls for a unanimous and immediate peace and a mutual permanent ceasefire between all of the parties engaged in the Gaza conflict. The city of Burbank further supports the immediate release of all hostages, the return of the bodies of victims of Hamas' October 7 attack on innocent civilians, the release of prisoners of war, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, including restored funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and an immediate respect for international law by all parties. Finally, the city of Burbank vehemently condemns all acts of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, as they have no place in our society. This is a time to come together and prioritize the well-being of our community as we continue to coexist, work, and thrive together." That is the proposal. I will cede the floor to any council member that has a question, a comment, a disagreement, but I also want to give you a minute to sit with it if you're still reading it.
And Mr. Mayor, to clarify to Councilmember Molzen's point, a different idea altogether. We just felt, again, as the leadership team, it's our job to propose something based on the discussions we've had. This is our option. We're open to your options, suggestions, and edits.
And the last thing I would say is, yes, we could bring back attachment 3 for a second step, but I felt personally, again, whether folks agree or not, this was a way tonight to definitively say that the city of Burbank does support an immediate mutual ceasefire. This is one proposal we put out there. What do our colleagues think? Councilmember Anthony.
Go ahead. Well, I would only add, if you're up for some amendments, I would like to add one change. I like this opening statement. "For the past few months, members of our community have called on our city to express its unequivocal support." And I'd like to put Palestinian American, Israeli American, Jewish, and Muslim community members.
Okay. Really quick, are we getting consensus on that? So, thank you for the input. Technically, you can't do that from the floor, but Councilmember Anthony, if you would like to...
It's coming to me. It's coming to me. Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members.
All right. So I'm going to write that, and we're going to just go one at a time. You're not bound to anything, but in general, is there consensus on that inclusion? Okay. And can you say it one more time? Because I'm going to write it here.
So it'll say Palestinian American,
Yes.
Israeli American, Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members.
Muslim and Arab community members. Okay. I'm getting consensus on that. Did you have another revision, amendment, question?
No, actually, it was in here. I didn't catch it the first time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a statement to make, and then I'll pass also some options that we can take a look at as well. But I'm going to read my statement. First, thank you all. I know we have received many, many calls, a lot of meetings, emails on all sides representing the entire community. And I have to say that by far, probably this is the most complex situations we've had to deal with on council. It is very complex because of the fact that it is an international matter that we are not expert on. I want to say that my thoughts and prayers are with all those who have suffered and continue to suffer as a result of the horrific action taken by Hamas in October of last year. I began discussing this matter with a couple of dedicated community members who are here tonight back in December of last year, and I want to recognize their commitment. They have worked really hard to come here tonight and have this discussion with us. I want to say that when I campaigned for council, I made a promise to represent the entire community, to listen and work towards finding resolution to our local challenges. I received input from hundreds of individuals on both sides, some questioning the council involvement in international affairs. However, we have reached a point now where we can no longer put a blind eye on this issue. We must work together to find a solution that showcases the strength of Burbank and its residents. To the Arab American community, please know that I hear you, I acknowledge your pain, and I value your input. You have shared with me all the things that you have shared with me. I see your sorrow reflected in your eyes and in your faces, and I want to reassure you that your concerns have not gone unheard. To the Jewish community, I understand your fears and your desire to see your loved ones return safely. It's evident that there is no winners in this situation within the city of Burbank. Absolutely no winners. This, I am proposing a solution, just like you, Mr. Mayor and the Vice Mayor, focusing on healing. We received 5 different attachments representing various perspectives, and I suggest combining elements from 3 of these attachments into a unified document. It is my hope that this combination will pave the way for a constructive way forward to the community where we're here today for that one purpose. So I'm going to pass this on to you.
Do you have it in digital format that we could show on the screen?
I believe they do. Yes. Oh, here you go. So,
look at that, Mr. Hess. Prepared.
Well, that's why he gets paid the big bucks. He's a city manager.
He sure does.
So, on one page, what you see is where the language is coming from. For example, on
Councilmember Mullins?
Sure.
Okay, now it's up, sorry.
On one page, you'll see where it's coming from. For example, the first paragraph, whereas a core goal of Burbank City Council is to ensure that the diversity, equity, inclusion is fully embraced at city level. Then attachment 3 that was submitted to us on June 25th, we take the paragraph where it says, whereas the city of Burbank believe that all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, or religions, have been able to live in dignity, freedom, and equality without fear of destruction. Then attachment 6, we take one of the parts, it was the past 9 months, thousands of innocent people, including women, children, and humanitarian workers being killed, and it goes on and on. Should I be reading the whole thing, or I think it's small language, you cannot see it. Workers have been killed or wounded for months. People all over the world have called for an end to the violence. We join collective voices with all people of goodwill who want peace. Then attachment 5, where it goes on, whereas the ongoing war of Gaza has impacted local communities in Burbank as evidenced by raising level of hate across Los Angeles County, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Attachment 5 goes on, whereas declared by the city of Burbank that a Burbank City Council unequivocally denounce all form of hate, intolerance, and violence. B, the Burbank City Council advocate for peace, safety, dignity, freedom, and equality for all people, striving to be a city which leads the way of pluralism, inclusivity, and understanding. C, our government body seeks to redouble our efforts to bring our community together in productive and healing ways. Then attachment 6, the city of Burbank is uniquely placed where we seek foster and culture of fair treatment, inclusion, respect, and fundamental freedoms, where we stand united with community against identity-based hate and acts of violence, bigotry and intimidation, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. Finally, from attachment 3, we finally be resolved that the city support peaceful diplomacy and end of conflict and honor all people's right to dignity, safety, justice, and self-determination. That's the whole section from attachment 5, 3, and 6.
Okay, we'll label that proposed statement number 2. Any other comment at this time, Councilmember Mullins? Or should I just want to see if I should go to Takahashi or anyone else?
I'm sure, yeah, I'm fine. I proposed it, and we can definitely discuss it.
Great. Does anyone else have a comment, another suggestion of any kind?
I want to just say thank you to Councilmember Mullins for going through all of the statements and putting this together in such a way that I personally am very appreciative of you taking the time and doing this work. It has been a difficult discussion, this issue, with all the members of our community. And
I'm sorry, Councilmember Anthony, before you go on, to those of you of the signs in the front row, I guess there's some folks behind you who can't see. Even if you want to stand off to the side, I totally support you holding it up, but just so everyone can see the dais and see all the council members' reactions. Thank you. Councilmember Anthony, please go on.
I just want to say I know that there is your background and the people you talk to are probably different than the folks I run into on a daily basis. So I think it is, I want to commend you on this work. I really appreciate what you've done.
Thank you for acknowledging that. And this definitely, when I said earlier, by far, this was the most complex matter that I have dealt with on council. And a lot of it has to do with my upbringing and my background, which I shared with you, and I don't mind sharing with others. And I've shared it with the group I started talking with back in December, and that is, at 5 years old in Egypt in 1967, I was a child who had to hide from bombing and had to hide because we were in war with Israel. So I've been through it. I heard bombs. I was afraid. I was terrified as a child. And it was not easy for me to make a decision that balances our community, because I understand, I feel, I know, I've been through it, and I know exactly what they're talking about. But I also heard from many members of the Jewish community and non-Jewish Christians, just in general, where they're asking me, why are you involved in this? And why is the city council even talking about it? And it took a lot of struggle to get to this point, but we can't ignore it. As we said earlier, we all want to do something. We all want to acknowledge them. We hear them. We want to. I want to do something, but we're all caught in the middle, just like all of us are caught in the middle of what to do. How do we have a balance? So I did spend some time looking at every one of the paragraphs and say, I want to bring healing more than division. And I know this is not popular. Absolutely. Somebody's going to be upset. I know that. I acknowledge it. But honestly, it's the best I can do given the amount of people that we've heard from and the amount of unhappiness and the amount of anxiousness that we have in the community. This is what I can offer, the best solution. We need to heal. We need to bring all of you together. And that was my only way that I could say, let's take pieces. I like them all and create one document. And I called it Peace and Unity. I really honestly didn't know what else to call it. I wanted peace. I want unity. I want Burbank community to be proud being residents in Burbank, that we did acknowledge you. We do something because we heard you. So that's where all this came from.
I appreciate that. I want to say, I want to thank you for doing this work. However, I have to say, I think you might be a little too close to this. The trying to get everything in there, sort of, I want to say it does almost a disservice to the statement as a whole. And that's not to say that it's not a good use or practice to try to get our constituents' voices heard. But I have to say, I've read the other statement, the original statement, 3 times now. It's not in the form of a resolution. We don't have the whereases. It is much more a simple statement of our values, which is, I believe, more powerful than trying to go through and cover everything. This is tough.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
If I might, I just want to say something to my colleague. I think since you started the conversation about how hard this is, and I also want to commend you, like Councilmember Anthony said, but I think I want to also, like you said, break the fourth wall and share. I think for us it's tough, and probably mostly for you, because you're the closest to this issue. And like so many here, I also have my own personal views and how I feel about this conflict. Some of you in this room know exactly how I feel. But as a representative of this council, it's my duty to be fair. So I would be remiss if I didn't at least say this, Councilor Mullins. I appreciate you because it is difficult to put yourself aside when you are writing something and trying to put the community first. And I can see that you did that. Obviously, I have what I think is best for the community and what I propose, but I can't not say that. And I know he said it, but I think it has to be said again. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, and I appreciate you saying that. And I have to say, even though when I said I feel their pain, I understand what they went through, yes, because I've been there, maybe not to the extent of what's happening today. But I didn't come up with this language by myself. I don't want to take credit that I wrote this because the fairness came out of it is to balance between the resolution that was given to us on the 25th was attachment 3 with the one that was giving us in July. And so I took 3 different proposals into one. I didn't write any of the language in there except saying, okay, that paragraph looks good and that paragraph looks good, to make a balance with what all 3 different groups have presented to us. So when it comes to fairness, I think I tried to have all their voices put into one document without having to make my own words, which would be too close, to talk about.
Councilmember Takahashi, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just want to invite you if you have any initial thoughts to either statement or anything else. Feel free. If not,
Still processing a lot of
Okay.
this.
Not a problem.
And I'll circle back.
Yeah, I'll filibuster for a second, but with what I would add is this. Councilmember Mullins, I appreciate the effort. I do. And I know because we went through this process together, trying to take all the pieces of everything we've heard over 9 months and really cultivate a statement that I know you use the word fair. I don't really like that term, but trying to cultivate a statement that encapsulates where I think the majority of Burbank is at. And by no means do I think proposed statement number 1 is perfect. I'm not suggesting that. But what it does encapsulate are the things that I have heard from the vast majority of Burbankers. They want to see the violence end. They want to see the body count stop piling up. They want to see hostages and prisoners of war on all sides of every kind released. They want to see the restoration of critical aid, including food and water and electricity, returned. So again, I'm not saying proposed statement number 1 is perfect, but what I am saying is I think it's something that we can approve tonight, consistent with our processes. It puts us on the map, and the important thing it does do, because there's one thing I will say, I don't like the phrase or term, it's a complicated history. It's a long history. There's a lot to talk about, and I would submit that having 5, because typically it's 5 whereas clauses and then 1 or 2, therefore be it resolved. That's how most of them are. It's really hard to put all that history in 5 whereases. So in the statement, I just tried to be right to the point. Yes, there's a history, and yes, we can dive into it, but the key is stop the violence now. Return the hostages now. That's why this statement was trying to be very present in time about where we move forward. So I say that all to say I so appreciate your effort with proposed statement number 2. I still think, having heard all that, I think statement number 1 is the way to go, and we can approve it tonight. And then once it's an official city position, we can activate on it.
Let me ask you, the language that you have in here, did this come out of the United Nation language, or what language did you extract this from?
Well, I've done a lot of talking. Vice Mayor, then I can jump back in.
A lot of it, quite frankly, and I know Councilor Mullins, you said you based it off of the attachments. We based it off of talking with you and talking with the other folks in the community and sitting down. I think I've been in more conversations with Palestinian folks than I've ever been in my life, and I've been in more synagogues than I've been in my life. And I think that was very worthwhile, because our goal is to come together with something based off of the conversations we've had. And I know folks are on different sides, but the reality is we have heard a collective sentiment in the community for stop this now, for end the fighting. We may not agree on what happened when, and that's why we were very careful not to include specific dates, other than the attack that we know very recently, we were very clear not to include history and all of that, because believe me, I'm Indigenous. I can give you a lot of history that I don't love and that I think is very revisionist in our country. But the goal is to address what is happening now. And that is what we feel this does, while keeping our community together. Because again, that is my goal, keeping our community here in Burbank together.
I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Mullins. I did want to just address one more small component to all this. Councilmember Anthony, to your suggestion, and I'm not even suggesting, you're still advocating for it, but one of the original ideas of having a letter of support to the Biden administration, The reason that we did not pursue that course of action, and I just wanted to explain it, is because, look, the United States has its own complicated history of treating indigenous peoples, right? So we felt the better approach was simply to say a statement of values that reflected where we think the majority of Burbank is at, and from there we can activate, we can lobby, we can rally around it. And again, we were trying to encapsulate where we think most people are at. I think most people would say violence and killing are bad, and we'd like to see that stop. There are always a few in any community, I'm sure, but I would bet you, I'd wager a month's paycheck. If we polled people on this as a whole, I think the vast majority of Burbank would probably support it. But Councilmember Mullins.
So the reason I asked where the language came from, because I think the directions that I understood what we needed to do was a little different from obviously what was done here. Is the direction was you have 5 different documents and we need to stick with language from these documents. That I was not informed that we can create our own different language outside of those 5 documents. And that's why I asked the assistant city manager if there was anything else or any other language that we needed to add. Otherwise, it would have been completely different, or maybe it would have been different information provided. So I want to clarify what my understanding is, because I wasn't informed that we can actually develop our own language and come back with it, different from what was presented to us.
The one thing I would add, and thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Mullins, and I'm sure if you had, I want to be clear, I was a little surprised you had your own statement, which is not a bad thing. I wasn't aware that anyone would be providing you directions for that. But what I would say is, in terms of our statement, obviously there's a little bit of using our own voice that we think, there's some prefatory stuff. For example, for the past few months, members of our community have called on the city to blah, blah, blah. We felt that was important for context. But the bulk of the language, especially in the second and the third paragraph, where we talk about an end to the violence, or we talk about the hostages, that was taken from attachment 3, but it also included a lot of the concepts that we read in attachments. I think it was 5 and 4. I'll give you one very concrete example. There was a call for ceasefire, yet there was concern, and we heard it here tonight, well, who's ceasefiring? Is it one-sided? And so we thought we can add a few words to make it very, very clear. Everybody lay down their arms. All sides of the situation. So yes, there were a few words added, but all of it was inspired and driven by the content, not just the 5 or 6 attachments, but the emails and the public comment, everything that we've seen in the public record over the last 9 months from those in the room and those who are not here. All of that was the source material. I can't take credit for any creative thought. This was really taking what we've heard and trying to condense it into something that packaged it nicely.
And and I'm not saying that I expected more out of staff, and nobody directed me, nor that I got anybody's permission to write my own statement. I'm an independent council member, and the beauty about Brown Act is we don't get to discuss what I'm going to bring, because we would have definitely violated the Brown Act if I had done that. So yeah, staff didn't ask me to do anything, and my understanding and following directions, including some of the emails we received from our city attorney, or just, talking about, without going into details, because I follow direction as I should. So what I did is I took out of the 5 documents, and this is what I have today before us. So I'm just saying it was an unbalanced, information for me, but it is what it is.
Mr. Mayor, if I can. I mean, that's good feedback, I think, also for staff. Because I think for us, I think the only difference is we asked, can we turn this in?
And I did want to say, for the sake of the record,
we got to know.
All of the language was run through the city attorney's office,
Exactly.
through the city manager's office, because we wanted to do it in full compliance with the law. We wanted to make sure that we weren't running afoul of anything. So, but I do agree, maybe some good feedback for staff next time, but.
If I could defend staff a little bit.
No, please.
We were trying to get you to stick with what was provided, because we couldn't validate the numbers or the information, unlike some of the other things. So we were in a very difficult position. So that's why the city attorney sent that email to say, hey, So let's try to stick with this, because unlike with other issues, I can't validate some of the information because we're just not policy experts in foreign policy.
Oh, thank you for the explanation. So look, at the end of the day, your point is well taken, Councilmember Mullins, and if you feel that there was an imbalance in approach or resources, obviously we don't want that to be the case, but if we can turn our attention to, we have these two options, you have other source material, you could come up with something on the spot, you still could do the letter, you could do the second step. What is the council's pleasure? What do we want to do? You're ready, Councilmember Takahashi.
I think it's like really, what time is it? 2 a.m. So I think I'm ready. So this topic has been such a challenge for me, to Councilmember Mullins' point, because I feel so underqualified to handle this topic. And every time I try to wrap my head around it, I just can't do it. And so that's why I was waiting and listening to what you all were saying, to try to get to a point where I felt like I had some semblance of ground underneath me. And part of it is, as I've been saying since the very beginning of this whole process, is that the important thing for me has always been, what's the local impact? What's the impact to our community, members, our residents, people who are on the ground here, because that's who we are responsible for as a leadership. So as people were talking about their positions or their feelings, I kept thinking and waiting for the local impact. And so I would take notes every little time I heard a local impact statement. Now, and underneath the entire conversation, obviously, there's a local impact of mental health and distress, and the impact it has on individuals in our community. So the fact that this is happening has an impact on the individuals in our community. So going through this, it's been really tough to try to understand a little bit what's going on over there, which the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know enough to really make a full knowledge of what's happening. But I know what's happening on the ground here. And on the ground here in Burbank, we have people who are in distress, who are affected by what's happening in Israel and Gaza, and who are asking us to help them a little bit with that distress. I also feel like a big part of our responsibility is to ensure that our community members are safe and feel safe here in our city. There were two comments that for me were on the ground important. One of the residents, I think it was a resident here, said, "I'm a Palestinian and I don't feel safe here in the community." And then not too far later after that, someone said, "I'm a Jewish American and I don't feel safe in my community." And that immediately got me thinking of like, whatever we say, it's important that at the very least to do no harm, that we don't make anybody feel more unsafe. And so I'm looking at these two, and I really appreciate all of you bringing in these two statements, because I think they both actually kind of convey important aspects of what we're trying to do here. Councilmember Mullins' version, it really is the local on the ground, what our value statements are, who we are as a city, what's important to us on the ground. And the Vice Mayor's statement is about kind of consolidating all of what's happening and why it's so important that this we recognize that this has an impact on our community, that this is the thing that has an impact, the violence that's happening overseas, and we want it to stop. So I like both, which is a struggle I'm having here, and I'm not sure what to do about it, but I do want to just kind of reinforce that what we do here, ultimately, as has been mentioned, is not going to affect the war in Gaza, but it will affect our community members. So that's just want to put that out there. I am comfortable with Councilmember Mullins' version, but I also recognize that this would not be sufficient for the community would not feel that this is sufficient. So the version of the mayor and vice mayor, I'm comfortable with this, but I do have one question that I'd like to just ask. I appreciate the addition of the Arab and Muslim communities. I think that's important. One of the things that we have been hearing as well is that words in languages, sometimes they have literal meanings and then they have the kind of like the meaning that's behind the word and the feelings. And there's a word that I know it's really important to our community, but it also is weighted, and that's the word ceasefire. And I know our community wants the word ceasefire in it, but there's also community members who don't want the word ceasefire. So I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I'm still trying to figure that in my mind. But the meaning of the word ceasefire, and to your point, Mr. Mayor, is to stop the violence. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we can say, stop the violence and not interject the word ceasefire that's so triggering.
Hey, folks.
I'm deliberating. Now, the fact that I am not allowed to even consider an alternate verbiage kind of bothers me, okay? I'm just saying. Because the meaning of the word ceasefire literally is to stop the violence. And that's the meaning we want to convey. And so as long as we're conveying the meaning, isn't that the important thing? That's what I feel. But I am willing to have this conversation. That's just where I'm at. And I just got this kind of spitballing here. I don't want to put a word in here that makes one group happy and the other one mad, and vice versa. And so neutral language, if at all possible, would be what I prefer, to say the same thing. However, if all of the council or a majority of the council disagrees with me, I'm totally willing to have my vote and have your vote, and that's fine. That's just my position. And I won't try to sway you. I'm just trying to tell you where I'm at and just kind of trying to process all this information. So that's what I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting me convey what I'm thinking.
Thank you. And I just want to emphasize, not everyone's going to agree with everything you say or I say, but just as it is for all of you, this should be a place where everyone can speak their truth, and, we are trying to be respectful of everyone's opinion. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with you, but I appreciate you at least, sharing with us where you're at. So I do have some thoughts, but I want to go last. Councilmember Anthony, you've been chomping at the bit.
So this is important. That word.
And that word is, for clarity.
That word is ceasefire, okay. Right? So I want to say, I believe it was World War I, where it became in popular use, the phrase ceasefire. And it has meant pretty much the exact same thing it's meant for 100 years. And only in the last few months has it taken on a new connotation where only one side is supposed to put their arms down. Ceasefire is basically the American equivalent of what in Europe they call an armistice, right? So we like to make up our own phrases for things that already exist. So it has always meant the exact same thing, where everybody puts their arms down, armistice. And so I have a hard time when, and this is a weird thing that happens on social media and propaganda, and more so recently with the internet and memes and all this stuff, where something we all know is true and a phrase or a phraseology or a gesture or something that we all took for granted as meaning one thing, suddenly one group says, actually it means this thing, and now you all have to believe me when I say that this is the thing that it means. And it just doesn't jive well with me. So I can't look at the clear definition in the encyclopedia, in the dictionary, in the UN the Security Council. They claim it's this. If the UN is saying that this is what the word means, I got to take them at their word. They asked for a ceasefire resolution. So, it's one of the reasons why I think the first proposed statement by the mayor and vice mayor is stronger. It does include the word. However, because of so many individuals having a problem with what ceasefire means, there has been a lot of language in a lot of cities and senators and congressional representatives to include caveats and precursors. And the statement here, a unanimous and immediate peace and a mutual permanent ceasefire. Putting in all of that, I think, makes it clear.
Between all of the parties engaged in the Gaza conflict.
Yeah, I didn't even finish the sentence.
Everybody.
That is a run-on sentence. It's got everything. It's got it all in there. So that
You're accusing me of doing a run-on sentence as an attorney? Come on.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Yes, by the way, I will just say, because I think we all need to lighten the mood for just a second, the fiercest battle between the two of us, Oxford comma fan right here. That was a battle. You got to have an Oxford comma.
wins. He fought me very hard on the semicolons.
It's true. It's grammatically incorrect. Anyway,
Well,
Councilmember Mullins.
I'm going to save both of you because to save you both the embarrassment of run on. Okay, so the language actually in here, because that language looked familiar with the exception of October 7 attack.
Uh-huh.
It is in the proposed support U.S. Congress resolution, and that was proposed HR 786 that never was
Yes.
adopted. So this language came from attachment 3
Yes.
in
some
there. So it wasn't
modifications,
his
but-
fault that it's a run-on sentence because
Well,
So
I probably could have fixed it, but I was,
that's
no.
okay. But yeah, because I looked at this language, I read it over and over, and it was in attachment 3. So now I know where it came from. And I do agree with both of you because the number one issue that I ran into in talking with the Jewish community was trying to convince them that what is wrong with ceasefire, and it means completely different meaning to them versus the Arab community. And so to me, ceasefire say, hey, stop the war. I mean, what's wrong with that? I couldn't understand. I mean, I'm like, okay, I get it. That's the meaning of it. And I was giving this other huge explanation that it means stop the war against Hamas versus stop the war against Israel, against Gaza. So it means a whole different meaning. And this is something I got educated on. I had no idea because I'm like frustrated. What is wrong with the words? Why can't we put it in there? And then multiple individuals from the Jewish community told me the same thing. It's an insult to them because it's against Hamas. I'm not an expert. I'm only talking about what we went through and sharing with all of you publicly because we got a lot of questions and we couldn't discuss that with the group publicly because of Brown Act violations, for example. So I get what you're saying. That word, and Councilmember Takahashi, it means a lot to the Arab community, but it means also a lot to the Jewish community. So I'm just asking, what do we do about it? I know it's written here, this was only proposed, and it didn't pass, because I looked into it. Did this ever pass? And the answer was no. So I don't know what we do about it. That's why I went with the more calming, peaceful, harmony, let's get together, let's heal, because I didn't know what to do with that word.
And I'm going to go to the vice mayor, but I do want to say, look, there's nothing to stop the council from adopting both statements. What I will say is I think the concern among, multiple sides to this issue is folks, they may prefer one over the other and they don't want to see one adopted without the other. But hey, if you like statement 1 and you want to adopt statement 2 as a separate statement, you can. You can merge them. That's a very fair point. Good. I don't know where that idea came from. It just floated down to me. But all those things are options. Vice Mayor, go, and then I do have a thought on the word ceasefire, but Vice Mayor, you've been really patient. Go for it.
I hear you all. I do. And I think everything you all have shared has been a summary of the conversations I've had as well. I will say I know for some, and I want to be clear because I don't like the idea of all-encompassing. For some Jewish community leaders and for some members of the Jewish community and Jewish organizations, it has been difficult to hear the word ceasefire. We had some community members that are Jewish that shared the opposite today. But the idea of adding this extra language, and I will say one thing, Councilmember Mullins, if some of this was pulled from the different statements, some of it had my own twist because I was thinking about being balanced. What is being balanced? And in conversations with I think I actually got this from one of our rabbis where they were like, well, if you're going to say that word, make sure that you mean it for everybody. And that is the biggest point where I think we can all agree, right? And that's where mutual, permanent ceasefire between all of the parties came. And I think the goal in our statement was really to ensure that wherever we pulled language from and whatever language we pulled, we ensured that it was always addressing everybody involved. And everybody involved specifically in this conflict, right? And that is honestly where we came from. And I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna say something that I think is true. I don't love statements. I don't love resolutions putting positions. I think they're somewhat performative and meaningless. That's just my point of view, TBH. But I think what's going to matter at the end of the day for anybody who sees, be it this, be it merged, be it your statement on the website, is the fact that that's going to lead to a conversation with one of us. That's going to lead to a conversation amongst the community members. And that's going to lead to them wanting to know where we actually stand. And at that point, I'm happy to have an hour-long conversation with you about how I feel.
The only thing I would say is, again, this magical idea that just popped in my head of merging, that's great, because there's your statement, Councilmember Mullins, I don't disagree with any of it. I think it's great. The only thing I would say is just structurally, I'd eliminate all the whereases because it's not a resolution. Well, just because it's not a resolution. But, I see what you said. Well, it's technically not a resolution, it's a statement. But, I mean, you could have a statement that says whereas, but anyway, I'll go back to it. Here's the thing. I don't have any issue with anything that you stated there, but I want to go back to the two final points. The word ceasefire, I'm not going to belabor the point, but, at the end of the day, there is a lot of angst about what that word means, but what I've learned, thank you, everybody. What I've learned is context is everything. And when you just say ceasefire with no context, it does mean very different things to different people. But I think that with the proper context, what we are educating folks is that this is a standard that we apply to everyone, because in war, there are no winners and losers, really, at the end of the day. Except for, I suppose, all of the civilians who are caught in the mess of everything and lose their lives, they truly are the losers of war. And I don't know, maybe some large conglomerates that manufacture military equipment, they kind of win a lot of money, I guess. But at the end of the day, this is a statement that says we want everyone to lay down their arms. We want to reunite families. We want to return remains. We want to bring peace and stability back to everybody. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second point is this. We heard from a former mayor tonight. I won't say his name, but we heard from him. We heard from several people who said, well, why is Burbank even entertaining an issue on the national stage? I will just say Pandora's box has been open. We have. Let's not kid ourselves and let's not lie to the community. We've said that we recognize the sovereignty of ARTSOC, which is very much an international issue. I mean, I know what I think is the right side of that issue, but it's an ongoing dialogue. We have condemned Azerbaijani and Turkish incursions. We have weighed in internationally. We should always talk about when it's appropriate to do so, but we're being disingenuous if we say, let's just stick to city business, when past councils and myself and Councilmember Anthony, to be fair, and I know you've been in those rooms too, you've seen it, we have weighed in internationally. And if we hadn't in the past, it'd be one thing, but we have previously, and so the failure to weigh in now speaks to why we are making certain decisions and why we're not. I think just at the end of the day, this is an issue of importance internationally. We have a platform. We have the ability to say what we think is right. And anyway, I've done enough talking, but I feel strongly about statement one.
Really quickly, thank you for sharing that, because I was thinking about the Armenian genocide recognition. And again, for me, that is a local issue because of our local community. And so even though we're talking about the international issue, it's still local for me. I also want to just ask, with this statement that you have prepared for us, did you check in with the communities at all, but what they thought, anyone in the community, what they thought about this phrasing? Or are we, because I'm curious, I really want to ask everyone, like, do a little poll, what do you guys think? But we can't, obviously. So I'm just curious if you checked in with anybody to see whether this phrasing with the added modifications of ceasefire is something that the community can
The short answer is no, and that's only because it was last night that I think I called the vice mayor and said, hey, we should do something and provide a statement to guide our conversation tonight. But what I will say is I think bits and pieces of this statement have been discussed extensively with community groups. For example, we have talked with Jewish leaders who say when you say ceasefire with no other context, are you implying only Israel has an obligation to lay down arms? I mean, the components of this have been extensively discussed. So I feel confident that I have a good temperature of where the community's at. But no, it has not. This was presented for the first time this evening because, frankly, we were working on it pretty much up to the deadline.
Okay, well, I just wanted to ask that before I
Totally.
said this next thing. So I understand wanting to be balanced, and I agree, actually 100%. I also really strongly believe in cultural humility, and that for me, the word ceasefire does not have an impact for me. It doesn't have a meaning on the same meaning that has for anyone else in this room. It just has a different landing for me. But I'm hearing what the community has told me that word means to them, and just like any word. So I just want to say that for myself. It's a concern for me, and I just want to make sure it's clear to the community who that does concern, that they're heard, and that it's bothersome to me that we are willing to use a word that the community has told us they don't like. Now, I'm not saying which side. I have not said what my personal opinion is about this whole situation, and I'm not going to interject that, and it's not interesting to me to say that. But I do hear the community that they've told me, just like other communities have words that they don't like and we don't want to use, for the reasons that, whatever the reasons are that have come together that have changed the meaning because of how it's been used. And so I want to have the humility to listen to them, that I don't have to believe or feel the same way they do, that's how they feel. And that's okay. And so I want to acknowledge that, and that for me, I want to just acknowledge that people in my community feel that way. And it's just, I'm uncomfortable with that being in there for that reason. I get the modifications, I understand that, and it does make it better for me, but my gut is telling me that it's still going to cause some pain for our community, and that just makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'm not quite sure where I'm going to land on it if we vote on it, but I just wanted to vocalize that for the community so you knew where I was coming from.
And thank you very much for doing that. Now, Councilmember Anthony, you've been chomping at the bit again. Go for it.
I would like to make a motion.
That is your prerogative. Go for it.
All right. I would like to move that we adopt the first statement given by the mayor and the vice mayor, with the changes in the first line after the word Jewish to include Muslim and Arab, and prior to the entire statement, include 4 lines from Councilmember Mullins.
And which 4 lines would those be? Also, would it be possible to show proposed statement 2 on screen? That's Councilmember Mullins' statement, so we can see what you're wanting to merge.
So, without the whereases, her section, the second line, the city of Burbank believes that all people, this is how we would open. The statement would open with this. The city of Burbank believes that all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, and religion, should be able to live in dignity, freedom, and equality without fear of destruction.
Okay.
Come down to letter A there in the middle of the page. The Burbank City Council unequivocally denounces all forms of hate, intolerance, and violence.
Okay.
Include letter B. The Burbank City Council advocates for peace, safety, dignity, freedom, and equality for all people, striving to be a city which leads the way in pluralism, inclusivity, and understanding. And then at the very bottom, remove the finally be resolved, just put, the city supports peaceful diplomacy and an end to the conflict that honors all people's right to dignity, safety, justice, and self-determination. Those 4 lines would be the preamble, and that leads into the statement given by the mayor and vice mayor. And I'll read that entirely. Can we put statement 1? Well, just that separately. That's going to be the preamble. Hold on. We'll get there.
Folks, he's making a motion. You need to let him finish the motion. Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
And then it would follow up with the full statement here. For the past few months, members of our community have called on our city to express its unequivocal support for the Palestinian American, Israeli American, Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members, and all who are affected due to the escalating conflict in the Middle East at this time. In solidarity with our community, The City of Burbank supports calls for a unanimous and immediate peace and a mutual permanent ceasefire between all of the parties engaged in the Gaza conflict. The City of Burbank further supports the immediate release of all hostages, the return of the bodies of victims of Hamas' October 7th attack on innocent civilians, the release of prisoners of war, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, including restored funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and an immediate respect for international law by all parties. Finally, the City of Burbank vehemently condemns all acts of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as they have no place in our society. This is a time to come together and prioritize the well-being of our community as we continue to coexist, work, and thrive together. And that is the motion.
All right, that's your complete and full motion. Is there a second? You have a clarifying question? Okay.
So are you taking out the whereases and is
So I'm
this
taking out the whereases.
Okay.
We're just
And
putting
it's-
in the statement. I know some people love
folks,
the.
we cannot go back and forth. Like, that's the
Hey,
one thing we can't
folks,
do,
folks.
because there's a motion on the floor.
We don't need the whereases. We are just putting in the statements.
Hey, everybody, we can take a break or we can keep going. Right now, I'm trying to keep order and he's making a motion. And whether you agree with it or not, or want to criticize us on social media or not, I need to understand what the motion is.
All
So
right.
there will be no whereases in your motion.
In
That's
my
what you're
motion, there's no
proposing.
whereases. Let me ask our city manager. Typically, when we do resolutions, we like to include a lot of whereases. Is that true? Oh,
No, that's arcane.
okay.
We oftentimes do it without whereases.
Okay.
Most
If
modern
it's a
resolutions don't
resolution,
use that
It
format.
has the words resolve. If
Great.
it's an ordinance, it has the word the city does here ordain. So
Great. Okay.
those are the controlling language.
Then I don't need any of the whereases. I just want the statements.
Back to the motion on the table. You've had explanation of your motion. Is there a second? Or does it die for lack of
It
a
has
second?
4 lines from Councilmember Mullins' proposal and the full statement from the mayor and vice mayor with the modification.
Councilmember Mullins, you have there's a motion on the floor. Is this a clarifying question of some
It's
kind?
a clarifying
Okay.
question. And that goes back to Councilmember Takahashi's question regarding how do we address the concerns that we've heard about the word ceasefire?
Okay. And I don't want to answer for the council member, but unless he's changing his motion, it appears that he's leaving the word ceasefire in what he's proposing. Is that correct, council member?
I believe that the context clues of the statement given show what we mean by a ceasefire. It is not up for debate. It is not a question of where we are putting our effort in the statement. We are asking for all parties, everyone engaged, to move towards peace.
All right. Folks, we really can't have this discussion any further unless there's a second, because if the motion dies, then we're on the table with anything open. So if there's a second, now is the time. If there's not a second, then it goes.
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Now is the time for any other questions, comments, concerns. If people want it to go to a vote, we can. But we have a motion and a second. Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
You're gonna forget my name soon. I also like to add to the motion attachment 6D, where it says the city of Burbank is a unique place where we seek to foster a culture of fair treatment, inclusion, respect, fundamental freedom. We stand united in our community against the identity-based hate and again, and acts of violence. I think this is a strong statement that we need to make to show that none of the hate is acceptable here.
So this is a friendly amendment to the motion?
It's friendly amendment to your motion.
The maker of the motion adopts the friendly amendment?
The second agrees.
Well, you know, I have a job to do and all that, but okay. Okay. Apparently I'm getting replaced.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
Clarifying question. Did your motion, Councilmember Anthony, include the last bit where it says attachment 3P8 finally be resolved?
So not the finally it be resolved. So for me, it's just
From the city supports peaceful diplomacy on.
Got it. Okay,
And
thank you.
This is like the preamble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now is the setup of who we are, and then the statement of our values comes after.
And I also want to mention, and then I will go last, but I do want to mention the one thing about this statement that is intriguing to me, notwithstanding concern over a particular word, it now borrows extensively from Attachment 3, Attachment 5, and Attachment 6. In many ways, it merges all of the statements that were provided to us. So with that said, is there any other question, comment, concern, friendly amendment, latte order, anything else?
We want a resolution.
Hold on.
I will address that in 1 second. Are there any other questions or comments of the council? All right, folks, the motion is a statement of the council because Attachment 3 cannot be approved as a resolution tonight. This is a statement that can be made by the council tonight if adopted. So that is the motion on the floor. Oh,
I have a
yes.
clarifying question. As this statement is voted on, if it is passed or not, what does it become called? What do we call this?
I believe it's the official position.
That's a
of the
question
city.
for the maker of the motion.
Ah, excellent. So I can call it whatever I want. All right. So I will call this statement without objection, the City of Burbank's resolution on a ceasefire in Gaza.
So that's an amendment?
Okay.
Because I see the second to your motion wrinkling her brow.
I can
I
add
have
something
a
else.
clarifying question. Can he call it that procedurally if, I see the city manager shaking
Well,
his
the
head.
question is what the council's voting on. So if the council's voting on a resolution, then just put be it resolved or the council hereby resolves someplace in there.
Okay.
Between whatever it is you consider the recitals and what the resolve is. But
Sure.
your colleagues want to know what it is, so
Right.
you're going to need to do it as an amendment and a second to the amendment.
Well, I felt more comfortable with the statement because we could put that on the city website out, right? We could put we could essentially do outreach about that, like put that out publicly as a statement of the council.
Okay.
While a resolution has to come back.
No, it's agendized for a letter or a resolution. There were samples of resolutions in the packet. You fashioned your own. This is
Okay.
whatever it is you call it.
So, folks,
This is tough. Give us a minute.
I
The
just
city
have to be
clerk's
honest.
office will, if the council ends up adopting a reso, it'll get a resolution number at the top. Yeah, and it'll be, yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, I don't know if this helps you, Councilmember Anthony, as you're weighing your options, but let me just speak at least from my perspective. Council has ordinances, resolutions, statements. At the end of the day, there are different structurally, they're cataloged differently in the sense maybe they're put in different books. But at the end of the day, whatever you call it, if something is approved by a majority of council tonight, it becomes, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hess, Mr. McDougall, it becomes the official position of the city of Burbank on a particular issue, which then has impact because let's say, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that Representative Bush's House resolution ceases to exist when the new Congress takes place, which is very likely, right? And it gets reintroduced under some other number. Now, you'd have to read the resolution and see if it matches up with the city's position. But once the city has a position, city advocates, the mayor, folks that are making these trips, can actually go and advocate in furtherance of that position. Right now, we have no position. And so from my perspective, folks get very caught up in is it an ordinance, a resolution, or a statement? At the end of the day, functionally, they are the same. But the only thing I would add is that in terms of a resolution, the reason that we didn't go the route of just adopting Attachment 3 tonight is that never in our history, to my knowledge, have we skipped that second step. Ordinarily, We have always gone with the second step. And if you depart from that now, the only thing, and I'm saying this because I won't be on the council in 6 months, but you should be aware that you will be setting a new precedent that every other proponent of a resolution should rightfully expect of the council. But functionally, look, whatever you want to call it, if this is adopted tonight, it becomes the official city position.
I have to be honest, I'm not comfortable setting that precedent for the future.
I'm comfortable going with Councilmember Mullins' original title of her proposal, just Statement of Peace and Unity.
That's,
Okay.
is that what you're amending the motion to include?
That is my amending the motion to include, that this is that is going to be called Statement of Peace and Unity.
Is there a second to that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now we have an amended underlying motion. Mr. McDougall, do we need to vote separately on the amendment? Or can we just vote on the underlying?
There's been no vote yet.
Yes.
So right now, we just have a motion and a second, an amended motion, an amended second, an amended motion, and an amended second. The main motion is still on the floor with the amendments.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay.
So
say
vote
that
for
3 times
all of it
fast.
together with all the amendments.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is now what is on the table. Are there any other questions, comments, criticisms, concerns, or anything else on your mind? A good book you've been reading, anything at all? Now would be the time. If there isn't, then it goes to a roll call vote, and everyone will have a chance to vote yes or no. So, all right, I'm looking to my left, I'm looking to my right. I see no desire for further comment. So to reiterate one more time, what is being voted upon for approval tonight is captioned Burbank City Council Statement of Peace and Unity. It includes, I'm not going to go line by line, but it includes relevant excerpts from attachments 3, 5, and 6. It includes the 2nd, 4th, and 5th paragraphs of what's been entitled Proposed Statement Number 2, and specifically 5A and 5B. And then it includes the entirety of what was originally Proposed Statement 1 with the addition of Muslim and Arab on the second line before the community members portion. That is the motion.
And I might have missed it, so it's A, B, and D. Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, A. So if we were looking at yours, it's where you say attachment 5 now therefore be it declared. Yes, it includes A, B, and D.
And D.
So before
D up to against identity-based hate and all acts and violence. I think that's where you
Yes.
stop, because then we would have repeated ourselves in the second part.
that is correct. So before we go to a vote, does anyone on the council have a question about what they're voting on? Is everyone 100% clear? All right. Ms. Clark, take the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Oh, resoundingly, yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Okay. I am really still not comfortable with the word ceasefire, and I just want to make it really clear to the community that is not comfortable with it. But everything else on here is everything else, right? So I am going to vote yes, but I want to make it really clear that I'm still not comfortable with that word, but everything else is good. Just want to say.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes, with the caveat that this is mutual for all sides. The goal is to stop everybody from fighting.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion carries 5-0. Okay. Thank you all for staying so late. Council is not done. Now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance in conferences, regional meetings, and community events. If anybody's hoping to stick around and talk with the council, you can do so, but we are going to need about 10 minutes to finish up our remaining business. So, council colleagues, any reporting out that we need to do? And as folks leave the room, if you could just keep the volume level down, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you all. Colleagues, anyone like to go first?
I can go. I attended the Transportation Commission on the 26th. I threw out one of the first pitches at the All-Star game on the 28th. That was fun. I made it across the plate. Hey. I went to the Adaptive Sports Equipment ribbon cutting on June 30th. That was great. And yeah, that was it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez.
On the 27th, I attended the Valley Economic Board of Directors meeting. On the 30th, I also attended the adaptive sports equipment ribbon cutting. On the 5th, I attended the photo media opening night presentation with the mayor. And then on Monday, July 8th, I attended the PIO subcommittee meeting. On July 9th, with Councilmember Takahashi, attended the ad hoc affordable housing subcommittee meeting. On the 12th, I met with various community members on the previously discussed issue. And on the 15th, I attended the Sustainable Burbank Commission.
Great, thank you. Who's next? Okay, Councilmember Takahashi.
Sure. On the 26th, I went to the elephant parade. It was awesome. By the way, the elephants are out in front of the CSB building. It's awesome. And I haven't seen the one at City Hall yet. It's in the front. Yeah, okay, I have to go see that one. Let's see. On the 26th, I also went to the California High-Speed Rail Board meeting where they approved the EIR for the section that connects our airport. On the 27th, I went to the Valley Economics Alliance board meeting. And on the 8th of July, I went to the San Fernando Valley COG meeting with the mayor in Glendale. And the last few weeks have been lots and lots and lots of community meetings with people in the community, as I'm sure all of you had. And then July 9th, also at the ad hoc affordable housing subcommittee meeting with the vice mayor. And also with the vice mayor on the 15th, the Sustainable Burbank Commission.
Wonderful. Councilmember Mullins, chomping at the bit. Go for it.
Okay, the Elephant Parade, great event. Transportation Commission meeting, Burbank Fire Department celebration for all their graduates, retirees. It was a really nice event to see all their families. And as Councilmember Takahashi said, I lost track of how many meetings, how many phone calls, and how many Zoom meetings I've had in the last 2 weeks. So with that, I'm all done.
Okay, I'm going to try to go lightning quick. June 6th, SCAG Energy Environment Committee meeting. Friday, June 7th, ribbon cutting for Nothing Bundt Cakes. I didn't need any more sugar or carbs, but I sure as hell enjoyed it. Saturday, June 8th, I had the opportunity to record a message for the senior graduation at the International School of Los Angeles. Congrats to all this year's grads. Friday, June 14th, I was here for the Army's birthday cake cutting celebration, and I got inducted onto the scroll of Teddy Roosevelt. It's pretty cool. I did nothing to deserve it, but I love the Army. Good job, guys. Also had a meeting with the vice mayor and community members about Burbank Animal Shelter's no-kill status. Saturday the 15th, Ultimate Taekwondo Academy, right here in Burbank, their 30th anniversary. I passed the mayor's challenge and earned an honorary, but just as good as the regular thing, black belt in Taekwondo. So that was fun. I crushed the board. It flew 20 feet, and the kids just went nuts. It was great. All right. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. I'm still full of it. Okay, then on June 18th, the Digital Restaurant Association Town Hall. Thank you to the Chamber for putting that together. Thursday, June 20th, Chamber Monthly Board Meeting. Friday, July 5th, Photo Media Opening Night with artist Catherine Bonite, which was fantastic. Monday, July 8th, San Fernando Valley COG General Board Meeting. Meeting with the Vice Mayor later that day on our PIO protocols. Thursday, July 11th, ribbon cutting for Sienna Sinclair Studios. Being mayor, there's a lot of stuff. And then so many meetings I don't know what to do with. So that was light. That was light. So with that, no more reporting out. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do any members of the council have any items? Okay, Councilman.
I got just one. First step report on endorsing California Proposition 1 for the California Proposition 33 for the November ballot, the Justice for Renters Act.
Okay, does staff need any more direction on that request? Okay. All right, Councilmember Mullins, you had something.
Oh, yes, I do. Actually, this is a nice one for all of us. I would like to ask the city manager if we can invite Mr. Albert Hernandez from Hala to do either a presentation or maybe a study session about all the services that Hala does. He did a presentation, I believe it was the Burbank Realtors Association, and I heard through the grapevine that he did such an amazing job. There was a lot of services that they didn't know about, so I think it would be helpful for everyone to hear.
Got it. All right. I have just a couple quick things. Just to memorialize it, Mr. Hess, I'd like to adjourn one of our upcoming meetings in memory of Justin Barden, our former Burbank Water and Power Commissioner, who left us recently. So I'd like to do an adjournment in his memory. Number two, it's not a new request, but just to prod you, the Livable Communities Initiative did have a series of proposed changes to our housing and zoning codes. I had requested an analysis from community development. So in my remaining time on council, I'd really like to bump up and prioritize of all my many requests. I'd really love to see that one done. And I think that's all I got.
We'll follow up and try to get that on the forecast.
Outstanding. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
I'll give him a break this week.
Actually, I do have one more. I would like an No. This is one more. School district will be floating a bond. I would like an informational report to council, perhaps an invitation to the district to present information on that bond. And just so it is agendized properly, if we can keep it open for the possibility of a discussion and vote of council endorsement of that bond. I'm not saying we have to or we will, but if there's a way to agendize that as an informational report and see what council action could follow, I would like that at a future meeting, preferably before November. That's all I got. Well, I have more, but I'm cutting myself off. Okay. I just really enjoyed the time together. Do y'all want to? Okay, fine. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, July 30th, 2024, for a regular meeting of the City Council at Burbank City Hall in chambers at 275 East Olive Avenue. Thank you. Good night, and Burbank, stay classy.